Prologue. Before the season. Jamie's POV. The ice doesn't lie. That's the thing nobody tells you when you're 7 years old and your dad laces your first pair of skates too tight because he doesn't know any better. Nobody says, "Kid, one day this surface will be the only honest thing in your life." But here I am at 29, skating slow circles at 4 in the morning in an empty arena, and the ice is the only thing not pretending. Everything else is. The arena lights are off except for the emergency strips along the boards, that dim red-orange glow that makes the whole rink look like the inside of something alive. My skates cut clean lines in the fresh Zamboni surface. Nobody's touched it since the maintenance crew left at midnight. I know because I watched them leave from the tunnel. I told Miguel, the overnight guy, that I was just grabbing my phone charger. He nodded and didn't ask follow-up questions. People on this team have learned not to ask me follow-up questions. That's what 7 years of captaincy will buy you. A whole building full of people who assume you're fine. I'm not fine. I lift my right arm, slowly, carefully, and reach across my body like Kowalski showed me 3 months ago. The stretch that's supposed to loosen the AC joint. The one I do 6 times a day in private because if I do it in front of anyone they'll start asking the questions I don't want answered. The pain is a dull, grinding thing. Not sharp. Not the kind that drops you. Just the kind that sits in your shoulder like a stone that's been there so long you've started building around it instead of removing it. 6 months. The stone's been there 6 months. "You're fine, Callahan," Dr. Reeves told me in October. We were sitting in his office with the team logo on the wall and the photo of him shaking the commissioner's hand at the draft. Grade 1. Rest it for 2 weeks and it'll sort itself out. It didn't sort itself out. Still a little tight, he said in December, after I played 22 games without telling anyone how much each check into the boards cost me. That's normal. AC joints take time. You're fine. February, I asked him point blank, "Is there soft tissue damage?" He looked at his computer screen instead of at me. "The imaging is inconclusive. But functionally, you're performing at elite level." "I'd say you're fine, Jamie." Fine. The most dishonest word in professional hockey. I stop skating. I stand in the center of the ice and I look up at the dark ceiling, at the championship banners hanging up there in the shadow, and I count them. 6. 6 banners for a franchise that's been around 40 years. When I got here we had 3. I've been on the ice for 3 of those raises. Stood here while the fabric went up and the crowd went insane and the cameras caught me with the face I practiced in my bathroom mirror at age 16, the one that looks like a man who has everything handled. This year's banner spot is empty. I've been thinking about that empty spot since September. I dream about it, the fabric going up, the crowd noise, the weight of the cup in my hands. It's the same dream every time. Except lately there's a detail I can't explain. In the dream, when I lift the cup, my right arm gives out. I always wake up before I drop it. Remy, my alternate captain, best friend, the man who has been watching my 6 since I was 22, asked me last week if I was sleeping okay. We were in the film room, just the 2 of us, and he asked it the way Remy asks things, quietly, with his eyes doing the actual work. "I'm good," I said. He looked at me for a second too long. Didn't push. He knows me well enough to know that pushing doesn't work. What Remy doesn't know, what nobody in this building knows, is that I've been waking up at 3 a.m. and coming here because the apartment is too quiet and the quiet makes the shoulder worse. Psychological, maybe. Or maybe I just need to be on the ice to remember why I'm doing this. Why I've been doing this since I was old enough to understand that being good at something and loving it are not the same thing, and I am both, and that's rarer than people think. I start skating again. Easy pace. No puck, no drill, nothing with purpose. Just moving. The cup smells like metal and old wood in 100 different men's hands. I know because I've held it 3 times and each time I stood close enough to breathe it in. The first time I cried. I was 23 and I thought I was hiding it, but Remy told me later that the whole bench saw and nobody said a word because some moments you just let a man have. The second time I felt something close to peace. The third time I felt the pressure of the next one before I'd even set it down. This is my 7th playoff run. 7. When I say it out loud it sounds like a long time. When I'm on the ice at 4 in the morning with a shoulder that doesn't tell the truth, it feels even longer. The thing about being a captain is that the job is mostly about the spaces between the game. Anyone can lead when things are going well. The job is what you do in the locker room at 2-0 down in the third. What you say to a 20-year-old rookie who just turned the puck over and cost us a goal. How you carry 20 men's fear without letting them see that you're carrying it, because if they see it, it becomes heavier for everyone. I've been doing that job for 7 years. I'm good at it. I am not good at carrying my own. I stop at the blue line. I press 2 fingers against the front of my right shoulder, just below the collarbone where the AC joint sits. I push. The pain answers immediately, not screaming, just there. Present. Insistent. The new therapist starts Monday. Kowalski retired in January, knee surgery, bad timing, no hard feelings, and the organization spent 6 weeks finding a replacement. I heard her name for the first time yesterday. Maren Cole. She's 27. She came from a college program in Michigan. Before that she had a stint with a sports med clinic in Boston that worked with 3 different pro teams. Remy said she's supposed to be good. Coach Hartley said she was the best candidate by a margin that wasn't close. I don't care about any of that, honestly. I just need someone to look at this shoulder and tell me the truth. Not the organizational truth. Not the functionally performing at elite level truth. The actual truth, what's there, how bad it is, what it's going to cost me to get through a playoff run on it, and whether the cost is one I can pay. That's all I need. Someone to be honest with me. I stand on the ice in the dark for another 10 minutes. The arena breathes around me, the hum of the cooling system, the distant tick of the building settling. I've spent more hours in this place than in my own apartment. I know every sound it makes. Monday, I'll sit across from someone new and let her touch the thing I've been hiding for 6 months. I'll watch her face while she works and I'll know from her expression whether she's going to be another person who tells me what I want to hear, or whether she's the kind of person who gives it to you straight regardless of the discomfort. Most people in this world tell you what you want to hear. I've stopped expecting anything different. I do one last lap, slow, the blades whispering against the ice, the empty stadium watching from above like a held breath. Then I step off at the gate, sit on the bench, and start unlacing my skates in the dark. My shoulder aches the whole way home. I just needed someone to be honest with me. I didn't expect that someone to wreck me in the process. Chapter 1. New Hands. Maren's POV. The first thing I learned about professional hockey organizations is that they run on controlled chaos and the illusion that someone is in charge. The second thing I learned is that nobody believes a 27-year-old woman is that someone. Not on day 1, anyway. I got to the Ridgecrest Wolves training facility at 7:15, 45 minutes before my official start time, because I am not the kind of person who arrives when expected. The parking lot was already half full. I sat in my car for exactly 2 minutes, drank the last of my coffee, and told myself the same thing I've been telling myself since I was 19 years old and the only woman in a sports medicine program full of men who kept accidentally CCing each other and not me on group emails. You know what you're doing. Walk like it. I walked like it. The facility is huge, 3 practice rinks, a full weight complex, medical suite on the 2nd floor with 6 treatment rooms and a rehabilitation gym that smells like rubber and antiseptic and the particular sweat of men who push their bodies past reasonable limits for a living. I'd been given a tour last week during my final interview. I'd memorized the layout the way I memorize everything: floor plan, exit points, equipment locations, the chain of authority on the organizational chart they emailed me with my contract. My name at the bottom of that chart, under athletic therapy staff, had felt like a starting line. I pushed through the door to the medical suite and nearly walked into a wall of 6-foot-something equipment manager carrying a crate of tape rolls. Whoa. He stepped left. I stepped right. The tape didn't spill. He looked down at me with the particular expression of a man who has never had to consider that someone else might be using the hallway. You lost. No, I said. You're holding your crate at shoulder height in a narrow corridor. That's a vision obstruction. He blinked. I'm the new therapist. I held out my hand. Maren Cole. He shifted the crate, shook it. Denny. Equipment. He looked at me for another second. Kowalski's replacement. That's right. Huh. He resettled the crate. You look young. I get that a lot. I smiled at him the way I've learned to smile at that particular comment, not warm, not hostile, just a straight line that says noted, moving on. Where's the therapist break room? He pointed left. I went left. Lena Park was already in the break room, sitting cross-legged on the counter with a protein bar and her laptop, looking like she'd been there for hours and owned the place. She'd texted me at 6:45, already here, saved you the good locker, the coffee machine is broken, don't trust it. Lena is the team nutritionist. We met 3 years ago at a sports medicine conference in Chicago where we were the only 2 women on a panel about injury recovery timelines, and we'd been friends since the cab ride back to the hotel where she'd said, perfectly seriously, I think that moderator thought we were the same person. We are not remotely the same. She's Korean American, 5'2", wears bright colors and talks with her whole body, but we'd been mistaken for each other twice more before the conference ended, and after that we just decided to be inseparable out of spite. When she heard the Wolves were looking for a therapist after Kowalski retired, she'd called me before the job was even posted. You look calm, she said, looking up from her laptop. I am calm. You're doing the thing with your jaw. I stopped doing the thing with my jaw. Where are my case files? She pointed to a manila folder on the table. Thick. I sat down, opened it, and started reading. The Wolves had 14 active players with some form of ongoing injury management, nothing unusual for a team 6 weeks from playoffs. Knee contusions, groin strains, 1 stress fracture in recovery, 2 players on modified training protocols. I moved through the files quickly, cross-referencing Kowalski's notes with the imaging reports where they were attached. Then I hit the file at the top of the stack. Callahan, James T., Captain. Number 11. I opened it. The imaging from October showed a grade 1 AC joint sprain, right shoulder. Standard. 2 weeks of modified activity recommended. I flipped to December's follow-up note. Ongoing stiffness, patient reports. No structural change noted on palpation. Continue current protocol. I flipped again. February. Patient performing at elite functional level. No intervention required at this time. I read that last line twice. Then I went back to the October imaging and read the radiologist's note at the bottom, the one tucked under the fold of the page like it wasn't the most important sentence in the document. Minor irregularity in AC ligament presentation. Recommend follow-up imaging at 8 weeks to rule out progressive tissue involvement. There was no follow-up imaging. I set the file down. Picked it up again. Read it from the beginning. The follow-up imaging had never been ordered. Kowalski's notes between October and February mentioned the shoulder 4 times in passing and never once referenced the radiologist's recommendation. Lena was watching me. She knows my reading face. What, she said. I closed the file. Nothing yet. I put it back on top of the stack. Who's my first appointment? She checked her screen. Dmitry Vanek, 11 o'clock. Knee follow-up. And then, she paused. Callahan's on the books for 2. I saw. I stood up. I'm going to set up the room. The medical suite director, a man named Peters who had the tired eyes of someone who'd been managing professional athletes for 20 years and had run out of surprises, walked me through my treatment room at 8. It was clean, well-equipped, good table height. I rearranged 2 pieces of equipment without asking permission and Peters watched me do it without commenting, which told me he was smart enough to pick his battles. At 8:45, Derek Voss appeared in the doorway. I knew who he was before anyone introduced him. I'd done my research, I always do my research. Voss had been the Wolves' general manager for 11 years. Before that, a player agent. Before that, a failed minor leaguer who'd found his real talent was in the business of the sport rather than the sport itself. He was 53, expensive haircut, the kind of fit that comes from a personal trainer and controlled eating rather than athletic history. He stood in the doorway of my treatment room in a suit that cost more than my first car and looked at me with an expression I recognized immediately. It was an assessment. Specific and thorough and not even slightly disguised. I've seen that look my whole career. It means, convince me you belong here, and do it fast, because I'm not naturally inclined to believe you. Ms. Cole. He stepped in. Didn't offer his hand. Derek Voss. Mr. Voss. I did offer mine. He shook it briefly. I was going to introduce myself before end of day. You saved me the trip. I like to meet new staff personally. He looked around the room, at the equipment I'd rearranged, at the files on my desk, at the way I'd organized the counter. Reading the room as an extension of reading me. Peters tells me your credentials are strong. They are. Kowalski was with us 9 years. Our players were comfortable with him. I'm not trying to be Kowalski, I said. I'm trying to do my job. A pause. Not hostile, exactly. More like a calibration. He looked at me the way you look at a bet you're not sure about, not committed to losing, not committed to winning. Just watching to see how the dice fall. Our priority is the playoff run, he said. Any treatment decisions that affect a player's availability need to come through Peters and then through me before they're communicated to coaching staff. I kept my face exactly neutral. My treatment decisions are clinical. They're based on patient assessment and professional standards, and they're documented accordingly. I'm happy to keep you informed through the appropriate channels. Good. He turned for the door. Stopped. Looked back at me once, just once, and there was something behind it I couldn't fully read. Not quite a warning. More like a note being made. Welcome to the organization. He left. I stood in my treatment room for a moment after he was gone. I looked at the file on my desk, Callahan's file, which I'd brought in to review before the afternoon appointment. Then I looked at the door. Then I got back to work. Dmitry Vanek was straightforward, knee contusion healing on schedule, good range of motion, ready to return to full training within 10 days. He was 24 and nervous and called me ma'am until I told him to stop. By the end of the session he was loose and cracking jokes about his left knee having a better personality than his right. I told him to ice it twice a day and he said he would, and I believed him because he had the eyes of someone who actually wanted to get better rather than someone performing recovery for the coaching staff. After Vanek left, I had 40 minutes before Callahan's appointment. I used them to read the file 3 more times. At 1:59, I heard footsteps in the corridor, heavy, deliberate, the walk of someone who doesn't hurry. The door opened without a knock. He was bigger than I expected. I'd watched footage over the weekend, 2 games from November, 1 from the conference semi last year, but footage doesn't give you the physical reality of a man who spent his entire adult life making his body into a working instrument. He was 6'2" in skates and maybe an inch less in the worn training shoes he was wearing now. Dark hair, slightly too long. A jaw that had been broken once based on the faint deviation at the right side. The kind of face that had been handsome for so long it had stopped trying. He stopped just inside the door. He was looking at the room. Then at me. I watched the calculation happen behind his eyes, fast, automatic, the assessment of a man accustomed to walking into a room and immediately understanding its variables. His gaze went from my face to the file on my desk to the equipment behind me and back to my face. It took maybe 2 seconds. It wasn't rude. It was just honest. He was figuring out what he was dealing with. I was doing the same thing. You're not Kowalski, he said. Marin Cole. I didn't move from where I was standing, by the table. I'm his replacement. Sit down, please. He didn't move either. They didn't tell me there was a new therapist. They told Peters. Peters should have told you. I picked up his file. That's an administrative issue. My issue right now is your shoulder. I met his eyes. Sit down, Captain. Something shifted in his expression. Not quite surprise. More like he'd been expecting resistance and instead got something else, something he hadn't named yet. He came in, pulled out the chair beside the table, and sat. Not on the table. The chair. Like he was deciding how much authority to give the room. I let him have the chair. For now. Left or right? I asked. A pause. Right. When did it start? October. What happened in October? Hit into the boards. Home game against Detroit. I opened the file. Dr. Reeves documented it as a grade 1. That's what he said. I looked up. He was watching me with the particular stillness of a man who has learned to give nothing away. I've treated enough athletes to know the difference between a patient who is calm and a patient who is performing calm. This was a performance. Good one. But a performance. Have you had follow-up imaging since October? I asked. Something moved across his face. Fast. Gone. No. I wrote that down. Okay. Can you take the shirt off for me? He stood, pulled the training shirt over his head in one movement, and sat back down. There was a scar on his left side, lower ribs, old, white, probably a surgery from his early 20s. His right shoulder was visibly lower than his left. Not dramatically. You'd miss it if you weren't looking for it. I was looking for it. I moved to stand behind him. I'm going to palpate along the AC joint. Tell me when you feel something. I'll feel something right away, he said. I know. Tell me anyway. I placed my left hand flat on his left shoulder for reference. Then I put my right hand on his right shoulder, fingers across the clavicle, thumb along the spine of the scapula, and I pressed, gently, in the specific sequence I used to map the AC complex. He breathed out through his nose. Controlled. I moved my thumb. He went still, the particular stillness of someone absorbing pain without showing it. There, I said. Yeah. I didn't move my hand yet. I worked slowly, methodically, mapping the area. The AC joint itself, the corticoclavicular ligaments, the distal clavicle. The tissues had a specific feel, not the bouncy resistance of healthy ligament but something more compacted. Compensated. Like tissue that has been stressed and forced to adapt without being properly addressed. Your traps have been doing the work, I said. Both sides. You've been unconsciously protecting the shoulder and redistributing the load. That's why your neck is tight. He said nothing. How long has your neck been tight? A beat. 4 months. I moved my hand to his neck. He tensed, just slightly, the muscles under my fingers contracting before he forced them back to neutral. You've been managing this alone, I said. It wasn't a question. He didn't answer. I came back around to stand in front of him. He was looking at the floor, jaw set, doing the thing men like him do when they've been caught carrying something too heavy for too long, that particular combination of relief and pride that doesn't know which one to be. Look at me, I said. He looked up. His eyes were darker than they'd appeared in footage. Brown, almost black. Your AC joint is not a grade 1, I said. It may have been in October. It isn't now. I need imaging before I can tell you exactly what we're working with, but based on what I just felt, we're looking at a grade 2 minimum with possible involvement of the corticoclavicular ligament complex. I held his gaze. That's the honest version. Do you want to hear the rest of it? He looked at me for a long moment. Yeah, he said. Quiet. The performance had gone out of his voice. I do. I told him. The overcompensation pattern. The risk of the shoulder degrading further without proper treatment. What a playoff run on an unmanaged grade 2 could become by the conference finals. I didn't soften it and I didn't catastrophize it. I just told him what I saw, in plain language, the way you tell an adult a true thing when you respect them enough to believe they can handle it. He sat there and took every word without flinching. When I was done, there was a silence. Not uncomfortable. The kind of quiet that sits in a room after something real has been said. So what do I do? He asked. Come back tomorrow at 6 a.m. for a full assessment. I'll have imaging ordered by end of day and we'll build a treatment protocol from the results. I picked up my pen. I need you to be honest with me about pain levels. Not the levels you give the coaching staff. The real ones. If we're going to manage this through the season, I need accurate information. He was quiet for a moment. Then, nobody's ever asked me for the real ones before. I wrote something in the file. Well. I am. He stood, pulled his shirt back on, and moved to the door. I expected him to stop and say something, a thank you, a dismissal, the kind of smooth professional exit a man like that has practiced. Instead he just pushed through without looking back. I stood in the empty treatment room and looked at his file. Then I sat down and wrote my initial assessment note. Accurate. Complete. Every finding documented. At the bottom, I added, follow-up imaging to be ordered. Recommend full reassessment of prior documentation. Treatment timeline to be determined pending results. I stared at that last line for a second. Then I closed the file. 10 minutes later I was at my desk eating a granola bar and answering emails when my phone buzzed. Unknown internal extension. I answered. Cole. This is Amy, Captain Callahan's assistant. A brisk, efficient voice. The voice of someone who schedules a complicated man's life and does it without complaint. I'm calling to book a follow-up appointment. He can call the suite directly too. He asked me to confirm 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, she said. If that works for you. I looked at the window. Outside, somewhere down in the rink, I could hear the distant sound of skates and a whistle, afternoon practice starting without me, the world of the team going on in its normal orbit. That works, I said. Thank you, Ms. Cole. She hung up. I set the phone down. Looked at the closed file on my desk. 6 o'clock. Chapter 2. Hands on. Jamie's POV. I've had 4 athletic therapists in 7 years. The first one, Martinez, was good, old school, no nonsense, the kind of man who'd been taping ankles since before I was born and had opinions about everything and shared them whether you asked or not. He retired when I was 23 and I genuinely shook his hand like I was losing a family member. The second was a guy named Parrish who smelled like menthol and asked me about my feelings every single session. Not about pain levels, about my feelings. I'd lie there on the table and he'd say, "How does that make you feel, Jamie?" And I'd say, "Like my hamstring is pulled, Derek." He transferred to a basketball program after 18 months and I didn't lose sleep over it. The third was Chen, who was excellent at everything except being in the same room as Voss. Every time the GM came through the medical suite, Chen went stiff and quiet and started agreeing with things he'd said the opposite of 5 minutes earlier. I don't trust people who change shape depending on who's in the room. I can't afford to. The fourth was Kowalski, who I liked despite everything, despite the fact that he had clearly been instructed to keep my shoulder complaints below the level of organizational concern, despite the fact that he never once ordered the follow-up imaging that the radiologist recommended, despite the fact that every note he wrote about my shoulder used the word fine like a signature. He was kind. He did his job the way the job was designed to be done in this building. I don't blame him for that. I stopped expecting anything different. And then there's her. I'm sitting in Remy's car outside a Thai place on 5th Street, because we do this every other Monday, Thai food and film review, Remy driving because he doesn't drink and I occasionally do, the two of us talking through whatever the team needs talking through in a space where nobody is wearing a microphone. It's been our system since year 2. It works. Except tonight I've been staring at the same stretch of the offensive zone replay on Remy's tablet for approximately 4 minutes, and Remy has said nothing, which means he's noticed. "Eat your food," he says finally. He's got his elbows on the table and a look I know well, the one that's waiting for me to say whatever I'm not saying. I'm eating. You're not eating. You're staring at frame 47. He reaches over and pauses the tablet. What happened? Nothing happened. New therapist started today. Remy picks up his fork. And she found the shoulder problem in about 10 minutes. He puts the fork back down. Slowly. What do you mean she found it? I mean she palpated it and told me exactly what's been wrong for 6 months. Grade 2, possibly worse. She wants imaging tomorrow. Remy is quiet. He has a particular silence that isn't passive, it's active, processing, the silence of a man who is already 3 steps ahead of the conversation. He's been my alternate captain for 4 years and my best friend for 7, and I can read his silences the way most people read faces. This one says, "I told you something was wrong." She's right, I say, before he can. Before you say it. I was going to ask if you were okay. I know. She's right. The shoulder is what she said it is. He picks up his water glass. Puts it down. Why didn't Reeves? You know why. He does. He's known for 2 years that something about the way my medical history is documented doesn't line up with my actual medical history. He's never said it directly because saying it directly means saying things about Voss that neither of us can say without proof. But he knows. Remy always knows. He just waits until I catch up. This therapist, he says. Tell me about her. Maren Cole. 27. Came from Michigan, worked with 3 pro programs before this. I pick up a spring roll. She didn't pull anything. Didn't soften it. Stood there and told me exactly what she found and exactly what it meant and didn't look at me like she was waiting for me to react. Remy is very still. And nothing. She booked a follow-up for tomorrow. He's looking at me with the expression he gets when he thinks I'm missing something obvious. I've seen that expression directed at line changes, contract negotiations, and twice at women. The category he's placing this in is not ambiguous. Remy. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. I'm just listening. You're doing the face. I don't have a face. He picks up his fork with elaborate innocence. I'm just noting that in 7 years I've never heard you describe a therapist the way you just described that one. I described her professionally. You said she didn't look at you like she was waiting for you to react. He tilts his head. That's not a professional observation, Captain. That's a personal one. I look at him. He looks back. He's smiling now, just barely, at the corner of his mouth, the way Remy smiles when he's won something and is being gracious about it. Don't, I say. Don't what? I haven't done anything. Whatever you're about to do. Don't. He raises both hands. Eat your food. I eat my food. But here's the thing I don't tell Remy, the thing I've been sitting with since I walked out of that treatment room 3 hours ago with my shoulder aching and my head doing something it doesn't normally do. In 4 therapists and 7 years, not one of them has ever said, tell me the real numbers. Not the ones you give the coaching staff. The real ones. Nobody has ever acknowledged, out loud, in a clinical space, that there's a difference. That every athlete at this level walks around performing a version of their body for the people who need to believe in it, and a different version in the dark, and that those 2 versions are almost never the same number. She knew that. Without being told. She walked around behind me and put her hands on my shoulder and she found the problem like she already knew where to look. Not aggressive, not tentative, just precise. The way someone moves when they've done something enough times that their hands know before their brain does. And when she came back around and stood in front of me, she looked me straight in the face and said, do you want to hear the rest of it? Not are you okay? Not I know this is hard. Not the sympathetic tilt of a head that means someone is about to tell you something they're going to cushion so much you lose the shape of it. Just, do you want to hear the rest of it? I've been asked that question by exactly one other person in my adult life, and it was my mother, the day after my first major injury, when I was 22 and sitting in a hospital room in Pittsburgh telling everyone I was fine. I've spent a lot of years making sure nobody has to ask that question. Making sure there is no rest of it that needs to be heard. Managing the information the way Voss manages the information, controlling what goes out, keeping what matters close, making sure the face I show the building is the one they need to see. She walked through that in 10 minutes. Without trying. Just by being good at her job. That's the thing that's sitting in my chest right now. Not attraction, I know what attraction feels like and this isn't it, or at least it isn't only it. It's something more specific. The feeling of being seen somewhere you've been invisible for a very long time. Like when you've been working a puzzle and nobody believes there's a missing piece and then someone walks in and finds it on the floor without even looking down. It's disarming. I don't get disarmed. That's the problem. Remy drops me off at my building at 11. In the elevator I check my phone. Amy texted to confirm the 6 o'clock appointment. I'd called her from the parking lot before I met Remy, which tells me something about how that session went. I was out of the building and booking the follow-up before I'd even consciously decided I was going back. I shower. Ice the shoulder, 20 minutes, timer on my phone, the way she'll probably tell me to do it tomorrow and I'm already doing it without being asked because something about the way she spoke made me want to do the work correctly for the first time in months. I sit on the edge of my bed and look at the city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. 6 weeks from playoffs. One shoulder that isn't what anyone's been calling it. And a new therapist who looks at me like she's not impressed and not intimidated and doesn't particularly care that I'm the face of this franchise. She just cares about the shoulder. Right now, At 11:15, with the city lights doing their thing outside my window and my shoulder aching the way it always aches after someone actually touches the problem rather than talking around it, that is the most attractive quality I have encountered in a very long time. I lay down. Close my eyes. Don't, I'd told Remy. The problem, I'm starting to realize, is that I was saying it to myself. Chapter 3. The 6 o'clock rule. Marin's POV. The imaging results came back at 4:15. I sat at my desk and read them twice. Then I printed them, clipped them to Callahan's file, and sat for a moment with my hands flat on the desk the way I do when I need to think without the thinking becoming something else. Grade 2 AC joint sprain. Confirmed. Partial disruption of the acromioclavicular ligament with coracoclavicular ligament strain, early stage, but present. Mild subacromial impingement developing on the same side as a result of altered shoulder mechanics. And on the left, the compensation side, early rotator cuff strain. His body had been quietly dismantling itself trying to protect the original injury. The way bodies do when you don't address the source. None of this was catastrophic. That was the first true thing. The second true thing was that if he played a full playoff run, 5 rounds, potentially 35 games, without a structured treatment and management plan, catastrophic became a reasonable word to use. I read Kowalski's final entry one more time. Patient performing at elite functional level. No intervention required at this time. I looked at the imaging results in my hand. Then at his note. Then at the imaging results again. There was a number in Kowalski's notes, a pain rating Callahan had given him at the February session. A 3 out of 10. I'd asked Jamie the same question yesterday during palpation, in the middle of the sequence where I'd pressed along the coracoclavicular ligament and he'd gone rigid and breathed through his nose. He'd said 4. Low voice. Like it cost him something to go that high. It wasn't a 4. I've been doing this long enough to know the difference between a 4 and a 4 that is actually a 6 with the top shaved off for the benefit of whoever's listening. Kowalski had written 3. Either Jamie had given him a different number or Kowalski had written a different number than the one he was given. I didn't know which yet. I opened my phone. Photographed every page of Kowalski's notes, the October imaging report, the February entry, and the new results. Sent them to a secure folder in my cloud storage. Closed the app. Then I put the file on my desk and waited for 6 o'clock. He was on time. Exactly 6, not 5:58, not 6:02. The door opened and he was there in the same worn training shoes, a different shirt, hair still damp from what I assumed was post-practice shower. He looked like he'd been moving hard for the last 3 hours and had simply redirected here without stopping. Sit down, I said. Good evening to you too, Cole. Good evening. Sit down. The corner of his mouth did something that wasn't quite a smile. He sat, on the table this time, not the chair. His choice of furniture had shifted. I noted it the way I note everything and kept my face neutral. I picked up the imaging results and handed them to him. He took the papers and read them. He read slowly, thoroughly, which surprised me. Most players scan for the conclusion and stop. He went line by line. When he finished, he set the papers on the table beside him and looked at me. Okay, he said. Okay, what? Okay, it's worse than a grade 1. Yes, I said. It is. I moved to the counter and picked up my assessment notes. The AC joint itself is manageable. The coracoclavicular involvement is what changes the picture. That's the ligament that keeps your collarbone from riding up. If we continue without treatment and it degrades further, you're looking at a grade 3, potentially surgical. He was quiet. The compensation pattern is the more immediate concern, I continued. Your left rotator cuff is working overtime. It's early, we can address it now before it becomes its own injury. But only if we address it now. What does that mean for the season? I put the notes down. That depends on how you define the season. He looked at me. What does that mean? It means that there is a version of this where you play playoffs and we manage the shoulder through every round with a structured protocol, manual therapy 3 times a week, targeted strengthening, modified practice load on specific days, and absolute honesty from you about what you're feeling between sessions. I held his gaze. That version is possible. It requires work and it requires you to stop performing fine when you're not fine. And the other version. You play without the protocol, the corticoclavicular ligament gives, and you're in surgery before the conference final. The room was very quiet. Outside in the corridor I could hear footsteps, someone from the wait staff heading to the exit, the building thinning out toward evening. In here it was just the hum of the equipment and the particular stillness that comes after a true thing has been said. My contract has a playoff availability clause, he said. If I'm flagged as injured, Voss has the authority to modify. I know what your contract says. He stopped. I've read the standard Wolves player agreement. I kept my voice even. I understand the organizational implications of an injury designation. I picked up my pen. I don't care about your contract. The room got quieter. What I care about, I said, is what your body says. And your body says you have been playing on a degrading shoulder for 6 months, and the longer we wait, the fewer options we have. I set the pen down. The contract is a legal document. Your shoulder is a physical reality. I treat the physical reality. That's my job. He was looking at me with an expression I couldn't entirely read, not angry, not resistant. Something more complicated than either. Like a man who had been expecting a wall and found a door instead and wasn't sure yet whether to walk through it. If I follow the protocol, he said carefully, and the shoulder holds through the run, what does that look like? Conservative management with a realistic ceiling. You won't be at 100%. You'll be functional and stable, which with proper mechanics is enough to perform at your level. I paused. But I need accurate information from you. Every session. Not what you think I need to hear, what's actually happening. A long beat. The number today, he said. The pain rating. I looked at him steadily. What about it? It wasn't a 4. I know. Kowalski always wrote down whatever I said. I know that too. I held his gaze. I won't. Something shifted in his face. It was small, the kind of shift that happens in the muscles around the eyes before a person decides to believe something they weren't planning on believing. He looked at the imaging results on the table beside him. Then at his hands. Then at me. Okay, he said. Quiet. The same word as before, but it landed differently this time. Like the first time he was acknowledging the situation, and this time he was agreeing to something. The silence held for a moment. Then, what do you need from me? I picked up my pen again. He was looking at me with a directness that was hard to describe, not challenging, not soft. Just open. Present. Like he'd set something down outside the door and come in without it. Nobody had asked me that before, in exactly that tone. In this room, with that face, like the question was real and the answer mattered, and he would actually do whatever I said next. I kept my voice professional. I need you here 3 times a week. Morning sessions, 6 a.m. if that works with your schedule, because I want to assess you before practice loads your shoulder, not after. I need honest pain ratings every session. I need you to tell me immediately if anything changes between appointments, sharpness, weakness, anything that feels different from the baseline we established today. I wrote as I spoke. I'll communicate with Peters about modified drills. You decide how much Hartley knows. That's your call, not mine. He watched me write. You're not going to tell me to disclose it. You're an adult. It's your body and your career. I looked up. But I'll tell you this, you'll heal faster and hold longer if the people around you are working with real information rather than a story. He almost smiled at that. Not quite. A story. That's what we call it in clinical practice. The narrative a patient maintains for their environment versus the one their body is telling me. I closed the file. You've been very good at the story, Captain. Time to try something different. He stood up from the table. When do we start? We already did. I moved behind him and put my hands on the shoulder. Shirt off. Let's get to work. The session ran 90 minutes. He was a good patient, present, responsive, honest in increments. Not all at once. The first time I asked him to rate something he said 4. I gave him a look. He said 6. I wrote 6. He watched me write it, and something in his shoulders, the left one, the good one, dropped slightly. Like a breath he'd been holding. I worked through the full assessment protocol. Manual therapy on the AC complex, soft tissue work on the trap and levator on the right side, mobility sequencing to begin addressing the compensation pattern. His range was limited on internal rotation, about 40% of what it should be, and he compensated beautifully, automatically, the way an athlete compensates when their body has been quietly rewriting its own movement patterns for months. I showed him 3 exercises for the left rotator cuff. Demonstrated them myself first, then watched him do them, correcting twice, once for elbow angle, once for loading speed. Slower, I said the second time. I'm going slow. You're going the speed that feels productive. Slow down until it feels pointless. That's the right speed. He did it again. Slower. He had the focused expression of someone who is used to being coached and is capable of receiving correction without ego, which is rarer than it should be at his level. Better, I said. He didn't preen about it. Just nodded and did it again. By the end of the session the room had a different quality, not relaxed, exactly. Something more like settled. Like 2 people who had been measuring each other from across a distance had finally agreed on the length of it. He pulled his shirt back on. Picked up his bag. Stopped at the door. The follow-up imaging, he said. How long has that recommendation been sitting in the file? I looked at him. He was looking at the door, not at me. His voice had been carefully level, the way voices go when a question is more important than it sounds. Since October, I said. He was quiet for a moment. Then he pushed the door open and left. I stood in the empty room. I walked to my desk. Opened Kowalski's file. Read the February entry one more time, the pain rating of 3, the no intervention required, the elite functional level. I looked at the imaging results from this morning. I looked at the radiologist's note from October that had never been followed up on. Then I picked up my phone. Opened the cloud folder. Made sure the photographs were there, clear and complete. They were. I put the phone down, opened my session log, and started typing my notes for the day. I was thorough and specific. I documented every finding, every measurement, every pain rating Jamie had given me and the one he'd corrected. I wrote the treatment plan in full. I cited the imaging results. When I was done, I looked at the clock. 7:45. I should go home. I looked at the file instead. Something was wrong with it and I knew it and I had not yet decided what I was going to do about knowing it. That was the honest truth. I was not the kind of person who ignored things. I was also not the kind of person who moved without information. I needed to understand the full shape of what I was looking at before I said anything to anyone. I locked the file in my desk drawer. Locked the treatment room. Walked down the corridor with my bag on my shoulder and the particular feeling of a person who has found the edge of something large and hasn't yet looked over to see how far down it goes. Chapter 4. The Weight of 20. Jamie's POV. Game 1 of the first round. Home ice. 40 minutes before puck drop, and the arena is already loud enough that I can feel it through the locker room walls. I'm standing at my stall taping my stick the way I always tape my stick before a playoff game, not because the tape job makes a difference at this point. I've had the same tape job since I was 17, but because the act of doing it settles something in me that nothing else settles. Muscle memory as meditation. The room is full, 20 bodies, the particular organized noise of men getting ready to go to war in a controlled environment, music playing from Remy's phone on the bench across from me, someone's pre-game playlist that gets louder every year. Dmitry is across the room doing the Russian thing he does before games, absolutely silent, eyes fixed on the middle distance, like he's watching a film only he can see. Our rookie, Theo Walsh, is on his second stick of tape because his hands won't stop. I've watched Theo spiral before games since October. I've been watching it and waiting for the moment to say something, but I know Theo well enough by now to know he doesn't need words, he needs a steady point in the room, something that isn't shaking, and that's what I'm supposed to be. I finish the tape job. Roll my shoulders. The right one answers with its standard protest, dull, grinding, present. I do the controlled breath I've been doing for 6 months and tell the pain what I tell it every game, not now. Later. Marin had given me a new sequence for pre-game shoulder prep. 7 minutes, specific movements in a specific order, designed to open the joint and set the compensating muscles before I start loading the shoulder. I'd done it in the training room 2 hours ago with Peters watching from the doorway with the expression of a man trying to figure out what's changed without asking. I didn't tell him. He didn't ask. The sequence works. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't work. I've had more range of motion tonight doing warm-up than I've had in 3 months. It's not fixed, nothing about this is fixed, but it's managed. For now, it's managed. Hartley comes in at 6:55. The room quiets the way rooms quiet for Hartley, not out of fear, out of respect, which is different and harder to earn. He's been coaching 22 years and he's the kind of man who doesn't waste words. When he speaks before a game, you listen. Their second line has been killing it on the forecheck the last 2 weeks, he says. He moves through the room slowly, making eye contact. Don't give them the neutral zone. Take it away early, keep them on their heels, and the rest opens up. He stops at the center of the room. First game of 7 is about one thing. Making them understand what kind of series they're in. Make them understand it tonight. He looks at me last. A look that holds a question he doesn't ask out loud. I nod once. He nods back. Leaves. Let's go, I say to the room. Not loud. I don't need loud. Bring it. They bring it. We win 4-2. I score in the second period, wrist shot, top shelf, the kind of goal that comes out of a read that happens faster than conscious thought. I've been making that read since I was 12. My body does it on its own. The right shoulder fires through the motion and costs me, and I'm already past the pain by the time the red light goes on and the building explodes. On the bench, Remy grabs the back of my neck the way he does after I score. Beautiful, he says into my ear over the crowd noise. I'm grinning because I can't help it. Playoff goals do that, even after 7 years, even when your shoulder is screaming at you from inside. There is nothing in the world like the feeling of a playoff goal in a building that sounds like this. I play 37 minutes and change. I take 2 hits I don't love, one in the first period into the left boards that's fine, and one in the third along the right side that I have to work very hard not to show on my face. The referee is right there. The camera is right there. I keep the face exactly right and skate to the bench and sit down and breathe through it until the period ends. The post-game press conference is 12 minutes. I give them the captain answers, good team effort, we know they're going to push back, taking it one game at a time, and smile at the right moments and answer the follow-up about our penalty kill with enough specificity that they feel like they got something. I've been doing press since I was 22. I know the rhythm of it. I know how to be present and give nothing. By the time I get back to the locker room, most of the room has already started winding down, showers running, music back on, the loose relieved noise of men who won. I sit at my stall and work my right arm carefully out of the shoulder pads, slower than I should need to, and Remy is beside me before I finish. He doesn't say anything. He just watches me ease the pad off with the particular stillness of a man who has been watching me for 7 years and sees exactly what I'm doing. You good? He asks. The lie is out before I finish the thought. I'm always good. Remy looks at me for a moment. His expression doesn't change. He nods once, slow, the way you nod when someone gives you an answer you don't believe but you're choosing to accept right now because the room isn't the place for the real one. Good game, he says. He squeezes my left shoulder, deliberately my left one, which tells me he knows exactly which one not to touch, and moves away. I sit with my pads in my hands and look at the floor for a second. Then I shower. I dress. I do the media rounds, talk to 3 guys from the broadcast team, shake hands with the visiting team's equipment staff because that's just how I was raised. I do everything I'm supposed to do. By 11:15 the building has mostly emptied. I'm in the tunnel pulling on my jacket, and I should go home. I should ice the shoulder and do the nighttime sequence Marin gave me and sleep, and instead I'm walking toward the medical suite stairs because something in the last 2 hours has been sitting in my chest that I need to put down somewhere and I don't know what to do with it except go where I've been going. The light is on in the corridor. Her treatment room door is open 2 inches. I push it open. She's at her desk in the same clothes she was in this morning, jacket off, a thick patient manual open beside her laptop. She looks up. She doesn't look surprised to see me, which means she heard my footsteps in the corridor or she heard the game end from here and did the math, or both. She is the kind of person who does the math. You shouldn't be here, she says. I know. I come in, set my bag down, and sit on the table. The familiar crinkle of the paper. The hum of the equipment. The smell of the room that I've already started associating with something I don't have a clean word for. How much of the game did you watch? Enough. She closes the manual. Third period, right side boards. Kowalski 7, home side. I look at her. She looks back. I saw it on the monitor in here, she says. How bad? 7. She stands up from her desk without commentary. Take the jacket off. I sit on the table while she works, same protocol as last night, hands reading the shoulder the way her hands already know how to read it, finding the specific places where the session tonight has compressed what the morning session opened. She works quietly, with the focused efficiency of someone doing a job they know exactly how to do, and I sit there and let her. The room is different at 11:30. Quieter than quiet, the building is almost empty, the ice crew long gone, the corridor dark outside the door. The only light in here is the desk lamp and the low panel above the table. It makes the room small and specific. The kind of small that you notice. You protected it well, she says. She's working along the trap now, thumbs moving in the steady circles that loosen the tissue that's been braced all night. I watched your movement pattern. You're shifting load to your upper back on contact situations, not a lot, not enough for anyone to clock it at game speed. But it's there. Is that bad? It's adaptive. Your body is smart. She moves her hands. Smart is good until smart starts compensating for compensation. That's how you get 3 injuries instead of 1. So what do we do about it? We already are. Her hands pause for a moment, just a beat, less than a second, and then continue. The exercises I gave you this morning target that exact pattern. How many times did you do them today? Once. 3 times. I need them 3 times. I had a game tonight. Before the game, after warm-up, after the game. She moves around to face me. Your shoulder doesn't take nights off because it's a playoff game. The inflammation doesn't know what the scoreboard says. I look at her. She's standing directly in front of me with her arms crossed and the expression she gets when she's delivering something non-negotiable, not aggressive, just utterly certain, like the ground under a building. Okay, I say. Don't say okay and do it twice. I'm not going to do it twice. You did it once today. That was before the 3 times rule. She holds my gaze for a moment. Then she makes a small sound that might be the beginning of a laugh that she redirects into clinical neutrality. She turns back to the counter. Ice pack when you get home. 20 minutes. Do the nighttime sequence. I'll do the nighttime sequence. Before you ice it, not after. She hands me the pack. Cold last. I take it. Our fingers don't touch, but the handoff happens in a space that is smaller than it needs to be. She's noticed this room gets small at night. I can tell because she keeps the counter between us when she can and stays on the professional side of close even when close would be more efficient. I notice things like that. It's a problem. Thank you, I say. For tonight. She's writing in the session log. That's the job. Still. She keeps writing. You played well, she says. Like it slipped out. Like she hadn't planned to say it. She doesn't look up from the log. I don't say anything to that. I pick up my bag. I look at her for a second, bent over the desk, pen moving, the lamp making a warm circle around her work, and I feel something I'm not going to name at 11:30 at night after a playoff game when I have a managed shoulder injury and a treatment protocol and a very clear understanding of what is appropriate in a professional context. I feel it anyway. 6 a.m., she says, without looking up. 6 a.m., I say. I leave before either of us says anything else. Chapter 5. Late Night Physics. Marin's POV. The thing about rules is that they're easy to follow when there's no reason to break them. It's the 3rd week of the protocol and Jamie is at 6 a.m. every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He is never late. He is never unprepared. He does the exercises the way I showed him, at the speed I told him to do them, and when something isn't working he tells me instead of compensating and hoping I don't notice. His pain ratings are honest, not always comfortable for him to give, but honest. I can tell the difference by now. He's also been showing up after games. Not every game. Just the ones where something happens on the ice that the shoulder feels. 2 nights out of 7 this round, and both times the knock was late enough that the building was empty and the corridor was dark and it was just the 2 of us in the treatment room under the desk lamp, working in the particular quiet of 11:30 p.m. I have not put this in the official session log. I've been documenting it in a separate clinical note file that is accurate and complete and exists on my personal secure drive rather than the organizational system. I've told myself this is because the late sessions fall outside standard staff hours and I don't want to generate administrative questions before I understand the full picture of what's in Kowalski's files. That is a true reason. It is not the only reason. Hold still, I say. I am holding still. You're talking. Talking moves your shoulder. My shoulder is nowhere near my mouth. Your mouth is attached to your head, which is attached to your neck, which is attached to your shoulder joint. Hold. Still. He goes still. I finish the soft tissue sequence on the posterior capsule and move to the corticoclavicular complex. 4 weeks in, the tissue feels different under my hands. More responsive. Less braced. The grade 2 hasn't degraded and the rotator cuff compensation on the left has eased in direct proportion to the right side loosening. It's the thing I love about this work, the way the body responds when you give it what it actually needs. Honest inputs, honest outputs. Better than last week, I tell him. It feels better. That's not a coincidence. You say that every time. Because it's true every time. He makes a small sound that might be acknowledgement or might be faint amusement. I've learned his vocabulary of small sounds over the last 3 weeks. The short exhale that means pain he's absorbing. The quieter one that means something is releasing that's been held too long. The one that's somewhere between the two, which is the sound he makes sometimes when I say something he wasn't expecting and needs a moment to sit with it. I step back. Sit up. He does. He rolls the shoulder carefully, front, back, the full gentle rotation I've trained him to use as a self-check. Something in his expression settles when the range is there. How'd you end up in this, he asks. I go to the counter and start writing the session note. In what? Sports medicine. Athletic therapy specifically. I keep writing. My father played minor league hockey. I grew up watching men manage their bodies badly and I wanted to understand the mechanics of it. Your dad played. For years in the AHL. Didn't make it to the league. A pause. Is he still around? He's still alive, I say, which is the specific answer to the question he asked and not an answer to the one underneath it. He hears the difference. He doesn't push. I've noticed that about him, he doesn't push past the line a person draws. He finds the line, notes it, and stays on his side of it. It's an unusual quality in someone who spends most of his life pushing through resistance. My mother wanted me to be an engineer, he says. I look up. He's sitting on the table with his hands loosely in his lap and that particular expression he gets in the late sessions, less captain, more person. Like the title gets left in the locker room along with the pads and by the time he gets here what's left is just Jamie. She still brings it up, he continues. Every time I go home to Montreal. She'll say something like, your cousin Mark is doing very well with his structural firm, Jamie. In front of everyone. He pauses. She's not actually disappointed. She just likes keeping me honest. Smart woman. She is. He looks at the window, there's no view from in here, just the dark glass reflecting the room back at us. My parents still live in the same house I grew up in. Same neighborhood, same block. There are 4 kids on that street right now who wear my jersey on game days. He says it simply, without performance. When I think about the shoulder, about the season, I think about going back to that street and explaining to those kids why the cup isn't there. The room is quiet for a moment. Then don't explain it to them, I say. Manage the shoulder, play the season, win the cup. He turns and looks at me. Something in his expression is different now, not guarded, not open, exactly. Something in the middle. You make it sound simple. It's not simple. But it's also not complicated. The complicated part is the part you're adding. What part am I adding? I put the pen down and look at him straight. The part where you make the outcome larger than the process. The injury is a process. Treat it correctly and the outcome takes care of itself. Make the outcome the point and you'll compensate, guard, overload, and create the exact situation you're trying to avoid. I hold his gaze. You've been making the outcome the point for 6 months. That's how you got here. He doesn't say anything to that. I pick up my pen. You grew up on what street? Rue St. Denis. Old neighborhood, East End. Not the tourist part. Tell me about it. He looks at me, slightly surprised. I keep my expression neutral. It's a clinical tool. Get a patient talking about something low stakes while you finish notes, keep the session moving, avoid the particular silence that gathers at 11:30 in a room that's getting smaller every week. That's what I tell myself. He talks. He talks about the street and the outdoor rink his father helped build in a parking lot 3 blocks over, about the smell of his mother's kitchen on Sunday mornings, a specific combination of butter and cardamom that he says he has never encountered in any restaurant in any city in the world. About his first pair of proper skates, bought secondhand, 2 sizes too big, stuffed with extra socks for 2 winters until he grew into them. About the neighbor, Mr. Farron, who was 91 and came to watch the outdoor games every Saturday regardless of temperature, wearing the same red wool coat, and who died when Jamie was 16, and how Jamie wore red to the funeral. I am writing session notes. I am also listening. I catch myself listening in the specific way that has nothing to do with clinical monitoring. The way you listen when someone is telling you something that makes the shape of them clearer, like a picture developing in a darkroom, the edges coming into focus where before there was just an outline. I know an unreasonable amount about a neighborhood in Montreal that I have never visited. I know how cardamom and butter smells in a specific kitchen on Sunday mornings. I know that a man who makes a room full of journalists believe whatever he needs them to believe once cried after lifting a trophy because he was 23 and it was real and the realness got through. And Remy's the only other person who knows about Mr. Farron, he's saying. I've never told anyone else. I look up. He's watching me with that expression, the one I can't completely map. Curious, maybe. Or something more careful. Why are you telling me? I ask. A pause. He thinks about it genuinely, which is the thing about Jamie that keeps catching me off guard. He doesn't give reflexive answers. You asked. I ask everyone about their home. It's a standard assessment question. You asked it differently than an assessment question. I look back at my notes. Get the ice pack from the freezer. He gets it without argument. He sits back on the table and holds it against the shoulder, correct position, correct angle, he's learned the position precisely, and I finish my notes. The room settles into the specific quiet of 2 people who have been in the same space long enough that the quiet is comfortable without either of them deciding it should be. I should not find that comfortable. I close the session note. Same time Friday. Friday, he confirms. He stands, jacket on, bag over the left shoulder in the habit he's developed that takes weight off the right. He moves to the door. Stops, which has become part of his pattern too, the pause at the door. I've started waiting for it and I haven't told myself why yet. Thank you, he says. Same thing he says every time. That's the job, I say. Same thing I say back. But tonight he smiles at it. Just slightly. Like we both know that's not entirely true anymore and we've agreed, without discussing it, not to say so. He leaves. I sit at my desk and look at the open session note on my laptop. I type the closing summary. Patient demonstrates significant progress in shoulder mobility. AC joint inflammation reduced from baseline. Compensation pattern improving bilaterally. Protocol proceeding as planned. I type the final line. No complications. I sit and look at those 2 words for a long time. The cursor blinks. I close the laptop without changing them. Chapter 6. The file. Jamie's POV. There are things you know and things you can prove, and in professional hockey those 2 lists are almost never the same. I've known for 2 years that something was wrong with my medical file. Not in the way you know a fact, in the way you know a room has been rearranged while you were out of it. Everything looks mostly right. The furniture is in approximately the correct places. But something is off by 6 inches and you can feel it every time you walk through the door even if you couldn't point to the exact piece that moved. Kowalski was a good man. I want to be clear about that. He was kind and he was thorough and he did the job he was given to do. The job he was given to do just wasn't always the same as treating me. I understood that. I didn't like it. I understood it. Voss hired Kowalski in year 4 of my contract, after the previous therapist, a woman named Dr. Park, no relation to Lena, wrote a match fitness report that accurately documented a hip flexor strain I'd been hiding and recommended I sit out 2 playoff games. I sat. We lost both. The series ended in 6. Voss pulled me aside after the exit meetings that summer and said, in the careful language of a man who knows exactly how much to say without saying it, that he hoped future staff communication would be better coordinated. Dr. Park's contract wasn't renewed. Kowalski was hired in September. He was friendly and experienced and asked me about my family and noted everything I told him in the file with the reliability of a court reporter. Everything I told him. The things I didn't tell him, he didn't chase. I told myself that was fine. That it was my shoulder, my choice, my career. That I was managing it. That I was a grown man who understood the risk and had made a calculated decision. What I'd actually done was make it easier for the organization to pretend the risk didn't exist. Now Marin is at the counter with her back to me and she's asking about the documentation in a voice that is careful and oblique and completely failing to disguise the fact that she already knows the answer. It started 4 minutes ago. Midway through the Wednesday session, normal protocol, shoulder responding well, she'd noted it before I could ask, because she notes everything before I ask, which is something I have stopped being surprised by. I was lying face down on the table while she worked through the posterior capsule sequence, and the room had settled into the particular quiet it gets these days, and then she said it. Your October imaging had a radiologist recommendation attached. I didn't move. Okay. The recommendation was for follow-up imaging at 8 weeks. Her hands kept moving. Consistent, deliberate. There's no follow-up imaging in your file. The room was very quiet. Was that a scheduling issue, she asked. Or was the follow-up discussed and decided against? Her voice was neutral. Clinically neutral, the specific register she uses when she is gathering information rather than giving it. I've learned her registers the way I've learned to read referees, the tone that means she's noting something, the tone that means she's questioning it, the tone that means she has already formed a conclusion and is giving you the opportunity to reach it yourself. This was the third one. I turned my head and looked at the side wall. Who ordered the October imaging? Reeves. And who reviewed the results? A pause. Reeves and Kowalski, based on the sign-off dates. Then I'd assume the follow-up decision was theirs. She said nothing for a moment. Her hands had stopped moving somewhere during the last 2 sentences, and now she stepped back from the table and I heard her move to the counter and start writing. I sat up. She had her back to me. She was writing in the session log. Her handwriting is small and precise. I've caught glimpses of it from across the room and it looks like the handwriting of someone who learned to take notes fast and legibly at the same time and never lost the habit. Marin. I said her name deliberately. First name. I've been using it the last 10 days and she hasn't corrected me, which tells me something she hasn't said out loud. Why are you asking about the documentation? Her pen kept moving. Routine review. You've been my therapist for 4 weeks. You've already reviewed everything. Sometimes a second pass surfaces things the first one doesn't. What did the second pass surface? She put the pen down. Turned around. She looked at me with the expression I'd come to think of as her real face, not the clinical mask, not the professional neutral, but the one underneath those, where she actually lives. It was careful and direct and it was telling me something she hadn't decided to say yet. The radiologist recommended follow-up imaging, she said. The follow-up wasn't done. You spent 6 months on a worsening injury without an accurate picture of what was happening in that shoulder. She paused. I'm trying to understand how that happened. You already know how it happened. Very quiet. Tell me anyway. I looked at her. She held the eye contact without blinking, the way she does when she means it, when it's not a professional courtesy but an actual request from an actual person who wants to know. Kowalski was hired by Voss, I said. Voss has a specific interest in my availability rating staying green. I said it the way you say a thing you've been carrying so long it's lost its weight, flat, plain, just the words. I've suspected for 2 years that my file was being managed to reflect what the organization needed it to reflect rather than what it actually was. She was very still. I have no proof, I said. I just have a shoulder that's been wrong for 6 months and a file that says it isn't. I looked at my hands. So when I walked into your room on day 1 and you told me what was actually in there, I wasn't surprised. I stopped. Looked for the word. Relieved. Which is a strange thing to feel about bad news. She turned back to the counter. She picked up the pen and then set it back down without writing anything. The back of her neck was very still. I've started reading the back of her neck the way I read Remy's face, the particular quality of stillness that means she is deciding something. You said you've never had proof, she said. Quiet. Not looking at me. That's right. Okay. She picked up the pen again. Wrote something. Shirt back on. I need to do the left side sequence before you go. That was the end of the conversation. She came back to the table and worked through the left rotator cuff sequence in the same efficient, focused way she does everything, and I sat there and felt the specific weight of a question that had gone unanswered hanging in the room between us like something neither of us was ready to touch. I didn't ask her what she'd found. She didn't tell me what she knew. But when I left at the end of the session and walked down the empty corridor to the parking garage, I had the very clear feeling that something had just shifted. That we had moved from standing on 2 sides of a line to standing on the same side of it without either of us saying so. In the car, I called Remy. He answered on the second ring. Background noise, his kitchen, the particular clatter of someone cooking at 8 in the evening. The new therapist is asking about Kowalski's documentation, I said. A long pause. The kitchen noise quieted. What kind of asking? The kind where she already knows the answer. Another pause. Jamie. I know. What did you tell her? Enough that she knows I know. Not enough that she knows I know about Voss specifically. Remy is quiet in the way of a man who is thinking fast and carefully. I've watched him think under pressure for 7 years. He's the best I've ever seen at it. Does she have the file? She's my therapist. She has access to everything in the system. Does she have something outside the system? I thought about the way she'd turned to the counter after I'd answered her. The specific movement of someone making a note they didn't want observed. I think so. A long breath. Be careful, he said. Not a warning exactly. More like the instinct of a man who loves someone and sees a situation building that he can't control. She's honest, I said. I know. That's not what I'm worried about. I didn't answer that. We both knew what he was worried about. The same thing I'd been not quite thinking about for the last 4 weeks during late sessions and 6 a.m. appointments and the particular 45 minutes after games when the building empties out and it's just her and me in the quiet of a room that keeps getting smaller. How's the shoulder? Remy asked. Better. Good. A beat. She's doing good work. Yeah, I said. She is. I drove home with the question still hanging in the car like smoke from something that had been burning for a long time before either of us noticed. Chapter 7. Vancouver. Marin's POV. The Ridgecrest Wolves traveled to Vancouver for Games 3 and 4 of the first round, and I packed my equipment bag, my session files, and the very clear professional understanding that road trips were where organizational lines either held or they didn't. I intended for mine to hold. I did not intend to be awake at 1 in the morning reading a research paper about AC joint rehabilitation timelines on my phone in a hotel corridor next to the ice machine, but my room was too hot and the ice machine was the only thing on this floor that made a sound, and sometimes when I can't sleep I need white noise and the cold air near it and the feeling that the night is doing something productive. I was sitting on the floor with my back against the wall and my knees up and my phone in my hands, doing the thing I do when a clinical situation is bothering me, reading about it until the bothering has somewhere to go. The file was the thing bothering me. It had been bothering me since Wednesday, since Jamie said I've suspected for 2 years that my file was being managed in that flat, plain tone that meant it had been true so long that the outrage had burned off. What was left was just the fact of it, sitting there. I had photographs of the discrepancies. I had my own session documentation. I had the new imaging that contradicted 6 months of notes claiming no significant change. What I didn't have was certainty about what to do with it, because the moment I moved on this was the moment it became something larger than a clinical concern, it became an organizational one. And organizational concerns in this building had a way of getting redirected through Voss, and Voss had a way of redirecting them back out the door along with the person who raised them. I was deep enough in this thought that I didn't hear the door down the hall until it was already open. He was in a gray t-shirt and track pants. No shoes. He had his room key in his hand and the expression of a man who had walked into a corridor expecting to be alone and found it significantly less empty than planned. He looked at me. I looked at him. "You can't sleep before games," I said. "No," he looked at the ice machine. Then at me on the floor. "You're sitting on the carpet. It's cleaner than it looks. That's a low bar. I've been in hockey arenas. The bar for floor hygiene is relative." I tilted my phone screen away from him reflexively, session notes on the screen, habit, professional privacy. The room was too hot. He looked at the machine again. Then he came down the corridor and leaned his back against the wall across from me, which put us maybe 4 feet apart in the narrow space. He slid down until he was sitting on the floor too, long legs stretched out, the room key turning slowly in his fingers. "How long have you been out here?" he asked. 20 minutes. Maybe. "What are you reading?" "Research." At 1 a.m. That's when I read research. He made the sound that means he finds something genuinely funny but isn't going to say so. I have started cataloging his sounds the way I catalog clinical data, which is something I haven't examined closely enough to name what it means about me. "What are you going to do?" he asked. He was looking at the ceiling. "About what?" "You know about what." I put my phone down on my knee. The corridor was very quiet, distant elevator hum, the muffled soundscape of a hotel at night. No doors opening, no footsteps. Just this hall and this particular stillness that had nothing to do with the ice machine. "I don't know yet," I said. Honestly. Because it was 1 in the morning and I was too tired for the professional version, and there was something about the way he'd asked it, not pushing, just asking, like he genuinely wanted to know where I was with it rather than where he needed me to be, that made the honest answer come out before I could construct a better one. "I've been waiting for someone to do something about it for 2 years, he said. Still looking at the ceiling. I didn't know what form it would take. Whether it would be the league, or a journalist, or, he stopped. I didn't think it would be a therapist who started on a Monday and found it by Wednesday. "Your body told on you," I said. I just listened. He turned his head and looked at me. The corridor light was dim, the kind of lighting that hotels use at night that flattens things and makes everything feel slightly suspended, slightly outside normal time. He looked tired in the way that isn't about sleep, the deep, structural tiredness of someone who has been holding a lot of weight in a position that doesn't allow them to put it down. "Are you going to be okay?" he asked. "If you move on this." "That's not your concern." "I'm making it my concern." "Jamie. You'd be taking the risk on my behalf," he said. Quiet. Direct. "That makes it my concern." I looked at the carpet. The ice machine cycled, a grinding shift, then back to its low hum. I thought about what I'd said to myself on day 1 in the parking lot. "You know what you're doing. Walk like it." "I'm a professional," I said. "I document accurately and I act on what I find. If what I find creates a situation, that's not risk-taking, that's just doing my job." I looked up at him. "I'm not doing anything heroic. I'm just not willing to pretend I can't read an imaging report." He held my gaze for a moment. Then he nodded, slow, like he was filing that away somewhere. We sat in silence for a while after that. Not the silence of 2 people who have run out of things to say, the other kind. The kind that has its own weight and texture and doesn't need to be filled. He talked. Not about hockey, not about the shoulder, not about the file. About Vancouver. He'd played here for 2 seasons early in his career, knew the streets around the arena, knew a Portuguese bakery 3 blocks west that opened at 5:30 a.m. and had the best egg tarts he'd ever eaten outside Lisbon. He talked about Lisbon. About a summer he'd spent there after his second cup when he'd rented an apartment above a fado bar and sat on the balcony every night listening to the music come up through the floor and felt, for the first time in years, like a person rather than a professional. I told him about my grandmother's apartment in Lagos when I was 7. About the specific quality of light in the afternoon there, orange and thick, the way light gets close to the equator, and how I'd thought for years that the rest of the world just had inferior light until I was old enough to understand that it was the latitude. He said, "I've never been to Nigeria." I said, "You'd like the food." He said, "Better than Montreal Sunday mornings." I said, "Different category." Both required. He smiled. "The real one, the one that isn't for cameras. I've seen it 4 times in 4 weeks and I've started counting them without knowing when I started counting them." 45 minutes went by without either of us noticing. He stood up first. Offered me a hand. I took it, briefly, the 2 seconds it takes to pull someone from the floor, and let go immediately. His hand was warm and I'm noting that I noticed it, which is the problem. "You should sleep," I said. "You're on the ice in 8 hours." "I know." He looked down at me for a moment with the expression I still can't completely map. "Thank you for sitting on this carpet with me." "Don't thank me." The carpet was deeply ordinary. He almost laughed. "Good night, Cole." Not Marin. Cole. My surname alone, no prefix, the way you'd say the name of a person you're familiar with, not formal, not casual, something specifically in between. A name said in a voice that knew the person behind it. I felt it somewhere under my sternum, which is the kind of response that belongs in the category of things I do not put in session logs. "Good night," I said. "Get some sleep." He went back to his room. The door clicked shut. I stood in the corridor for a moment with my phone in my hand and the ice machine humming and the particular feeling of something that had just happened that I needed to file under a category that didn't exist yet in my organizational system. Then I turned toward my own door. At the far end of the corridor, 30 feet, maybe 35, a door was closed and the hallway was empty except for the small figure of a woman in hotel sweats with a press credential lanyard around her neck that she hadn't taken off. Standing still. Watching me. Dark hair. Sharp eyes. A phone in her hand that, even at this distance, was clearly angled in our direction. I looked directly at her. She looked directly back. Neither of us moved for a full 3 seconds. Then she turned and walked the other way and disappeared around the corner. I stood very still in the corridor. The ice machine cycled. I looked at the door she'd turned away from. Then at the corner where she'd gone. Then I went to my room and sat on the edge of the bed with the lights off and the city outside the window doing its indifferent orange glow, and I thought about 45 minutes on a hotel carpet and a woman with a press lanyard who had been watching all of it, and the specific feeling of a situation that had just gotten more complicated than I'd been telling myself it was. Chapter 8. Bone and Blood. Jamie's POV. There are hits you take that your body forgets by the next morning. And there are hits that your body files away in the permanent record, the one that doesn't care what you tell the coaching staff or the media or the person you share a bed with. The record that is kept in tissue and bone and doesn't negotiate. Game 4. 41 seconds left in the second period. We're up 2-1, holding the series lead at 2-1, one win from closing out the first round at home. The arena in Vancouver is loud in the particular hostile way of a building that knows its team's season is on the line and has decided that volume is the last tool available. I take the puck behind the net. Standard play, I've run this particular sequence 10,000 times, puck on my backhand, pivot off the left post, distribute to Remy at the point. I know it's coming before the guy gets there. I know his angle. I start the pivot. He's faster than his shift average. By maybe a quarter second. That's all it takes. He hits me square on the right side, shoulder into shoulder, legal contact, the kind of hit that gets a clip on the post-game highlight reel and nothing more, and my back goes into the boards and my right arm takes the full compression load on the AC joint and the pain isn't a 4 or a 6 or any number I've given anyone. It's white. Just for a second. A whiteout, the specific kind that comes with impact on an already compromised structure, and then it's gone and it's pain again, real and sharp and spreading, and I'm still on my feet and the puck is loose and I have 41 seconds to get through. I get through them. I have no memory of exactly how. The buzzer goes. I come off the ice at the bench gate and Hartley is 3 feet away and I walk past him without slowing and keep going down the tunnel because if I stop moving I'm going to have to perform something I don't currently have the performance capacity for. In the tunnel I slow down because slowing down is not the same as stopping, and at least here there are no cameras and no crowd and no coaching staff expecting the face. I'm holding my right arm against my body. Not consciously, my body made that decision on its own, the instinct to protect the thing that is hurt, the way you hold a wound even when you know holding it doesn't help. I hear footsteps. Fast, purposeful footsteps that are not the heavy boot sound of a trainer or equipment staff. Lighter. Familiar, which is the problem. I've learned the sound of her in a hallway the way you learn the sound of things that have become important without your permission. I stop moving. She comes around the corner from the direction of the medical station, and she takes one look at my arm and the way I'm standing, and I watch her face do something that she locks down almost immediately, a flash of something sharp and unguarded, gone in a second, replaced by the clinical expression. But I saw it. I'm very good at reading what people show for half a second before they know they're showing it. What I saw wasn't professional concern. I don't have time to think about what that means. How bad? She asks. She's in front of me now, close enough to reach the shoulder. She doesn't reach it yet. She's looking at my face. Tell me the truth. The tunnel is empty. Down at the far end, I can hear the intermission noise from the arena, the crowd shifting, the music playing. In 20 minutes I need to be back on that ice for the third period with a number on my back and AC on my chest and a building full of people who need to believe I am exactly who they think I am. Right now I'm standing in a tunnel with my arm held against my side and a woman looking at me like she's asking the question nobody else has ever bothered to ask. 8, I say. She doesn't flinch. Her eyes stay on mine, level and steady. The impact site or the joint? Both. The impact spread to the joint. Maybe 30 seconds after the hit. She nods. One hand comes up, careful, no sudden movement, the hand of someone who understands that the body in pain has a threat response that needs to be respected before it can be examined. She touches the anterior shoulder first, just her fingertips, reading the tissue through the jersey. I breathe. She works. The AC is reactive, she says quietly. Not decompensated. The spreading pain is the surrounding musculature, it's guarding the joint, which is normal and also why it feels larger than the injury itself. Her hand moves. Can you raise the arm? I raise it. About 60 degrees before the pain makes the decision for me. Okay. She brings the arm back down. Carefully. That's your range right now. Don't push past it. I have a third period. She looks at me. Her face says something very specific that her mouth doesn't say. Marin. Don't, she says. The series. I know about the series. She keeps her voice low, controlled, and I can hear the effort in it, the effort of a person holding two things at once, the clinical reality and something else underneath it, and keeping both of them manageable. I know exactly what is at stake tonight and I know what you're going to say next. Then let me say it. Playing on this right now risks. I know what it risks. I look at her straight. I need her to hear this, not the organizational version or the contract version or the version that lives in the file, the real one. I know what it risks. I'm asking you to tell me whether the risk is one that ends my career or one that costs me 3 weeks of recovery. That's what I need to know. She stares at me. The tunnel holds us. 20 years of my life are on the ice 50 yards from where I'm standing. Everything I told Marin about, the street in Montreal, the kids in my jersey, the empty banner spot at the top of the arena, is on the other side of one more period. If you play this period and take no further impact to the site, she says, slowly and precisely, like she is measuring every word before she releases it, the current injury is manageable. The structural damage is not in the territory of permanent tonight. She pauses. If you take another hit in that exact spot, same angle, same compression, we leave the manageable category. What's the probability of that specific hit in one period? I'm not a statistician. Estimate. She closes her eyes for exactly 1 second. Opens them. Low. But not 0. I look at her. She looks back at me. This is the conversation. Right here, in this tunnel, with the crowd noise coming down from the arena and her hand still resting lightly on my shoulder and my arm against my body and the third period waiting. This is the conversation that the past 7 years of every therapist I've had have never included, the real one, the one with actual numbers and actual risk and an actual person on the other side of it who is giving me the information and then letting me decide. Wrap it, I say. Jamie. I'm not asking you to approve it, I say quietly. I'm asking you to wrap it so that if I do take contact tonight, the joint has the best possible support. That's your clinical call. The decision to play is mine. She looks at me for a long moment. Then she reaches into the bag she has over her shoulder and she doesn't say yes and she doesn't say no. She pulls out the strapping tape and the specific support bandaging she carries and she says, "Take the jersey off." I do. She works fast and precise. I've been in this woman's hands enough times now to know the specific feel of the way she straps a joint, tight, purposeful, never more than is needed, each layer calculated. Her hands don't shake. She doesn't talk while she does it. Her jaw is set the way it gets when she's working through something she doesn't entirely want to be working through. When she's done, she smooths the final layer of tape and doesn't move her hands immediately. They rest for 1 extra second on the strapped shoulder, not clinical, not adjusting anything, just there. Then she steps back. If the pain goes above 8 during the period, she says, "You come off." No discussion, no hero moment. You come off. Agreed. I'm serious. I know you are. I agreed. She hands me the jersey. I pull it on. She watches me settle it over the strapping without offering to help, which is the correct thing to do and also, somehow, the kind of thing that tells me she understands exactly who I am, that I need to be able to stand in that tunnel and put my own jersey on. "Thank you," I say. She shakes her head slightly. Not disagreeing, more like she doesn't have a word for what this is and the absence of the right word has come out as a headshake. 8 is the ceiling, she says again. Her voice is steady and her eyes are not quite, and I see what's behind them, what she showed for half a second when she first rounded the corner and found me with my arm against my body. The thing that was not professional concern. I know, I say. I go back to the ice. The third period runs 14 minutes before we score the empty net goal that closes it out. I take 2 minor contacts, one along the boards, one in open ice, and neither hits the site. The pain sits at 7 the whole period. I play every shift. When the buzzer goes and the bench empties onto the ice and Remy finds me in the chaos and grabs the back of my neck and says something into my ear that I can't hear over the building, I am thinking about one thing. She'd been waiting in that tunnel for exactly this. I realized it as soon as I saw her face, the way she'd come around that corner without being called, without a radio signal from Peters or a message from the bench. She'd been watching from the medical station and she'd known, and she'd moved before anyone else had, and when I'd looked at her the thing I'd seen in her face before she locked it down was fear. Specific, personal fear. Not clinical concern about an injury in her management. Fear about me. I stand in the celebration on the ice and I feel the shoulder answering with its honest report, sharp, reactive, real, and I feel something else entirely sitting right next to the pain, something I have not felt in a long time. The particular weight of being someone that a person is afraid for. Not the franchise. Not the captain. Me. In the locker room 20 minutes later, Remy sits next to me at the stall while the room celebrates around us. He doesn't say anything for a while. He's reading me the way he always reads me, patient and thorough and getting there whether I help him or not. "The tunnel," he says finally. "Quiet enough that it's just between us." "Yeah." "How bad was it?" 8. He goes still. "Jamie." "I know." "She wrapped you." "Yes." Another silence. He looks at his hands. "She was in that tunnel before Peters knew you were hurting." "How did she?" He stops. "She was watching," I say. Remy looks at me for a long moment with the expression he saves for things that are bigger than he's going to comment on directly. He nods, slow. Looks away. "I'll drive you to the airport," he says. "I know the way to the airport, Remy." "I know you do." He stands up. "I'll drive you anyway." I look at the locker room. The noise of it. 20 men celebrating something real, something earned, the particular joy that only exists at the end of a series win. I should be inside this moment. I am, partly. I always am. But a larger part of me is still in a tunnel 50 minutes ago, standing in front of a woman who looked at me with something she wasn't prepared to feel, and said 8 is the ceiling in a voice that was professional on the surface and something entirely different underneath it. And told me the truth. For the second time since I first sat on her table, someone told me the absolute truth about my own body without agenda, without management, without the organizational layer that turns every real thing in this building into a version of itself. I keep thinking about the difference between what it costs to receive that and what it costs not to. I've been paying the second price for 7 years. I'm starting to think I've been getting it wrong. Chapter 9. The Protocol. Marin's POV. I sat in my hotel room until 3 in the morning and argued with myself. Not out loud. I'm not the kind of person who argues out loud with themselves. But the argument happened, fully formed and thorough, in the specific internal space where I do my most important thinking, the place that doesn't care about organizational politics or career implications or the way a man looked at me in a tunnel 40 minutes before I had to watch him go back on the ice. It only cares about what's right. The question was straightforward, clinically speaking. A patient in my care had sustained impact to a documented existing injury. Standard protocol required incident documentation filed with the team's chief medical officer within 24 hours of any in-game contact event involving a player on active injury management. Filing that report would trigger an automatic medical review. A medical review of Jamie's shoulder, the real shoulder, with my accurate assessments attached, would result in a fitness to play evaluation. That evaluation, conducted honestly, would put him on the injured list. End of playoff run. End of series. End of everything he'd been building toward for 7 years. That was option 1. Option 2 was that I continued treating him within my professional scope, which was legitimate, documented, within my clinical authority, and monitored closely, and did not file an incident report for an in-game contact event that I had personally assessed as non-structural and within manageable parameters. That was the edge. That was exactly where the line lived. I sat on the hotel bed with my clinical notes open on my laptop and the imaging results from before the series pulled up on my phone, and I thought about every version of this situation I could construct. Then I thought about Kowalski's file. The follow-up imaging that was never ordered. The pain rating that was written as a 3 when I would bet everything I've built that Jamie gave him a higher number. The 6 months of notes that said fine, fine, fine while the tissue underneath was quietly building toward the injury I was now managing. The radiologist's recommendation sitting at the bottom of a page like a note someone hoped would get lost. Someone had already made the choice to misrepresent this patient's condition on paper. They had made it for organizational reasons, to keep a number green on a roster chart, to protect a playoff run, to serve a general manager who had a very specific interest in the face of his franchise remaining available. I was not going to be the ethical line in a system that had already chosen to operate without one. But I also wasn't going to abandon the line myself. There was a difference between those two things and the difference mattered. I opened a new document. Started typing. He came in the next morning at 6 a.m. looking like a man who had slept 4 hours and was running on the specific fuel of a series win and the momentum that carries athletes through rounds they probably shouldn't be healthy enough to play. His eyes were clear. His jaw was set. He was performing fine and he was not even slightly fine, and by now I could tell the difference with the accuracy of someone who has been reading him for 5 weeks. Sit, I said. He sat on the table without argument, which told me the shoulder was talking loud enough this morning that he didn't have the energy to manage the room on top of managing it. I worked through the assessment. The AC joint was more reactive than the day before, impact residue, tissue that had been asked to absorb more than it wanted to. Not structural change. Not the line we'd identified as the catastrophic category. But angrier than before and requiring acknowledgement. I worked in silence for 8 minutes. He let me. When I finished the palpation sequence, I stepped back and looked at him. I need to tell you what I did last night, I said. He looked at me steadily. Okay. Standard protocol for in-game contact involving a player on active injury management requires a medical incident report filed with Peters within 24 hours. I kept my voice level. Filing that report triggers a medical review. A review of your shoulder, accurately documented, results in a fitness to play evaluation. I paused. You know what that means. Injured list, he said. Yes. The room was very quiet. I didn't file the report, I said. He didn't move. What I did instead, I continued, was document last night's contact event in full, the impact site, my on-site assessment, the pain rating you gave me, the strapping decision and my clinical justification for it, the third period monitoring from the bench area. Everything. I picked up my laptop and turned it toward him. It's all here. Accurate, complete, time-stamped. It exists in a secure file that is not in the organizational system. He looked at the screen. Then at me. I made the decision not to file the incident report because my clinical assessment of the contact event placed the resulting condition within my professional management scope, I said. That is a legitimate clinical call and I can defend it. But I want you to understand that it's a line. The shoulder stays in the manageable category and I can stand behind this decision. It crosses into structural territory and the decision changes, immediately, regardless of where we are in the series. There's no playoff round that changes that outcome. I understand, he said. I need you to hear what I just said before you say you understand. He looked at me. I heard it. If this comes out, the documentation outside the system, the decision not to report, Voss will use it. He doesn't need it to be unethical. He just needs it to look complicated, and in this organization, complicated gets redirected through his office and out the door. I held his gaze. I want you to understand what I'm risking, not because I want you to feel responsible for it, but because you deserve to make an informed decision about whether this is how you want to proceed. He was very still. His eyes were doing the thing they do when he is actually processing rather than waiting for his turn to respond, moving slightly, not at me but through me, following a thought to its end. You'd lose your job, he said. Quiet. Specific. Not a question. Possibly. And you're doing it anyway. I'm doing it because the alternative is filing a report in a system that has already demonstrated it doesn't use medical information to protect patients. It uses it to protect the organization. I put the laptop down. I'm not protecting you. I'm doing my job correctly in a context where doing it correctly requires working around a corrupted process. I paused. There's a difference. He looked at me for a long time. Not the assessment look, the other one. The one I have been refusing to catalog accurately because cataloging it accurately would require me to do something about it. Is the shoulder manageable through the next round? He asked finally. If the protocol holds and you're honest with me about what you're feeling. Yes. I picked up the treatment plan I'd revised at 2 in the morning. I've modified the sequencing to account for last night. 3 sessions a week is now a minimum, not a target. I need 30 minutes with you before every game, not optional, not negotiable. And if the pain breaks 8 at any point during a game and you stay on the ice, I pull the file. All of it. Immediately. He took the treatment plan from me. Read it. Not a scan, he actually read it, the way he reads everything I give him, like a man who has decided to take something seriously and intends to do it completely. When he finished he set it on the table beside him. Okay, he said. That's not enough. I need you to tell me you understand every condition. I understand every condition. He met my eyes. Marin. Just my name. The way he says it when he wants me to stop being a document and look at him as a person. I looked at him as a person. That was the problem. I'd been doing it for 5 weeks and I'd been calling it clinical observation and I needed to stop lying to myself about what it was. I understand what this costs you, he said. And I understand that you're doing it the right way regardless of the cost, because that's how you do everything. He paused. I just want you to know that I see it. Even if I can't, he stopped. Looked at the window. Even if I can't say more than that right now. The room held that sentence for a moment. I picked up the treatment chart. Lie down. I want to do the full mobilization sequence before morning skate. He lay down. I started the sequence. The session ran 40 minutes and neither of us said anything else that needed to be said, because sometimes the most important things live in the space between what is said and what is understood, and today the space between us was already full. That evening I called my mother. She answered on the 3rd ring, her voice carrying the particular warm static of her kitchen, background radio, the sound of something on the stove. She has been in that kitchen for 30 years and it sounds the same every time I call regardless of the hour or the continent. Marin. She says my name like it's complete in itself. How are you? I'm fine. A pause. You call me at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday when you're fine. I looked at the ceiling of my hotel room. I made a professional decision today that has some risk attached to it. What kind of risk? The kind that could affect my position here. She was quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of someone who doesn't have a response, my mother always has a response. The quiet of someone choosing which response to give. Was it the right decision? Yes. Then what are you calling me about? I almost laughed. I don't know. Reassurance, maybe. You don't need reassurance. You need someone to confirm what you already know. Another pause. The radio in her kitchen shifted to something softer. You know what you're doing, Marin. You always have. When I hung up, the room was very quiet. You know what you're doing. Walk like it. I put the phone on the nightstand and opened my secure file and added 3 more lines of documentation to the incident notes from last night. Then I closed the laptop and went to sleep. Chapter 10. Scar Tissue. Jamie's POV. The conference semifinals start Friday. It's Wednesday night, 11:40, and I'm sitting on the treatment table while Marin works through the post-practice shoulder sequence, and I've been here long enough now that the room feels like mine in some way I don't have a clean word for. Not the way the locker room is mine, that's professional, built, deliberate. This is something quieter. The kind of belonging that doesn't announce itself. She's been quieter tonight than usual. Still present, she's always present, every movement purposeful, every response immediate, but something is sitting with her that I haven't asked about yet. I've been watching it from the edges of the session, the way you watch weather through a window. How long has the left side been compensating, she asks. She's working the posterior rotator cuff on the uninjured side, the slow cross-friction technique she uses when she wants the tissue to release rather than just react. Marin. I'm asking clinically. You've been asking less clinically than usual tonight. Her hands pause for half a second. Resume. How long? I look at the ceiling. The compensation pattern or the original injury? The original. 3rd season, I say. March. Road game in Philadelphia. She doesn't say anything. Her hands keep moving. And the thing is, I've never said that out loud in a clinical setting. Not to Martinez, who I trusted. Not to Kowalski, who I understood. I've said Philadelphia to exactly 2 people, Remy, and a sports lawyer I consulted privately who told me my case was viable and also inadvisable and I'd never called him back. I don't know why I'm about to say it to her. Except that her hands are on the shoulder, and the shoulder is the place where the story lives, and she has been reading the story through her palms for 5 weeks without knowing the chapter it started in. There was a teammate, I say. Cole Drayson. He was 22. 2 years into his entry-level contract, and the organization loved him, great numbers, good media, the kind of talent that makes GMs talk about the future. I pause. I was 24. Already captain. My contract had 2 years left and the extension negotiation wasn't going well, the numbers they were offering didn't reflect the seasons I'd given them, and I'd said as much, and it had gotten uncomfortable. Her hands keep moving. She doesn't prompt me. We were killing a penalty. Drayson and I. He called a play, and inside cut off the left board, standard sequence. I move to the position. I look at the ceiling. The emergency lighting in here casts the same dim orange as the arena at 4 a.m. and sometimes when the building is empty that color makes everything feel like the truth. He ran me instead of the puck. Full speed. Left shoulder first, right boards. Perfectly positioned to look like I'd misread the cut. The room is very still. He knew the play was illegal, I say. I knew it the second it happened. You spend enough time on the ice and you know the difference between a mistake and a decision. I say it without bitterness. It left me a long time ago, the bitterness, what's left is cleaner and harder. Just the fact. I had a separated shoulder. 3 weeks out. We were in the 2nd round. What happened to Drayson? Her voice is neutral. Professional neutral, the register that means she's holding whatever reaction she's having behind the clinical door and choosing to keep it there. Nothing. The league reviewed it and called it incidental contact. The organization issued a statement saying it was an unfortunate accident. I pause. Drayson signed a 5-year extension 2 weeks later. $9 million per. Silence. My extension negotiation resolved that summer, I say. The numbers they'd been refusing to move on moved. Which could have been coincidence. I let that sit. I've spent 6 years not knowing whether what happened in Philadelphia was a hit or a message. Marin's hands go still. Not the clinical pause, the full stop. She stays behind me with her hands resting lightly on the shoulder, not moving, not removing them. Just there. Did you tell anyone at the time? She asks. My agent. He said I couldn't prove intent and going public with an unprovable accusation would do more damage to me than to anyone else. I close my eyes for a second. He was right. Probably. I didn't push it. And the shoulder was managed as a grade 2 separation. Standard return to play protocol. I came back in 4 weeks and played the rest of the round. I pause. It's never been right since. Small degrees. Nothing that ends a career on its own. Just, the tissue has a history now. You can feel it. The way something that's been broken and healed keeps the memory of the break. Scar tissue, she says quietly. Yeah. She starts moving again, slower now, more deliberate, working along the area she's been building toward the whole session. The place where old damage lives in new tissue, years after the original event. I feel it differently now that she knows what she's touching. Like the shoulder has been translated. The reason I stopped trusting people in this building, I say, is not just Voss. It's that Voss exists in a building where what happened to me in Philadelphia was possible. Where an organization could absorb that and call it incidental and hand out a contract extension and keep going. I pause. I kept going too. I didn't have another option. But something closed after that. Something about what I'd let myself count on from the people around me. She's quiet for a moment. Then, that makes sense. 3 words. No follow-up, no analysis, no attempt to reframe or redirect. Just that makes sense, in a voice that means she received what I said and is holding it without adding anything to it. It's the most powerful thing anyone has done with anything I've said in a very long time. I turn around. She's standing with her hands at her sides, and her expression is not the clinical mask and not the professional neutral. It's the real face, the one underneath everything, where she actually lives. She's looking at me the way she looks at things she wants to understand completely, and whatever she's finding in my face right now she isn't looking away from it. 6 years, she says. You've been carrying that for 6 years. I'm good at carrying things. I know you are. She holds my gaze. You shouldn't have had to. The room is very small. I am aware, in the specific way that you become aware of physics in a contained space, of exactly how far away she is from me right now. The distance could be closed in 2 steps and I am not going to close it and she is not going to close it and we both know neither of us is going to close it, and the knowing sits in the room like its own presence. She looks at the counter. Picks up the end of the session tape. Give me your arm. I give her my arm. She tapes the shoulder for the night, the light support wrap she does at the end of sessions that holds the joint in place while the tissue recovers. Her hands are steady. Mine are, too. We're both very good at steady. When she finishes, she smooths the last strip of tape the way she always does, 1 extra second of flat pressure, habit or care or both, and she steps back and picks up her pen. How do you feel? She asks. Clinical voice. Back in the frame. Better than when I came in. Good. She writes. Same time Friday before the game. I want a full mobility check before warm-ups. Okay. I stand. Pick up my jacket. Move to the door with the specific unhurry of a man who is not hurrying because hurrying would admit that the room is difficult to leave. Marin. She looks up from the notes. Thank you, I say. For listening. Not as a therapist. As a person. She looks at me for a long moment. You're welcome, she says. As a person. I leave. In the elevator down to the parking garage, I stand against the back wall and look at my reflection in the metal door and think about 6 years of carrying a thing alone, and the specific weight shift that happens when you tell it to someone and they don't flinch. I think about Drayson in Philadelphia and the version of myself that closed after that, and I think about a woman in a treatment room who listened to the whole story and said that makes sense like it was the simplest true thing in the world. It was. I just needed someone to say it. Chapter 11. What Lena Knows. Marin's POV. Lena put a green smoothie on my desk on Thursday morning without being asked and sat down in the chair across from me without being invited and looked at me with the expression she reserves for situations she has decided require direct intervention. I kept my eyes on my laptop. I'm in the middle of something. You've been in the middle of something for 5 weeks, she said. Finish your sentence and then look at me. I finished my sentence. Looked at her. She had her hands wrapped around her own cup and her legs crossed in the particular stillness of a woman who has made up her mind to have a conversation and is simply waiting for me to catch up to where she already is. Lena is the most patient person I know when patience is a strategy. When it isn't a strategy, she's direct to the point of surgical. I see the way you look at the injury schedule, she said. I picked up the smoothie. I look at the injury schedule because I'm the athletic therapist and it's literally my schedule. You look at it the way you check your phone when you're waiting for a text. That's not Marin. Lena. She looked at me without blinking. I put the smoothie down. Outside the window of my office, the practice facility was starting its morning noise, the distant bump of equipment, the sound of voices from the weight room. Normal. Ordinary. The sound of a job I had worked for years to get and intended to keep. You don't have to tell me what's happening, she said. I'm not asking for a confession. I already know what's happening because I have eyes and I've known you for 3 years and you've been coming in on mornings after road games looking like someone who was up until midnight. I said nothing. I'm not judging you, she said. Quieter now. The direct voice had shifted to the other one, the Lena I'd met in the cab in Chicago, the one who tells true things because she cares about the person she's telling them to. I know what you're doing and I know why and I know it's real. Whatever it is. She paused. I'm worried about what happens when this gets complicated. It's not going to get complicated. She looked at me. I'm managing it, I said. I'm professional in every session. The documentation is correct. Everything is within the clinical scope. Nothing has, I stopped. Nothing has crossed a line. I know nothing has crossed a line, she said. That's not what I'm worried about. She put her cup down. I'm worried about the moment it does. Not because you'll make the wrong call, you'll make the right call, you always make the right call. But because the right call in this organization, with this situation, with what you've already found in that file, she stopped. The right call is going to cost you something. And I want to know you've thought about that. The room held the question. I had thought about it. I'd been thinking about it since Wednesday night in a hotel room in Vancouver, since the morning after the tunnel, since every 6 a.m. session when Jamie walked in and sat on my table and gave me honest pain ratings like he was placing something valuable in my hands. I had thought about the cost. I knew the shape of it. A general manager who had already looked at me on day one like a bet he wasn't sure about. A medical system in this building that had been running on organized omission for at least 2 years. A career I had earned through a combination of ability and refusal to make myself smaller, and the specific vulnerability of someone who is one compelling narrative away from being cast as the story that protects everyone else. I knew all of it. What I hadn't done was say it out loud to another person. It's already complicated, I said. Lena was very still. The file, I said. There are documentation discrepancies. Significant ones. I've been building a secondary record since week 1. I don't know yet what I'm going to do with it or when, but I have it, and when this playoff run ends there's going to be a moment where staying silent about it becomes its own kind of decision. I looked at the window. I know what that moment is going to cost. And the other thing, Lena said gently. The thing that isn't the file. I was quiet. It's already complicated, I said again. The same sentence. Meaning the same thing, but about something different, and we both knew it. Lena was quiet for a moment. She picked up her cup, put it down again. You're not your mother. I looked at her sharply. I know that's what you're running from, she said. Not him. Not the job. That. She held my gaze. You've been afraid of this exact situation your whole career because you watched your mother give something up for a man, and you decided you'd never be that person, and it was the right decision except you've applied it like a rule that has no exceptions and now you're sitting across from an exception and you don't know what to do with it. The silence was very loud. She wasn't wrong. She was almost never wrong about this specific category of thing, which is both the reason I told her about my mother in the first place and the reason I occasionally regret it. You don't have to decide anything today, she said. I'm just asking you to stop pretending it isn't already complicated. Because it is, and you know it, and pretending otherwise is the one thing I've watched you do that's not like you. I looked at my laptop. The session schedule. Jamie's name in the 6 a.m. slot on Friday and Monday and the post-game window that I'd stopped officially scheduling because some part of me had decided that keeping it unofficial made it something other than what it was. I looked at that for a long time. Okay, I said. Okay, what? Okay, it's complicated. I said it without looking up. Quietly. Like saying it softly would keep the size of it manageable. It's already complicated. I know it. I've known it. I looked at her. I don't know what to do about knowing it. You don't have to do anything about it right now, she said. You just have to stop lying to the session log. I almost laughed. The session log. No complications, she said, with the flat precision of a woman who has clearly read over my shoulder at some point during the last 5 weeks. You've been writing it at the end of every entry. I noticed. I opened my mouth. I wasn't snooping, she said. It was open on your desk. And it's, Marin, it's the one thing in those notes that isn't accurate. I closed my mouth. She was right. She stood up. Picked up her cup. The morning was fully alive outside now, the building running on its normal schedule, the world of professional hockey going about its business. She moved to the door, stopped, looked back at me. There's something else, she said. Her voice had changed. Something in it had flattened, not worried, exactly. Something more like careful. Sofia Reyes came to me on Tuesday, she said. She was doing what she said was background research on the training staff. Asked general questions, how long I'd been with the organization, what my role involved, whether I found the new medical staff integration smooth. She paused. And then she asked, very casually, whether I'd noticed any changes in Captain Callahan's availability to the training room since the new therapist joined. The room went cold. I looked at Lena. I told her I don't track individual player availability and she'd need to direct specific questions to Peters, Lena said. She thanked me and walked away. Another pause. I didn't think much of it until you just told me about the file. I sat with that for a moment. Sofia Reyes. Dark hair. Press credential lanyard. The far end of a hotel corridor in Vancouver at 1 a.m, watching. How casual was the question? I asked. The kind of casual that takes practice, Lena said. She left. I sat at my desk and looked at the session schedule and the smoothie going warm on my desk and the name in the 6 a.m. slot on Friday, and I thought about a reporter who was asking specific questions with practiced casualness, and a file with photographs that existed on a secure drive, and an organization with a GM who noted things and waited, and a situation that I had just admitted out loud was already complicated. I thought about all of it and then I thought about one specific thing inside it. The moment in the treatment room last night when Jamie turned around and looked at me with the scar tissue story still fresh in the room between us, and I said that makes sense, and he looked at me like those 3 words had done something to him that 6 years of professional hockey hadn't. I knew, in the specific quiet of my office at 8:15 on a Thursday morning, that the thing I'd been calling clinical observation and professional concern and careful management was none of those things. Had not been any of those things for at least 2 weeks. It was something else. Something I hadn't let myself name because naming it makes it real, and real things have consequences, and consequences in this specific situation included a reporter asking careful questions and a GM who watched me on day 1 like a bet he wasn't sure about and a file in a secure cloud folder that I might one day have to use. I sat with the named thing for exactly 3 minutes. Then I opened the session log for Friday's appointment and started preparing the pre-game protocol. The entry had a blank line at the bottom where I usually wrote the closing note. I left it empty for now. No complications had always been a lie. I wasn't going to write it again. Chapter 12. The Midpoint Break. Jamie's POV. We win Game 6 on a power play goal with 43 seconds left in regulation. Remy scores it. He beats the goalie low blocker side on a shot he's been missing all series, and the building comes apart the way buildings come apart when 50,000 people have been holding something collectively for 2 hours and suddenly don't have to hold it anymore. The bench clears. The ice fills. Remy disappears into a wall of red and white jerseys and I find him in the middle of it anyway because I always find him, the way you always find the person you've been playing beside for 7 years. I grab the back of his neck. He grabs mine. We don't say anything. We don't need to. 7 years of this and we have a whole language that doesn't use words. The conference final. We're in the conference final. I do the handshake line with both teams the way I always do, eye contact, firm grip, something real said to the opponents I respect and something real said to the ones I don't that just takes a different form. It's ritual. It matters. You don't shortchange the handshake line regardless of what the scoreboard says. Then the press. I do 12 minutes in the corridor outside the locker room. I give them the captain answers, team effort, proud of these guys, we know the work isn't done, focused on recovery, and I smile at the right moments and answer the difficult question about our penalty kill with enough honesty that the reporter feels like she got something useful. I've been doing this for 7 years. I know the rhythm of it the way I know the rhythm of the game. The whole time, my shoulder is running a steady 7. Not 8. I'm monitoring it the way Marin taught me to monitor it, not the old way, where I'd find the number that was small enough to file away and move past, but the real way. The actual number. 7. The AC joint took contact in the second period on a clean check that landed wrong and I've been holding 7 since the third and doing it in the specific invisible way that I've been doing for 6 months, the face exactly right, the weight of the arm distributed so the performance looks like nothing at all. The press wraps. The corridor empties. I walk the tunnel toward the locker room where the room is already celebrating. I can hear it from here, the particular noise of men who fought for something and got it, champagne and music and the specific animal joy of a locker room after a series win. I should go in there. That's where I'm supposed to be right now. I stop walking. She's at the far end of the tunnel. She has a cold pack in her right hand and she's standing still in the way she stands when she's been waiting, not restless, not checking her phone, just present and patient the way only a few people I've ever known manage to be present and patient. She's still in her work clothes, jacket on, badge clipped, and she's looking at me with an expression I have learned by now to read with some accuracy. It says, I know exactly what that cost you. Not the game. The performance. The 12 minutes of press with a 7 sitting in my shoulder and the face exactly right and nobody in that corridor seeing a single thing I didn't let them see. She sees it. She always sees it. That's been the running truth of the last 6 weeks. I cross the distance without deciding to. I don't think about it. I don't calculate it. I don't run the version of myself that manages the room and the optics and the professional context. I just walk the length of the tunnel and when I reach her I put my arms around her, carefully, left arm doing the work, right side easy, and she goes still for exactly 1 second. Then she puts one hand on my back. It lasts maybe 4 seconds. Not long. Not lingering. But real in the specific way that means it isn't about anything except 2 people and the weight that one of them has been carrying and the fact that the other one knows about it. She steps back first. I let her. Her hand drops from my back and she puts a small distance between us and her face goes through something quick and quiet that I don't try to read because whatever it is she's working through, she needs to work through it on her own terms. She holds out the cold pack. I take it. Our fingers don't touch. The handoff happens in the specific careful space we've been maintaining for 6 weeks, the one that's been getting harder to maintain without discussing why it's hard. Shoulder, she says. Steady. Professional. 7. Consistent or climbing? Consistent since the second. She nods. Makes a note on the small pad she carries. Ice it now. I'll do a full assessment in an hour when the room clears. Okay. She caps the pen. Doesn't look up immediately. Good game, she says. Quiet, like it came out before she decided to send it. The locker room noise is coming down the tunnel toward us. I can hear Dimitri's voice and the music getting louder and someone, Theo, probably, it's always Theo, laughing at a volume that suggests champagne has already been opened. I look at Marin. She's looking at her notepad. Marin, I say. She looks up. I don't say anything. I don't have the word for what I want to say, or maybe I have it and I know the room we're standing in is not the room to say it. But I look at her long enough that the word lives between us without being spoken, and she looks back at me long enough that I know she's received it. She nods once. Small. The particular nod that means she understands something she isn't ready to respond to yet. I go into the locker room. The celebration runs 3 hours. I'm in every moment of it the way a captain is supposed to be, present, vocal, the stable center of the room while the room goes sideways around me. I pour champagne over Remy's head and he retaliates immediately. I say the right things to Theo, who is crying in the corner with the particular unguarded joy of a 20-year-old for whom this is still new enough to be overwhelming. I shake Peter's hand and Hartley's hand and I let the room be what it needs to be. All of it is real. The joy is real. The pride is real. The particular fullness of a locker room that has just done a hard thing, that's as real as anything I've felt in 7 years. And underneath all of it, in the quiet place where I actually live when nobody's watching, something else is sitting. 4 seconds. The weight of my arms. Her hand flat on my back. The way she stepped back first and I let her and we both knew, in the step and the letting, that a line had moved. Not crossed. Moved. There's a difference and both of us understand it. Remy appears beside me at some point after midnight. The room has thinned. The champagne is mostly gone. He has a water bottle and the expression he always has at the end of big nights, present, quiet, processing. Good night, he says. Yeah, I say. He looks at me for a moment. The tunnel. I don't answer. I came out for equipment right after the press, he says, carefully. I saw the end of it. The room holds that for a second. Remy. I'm not saying anything, he says. I'm just telling you I saw it. Okay. Okay. He takes a drink of water. How's the shoulder? 7. Go get it looked at. I go get it looked at. She's still in the treatment room at 12:30. I sit on the table and she works through the post-game assessment in near silence, the focused, thorough kind of silence that I've come to understand is not absence but presence. She gives her full attention to the work when the work is what the moment needs. The shoulder tells its story under her hands and she reads it carefully and when she's done she steps back and writes in the log. No new structural involvement, she says. The reactive tissue is from the second period contact. It'll respond well to overnight icing and the morning sequence. She writes. You were at 7 for 4 hours. I know. That's the top of the manageable range. I know that too. She looks up. Studies me for a moment with the real face, not the clinical mask. There's something in it that is new and also not new. Like something that's been there a long time has come closer to the surface. You should have told me at the second intermission, she says. I know. So why didn't you? I look at my hands. Because I needed to finish. Jamie. Because the series was there, I say. And the team needed me to finish it. And I knew I was inside the manageable range. I look up. And I knew you were watching. She's very still. I knew if it went past 8 you'd know before I told you, I say. That's not an excuse for not telling you. It's just, I've never had that before. Someone watching closely enough that the safety net was already there. I pause. It changed the math. The room is very quiet. She looks at me for a long time. Then she looks at the cold pack on the counter and picks it up and holds it out to me. Her hand is steady. Her face has done the thing it does when she's decided to hold something in place rather than let it move. Overnight icing, she says. Full sequence in the morning. 8 a.m., not 6, let the tissue rest. Okay. And next time you're at 7 at intermission, she says, you tell me. I take the cold pack. I will. Not because the safety net is there. She holds my gaze. Because I need the information. I look at her. She looks back. We both know the sentence she said is technically about clinical data and neither of us is fully talking about clinical data. I know, I say. She nods. Goes back to the log. I sit with the cold pack on my shoulder and the particular weight of a midpoint, not in a series, in something else. The feeling of standing exactly in the middle of a thing that has been building and knowing that from here, every step goes in a direction. I just don't know yet which one I'm going to take. Chapter 13. The Pullback. Marin's POV. I woke up the morning after the hug and made a decision before my feet hit the floor. It was clean and clear and I held it in both hands the way you hold something you've decided is necessary even though necessary doesn't always mean easy. The decision was this: I was a professional and I had a job to do and I was going to do it with the full discipline that had gotten me here, and what happened in a tunnel at 12:30 a.m. after a series win was something that lived in the category of human error, a moment of lowered guard, an understandable response to an emotionally charged situation, and it was not going to happen again. I was clear about this. I was certain. I held the certainty all the way to the facility. Jamie walked into the treatment room at 8 on the dot and I was already at the counter with the session notes open and my back positioned toward the door so that when he came in the first thing he encountered was the organized, functional back of a medical professional who had the protocol ready and the room set up and no available surface in her expression for anything outside of clinical purpose. "Morning," he said. "Lie down," I said. "I want to start with the posterior capsule while the tissue is still cool." A beat. "Good morning to you too." "Good morning." "Lie down." He lay down. I worked through the full sequence. Thorough, precise, correct in every movement. I asked the clinical questions: pain rating, overnight icing compliance, sleep quality as it relates to shoulder positioning, and I received clinical answers and I wrote them in the log and I did not look at his face any more than the work required. This was professional behavior. This was exactly correct. He was very quiet. That was the problem with Jamie. When he was loud, present, engaged, asking questions, telling me about Montreal or Lisbon or the specific geometry of a power play, it was manageable because there was content to respond to. When he was quiet in the particular way he was quiet this morning, the room filled with the absence of what he wasn't saying, and the absence was louder than anything he could have said out loud. He knew what I was doing. I knew he knew. He was giving me the space I was building around myself with a deliberateness that was almost worse than if he'd pushed against it. Because the pushing I could have resisted. The giving of space felt like being understood, and being understood by the person you're trying to put distance between yourself and is not a form of distance. I finished the posterior capsule sequence and moved to the anterior work. "Range on internal rotation," I said. He moved his arm through the sequence. I measured. Logged it. "Better than yesterday," I said. "Good." The overnight tissue response was positive. If this holds through the conference final prep week, I want to adjust the protocol. Marin. To include a targeted strengthening component for the corticoclavicular. Marin. I stopped. Looked at the counter. "I'm not going to say anything about last night," he said. Quiet. Careful. The voice he uses when he means every word and has chosen each one. "I just want you to know that I see what you're doing this morning and I'm not going to push against it." A pause. "But I need you to know that it doesn't change anything from my end. Whatever you need the room to look like today, the room looks like that. That's fine. I'll follow your lead." Another pause. "I just didn't want you to spend the whole session wondering whether I noticed." I stood at the counter with my pen in my hand. He had noticed. He always noticed. That was the core problem. A man who paid that quality of attention was a man who was very difficult to hide from, and I had been trying to hide from something that he had probably already named more clearly than I had. "Thank you," I said. Clinical voice, except it wasn't clinical voice. It was just my voice, the real one that sounds like me when I'm not managing the room. "Sure." He shifted on the table. "Can we do the left side sequence now? I've got film review at 10. "Yes," I said. I did the left side sequence. The rest of the session was professional and focused, and I asked the right questions and he gave the right answers, and when he left at 9:15 he said "see you Thursday" in a normal, easy tone and didn't look back at the door, and the room was exactly what it was supposed to be. I sat at my desk. The room was very loud with what had just happened. He'd given me the space I'd asked for without making me ask for it, and he told me he wasn't going to push, and the effect of all of that was that I sat at my desk feeling the specific ache of a person who had been handed exactly what they said they needed and discovered it wasn't what they wanted. That was information. I didn't know what to do with the information yet, so I picked up my phone and called my mother. She answered on the second ring. "Twice in 1 week," she said. Her voice was warm, slightly surprised, with the radio in the background as always. "Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," I said. I stopped. Looked at the window. "I wanted to hear your voice." A short pause. My mother is a perceptive woman who raised me alone after my father left when I was 9 and did it with the particular combination of competence and warmth that I have spent my entire adult life trying to emulate in professional form. She hears things I don't say. It used to bother me. Now I call her because of it. "What's going on?" she said. "Nothing. Just a situation at work." "A situation? A complicated one." "Complicated how?" I was quiet for a moment. The window showed the parking lot, a strip of gray sky, the ordinary world going about its ordinary morning business. "I'm being careful," I said. "About something I should be careful about." "Okay." She waited. "And being careful is the right thing to do." I paused. "And it feels wrong." My mother made a small sound. Not quite a laugh. More like the sound of someone who has had this conversation before, with themselves, in a different life, a different version of the same crossroads. She gave up a neurology residency for my father. She'd been in her second year when they met at a conference in Lagos. He was finishing his playing career, she was brilliant and young and not looking for anything, and he was the kind of man who made not looking irrelevant. She followed him to 3 cities in 4 years. She built a life around a man who was building a life around a sport, and then around the idea of a sport, and then around the memory of almost being something in a sport. He left when I was 9. She picked up the pieces and built a different life, a good one, genuinely good. She will tell you that herself without bitterness. She works in a clinic now. She is good at her work and she loves it. But she never finished the residency. She never says she regrets it. That is somehow the worst part. "You're not me," she said. "I know. I mean that. You're not making the same decision I made because the situations aren't the same." Her voice was gentle and entirely clear. "I followed a man because I thought love was about following. You're not following anyone. You're standing in your own place doing your own work, and there's a person in the same building who sees you while you do it." She paused. "Those are different things." "The risk is the same," I said. "If it goes wrong." "Everything has risk," she said. "Being careful is also a risk. I was careful for 2 years before your father, and careful felt like safety, and it wasn't." She paused. "Careful is just a slower kind of loss sometimes." I sat with that. The clock on my desk read 9:47. Jamie was somewhere in the facility heading to film review with the shoulder I'd just worked and the session I'd just given him and whatever he was carrying about last night that he'd offered to put in a drawer for my benefit. "I'm not ready to not be careful," I said. "I know," she said. "I'm not telling you to stop. A beat. I'm telling you to be honest about what you're doing. Careful and dishonest are 2 different things. You can be one without being the other." The call ended 12 minutes after it started. My mother said she loved me and to eat something and she'd call me Sunday. I put the phone down. Looked at the session log. The blank line at the bottom of this morning's entry. I typed, "Patient demonstrates continued progress. Protocol advancing as planned. No further notes." I looked at it. Deleted no further notes. Left the line empty. It wasn't honesty, but it was closer than no complications had ever been, and right now closer was what I had. Chapter 14. Sophia. Jamie's POV. I've done media for 12 years. I know every variety of question. The genuine ones. The fishing ones. The ones that are shaped like one thing and pointed at another. The ones where the reporter already has the story and they're just giving you a chance to comment before they run it, and the comment becomes part of the story whether you give one or not. Sofia Reyes is in the media room on a Tuesday afternoon, 3 days before Game 1 of the conference final, and I know all of this when she materializes at my elbow after the group availability session and says the thing that she says. I just didn't expect it today. The group availability had been standard. 8 of us, the core group Hartley sends to the pre-round sessions, me, Remy, Dimitri, Theo, and a few of the secondary guys. 40 minutes of questions about our preparation, our opponent, our emotional state after advancing, the shoulder health of 2 guys who'd been listed as day-to-day. Standard questions, standard answers. I've done this enough times that I can hold an engaging conversation with 12 reporters while using no actual brain capacity, which frees my actual brain to be somewhere else entirely. My actual brain has been somewhere else entirely for 3 days. The room cleared in stages. The reporters gathered their equipment, finished their recordings, moved out through the door in 1s and 2s. I was talking to a guy from the broadcast team about power play deployment, a real question, one that required genuine attention, and when the conversation ended I turned toward the exit and Sofia Reyes was there. She's 31 or 32, I've never asked. Sharp features, dark hair pulled back, the kind of professional composure that comes from years of getting people to say things they intended to keep to themselves. She covers the Wolves for a regional sports network that feeds content to 2 national platforms. She's good at her job. I've known her professionally for 3 years. She's always asked intelligent questions. Today she asks, "How's the shoulder, Captain?" Not "How are you?" Not "How's the team looking heading into the final?" Not any of the 12 natural follow-up questions from the availability session we just completed. The shoulder. The definite article. The shoulder, not a shoulder, not any shoulder concerns heading into the next round. The shoulder. Specific. Located. Like she knows which one. I've been doing press for 12 years. My face does exactly nothing. Feeling good, I say. Easy. The tone I use when I'm giving a real answer and also when I'm managing a dangerous one, the tone is identical by design. Good week of prep, body's responding well. She nods. Something behind her eyes is taking notes even as her face stays journalist pleasant. The organization noted you came off the ice briefly in Game 4 and returned for the 3rd period. Standard protocol. Routine check, I say. Comes off the ice all the time in playoff hockey. You know that. Of course. She smiles. Just following up. Appreciate it. I start moving. Good to see you, Sofia. You too, Captain. Good luck Friday. I walk out of the room at the same pace I walked in. In the corridor I keep moving, through the media area, past the administrative wing, to the stairwell that leads to the upper level where it's quiet at this time of day. I go up 1 flight. Stop in the stairwell. Stand there for a moment with my hand against the wall. The shoulder. She said it like she knew. Not guessing, knew. The specific quality of a question that has a source. I run the chain backward. Who knows about the shoulder? Really knows. Marin. Remy, to the extent that Remy watches and understands but has been told nothing formally. Peters, who has seen the treatment protocol but not the full imaging picture. Hartley, who has been told enough to accommodate the modified practice load and nothing more. That's the list. Marin's documentation exists in 2 places, the organizational system, which has what she chooses to put there, and her secure personal file, which nobody outside her has access to. I know this because she told me, specifically, what lives where and why. I think about the hotel corridor in Vancouver. Sofia at the far end of it, phone in hand, watching. She had seen the 2 of us talking. 45 minutes in a hotel hallway at 1 in the morning. She hadn't been close enough to hear anything. She'd seen posture, proximity, duration. That's enough for a reporter who is asking careful questions to build a story that has nothing to do with what was actually happening and everything to do with what it looked like. I stand in the stairwell for another 30 seconds. Then I pull out my phone. Marin is in my contacts as Cole, M, med staff. I've looked at that contact listing every day for 6 weeks and called it exactly 3 times, all for clinical reasons. Appointment confirmations. Session timing. The one time Peters needed to reach her through me because her phone had been off during a practice. I scroll to it now. The reason I'm calling is not clinical. There is a clinical adjacent component. This involves her patient, her documentation, her professional situation in this building. But the reason I pulled out the phone in a stairwell 30 seconds after a conversation that made the back of my neck cold is not clinical. It's that someone is circling her and she needs to know. I call. She answers on the second ring. Cole. The way she answers the phone, just her name, efficient, like she's always mid-task and fitting the call into a narrow window, is something I could identify at any volume from any distance, and I'm aware that knowing that is its own kind of data. It's Jamie, I say. Which is unnecessary, she has my number, and I say it anyway. A short pause. I know. Is the shoulder? The shoulder's fine. I lean against the stairwell wall. Sophia Reyes just asked me about it. Silence. Not generally, I say. Specifically. The shoulder, Captain. With the definite article. Another silence. Longer. I can hear the particular quality of it, the Marin silence that means she is processing at speed and choosing her response with the precision she brings to everything. What did you tell her? She asks. Routine check, body's responding well. Standard answer. Good. A beat. How did she ask it? What was the framing? Follow up on the game 4 intermission. She used the standard coverage angle. Organization noted you came off briefly, but the question was too specific. She knows which shoulder. Yes, Marin says quietly. She does. I go still. You've seen her before. Vancouver. Hotel corridor. I told you. You told me she was watching. You didn't say she'd gotten close enough to. She was 30 feet away, Marin says. She couldn't have heard anything. She saw 2 people in a corridor at 1 in the morning, one of whom was protecting his right arm. A pause. She's a good reporter. She doesn't need audio. The stairwell is cold. The corridor below is quiet. I can hear a distant sound from the ice level, skate blades, a whistle, afternoon practice running without me today. The file, I say. She could be working the file angle separately. The documentation discrepancy. If she's been asking around the training staff. She has. I stop. What? She spoke to Lena last week. Background questions about the training staff structure. Another beat. With a specific follow-up about my relationship with your availability to the treatment room. I close my eyes for a second. Marin. I know. How long have you known? Since Thursday. I was going to tell you. I needed to figure out what it meant before I said it out loud. I stand in the stairwell and look at the concrete wall opposite and think about a reporter who has 2 angles, the personal one from a hotel corridor and the professional one from careful questions about clinical documentation, and what happens when a good reporter has 2 angles that both point at the same story. Are you okay? I ask. A pause. I'm fine. Marin. She stops. In the silence I hear something that she's working to keep out of her voice. Not fear exactly. Something more controlled than fear. The sound of a person who has already run the outcomes and is sitting with the results. I'm okay. I've been documenting everything. My file is complete and accurate and I can defend every clinical decision I've made. Her voice steadies. The professional risk is manageable. I'm not only asking about the professional risk. Another pause. Longer than the others. I know, she says. Quiet. I know that's not what you're asking. I wait. I'm okay, she says again. This time it sounds different, not the clinical version, not the managed version. Just the true version, however small. I'm more okay for knowing you called. The stairwell is very still. This is the first time I've called her for a reason that has nothing to do with the shoulder. We both know it. The reason lives in the space between what I said, someone is asking about you and you need to know, and what it means, I was in a corridor 30 seconds after she asked and I called before I made another move because you were the first person I thought of. I'll be careful with her in the media context, I say. She doesn't get anything from me. I know. A beat. You're very good at giving nothing in that context. 7 years of practice. It shows. She pauses. Jamie. Yeah. Thank you. For calling. She says it the same way she says thank you for things that aren't small, with the weight of someone who doesn't use words carelessly. You'd have done the same, I say. Maybe. A pause. Same time Thursday. 6 a.m. Get some rest. She hangs up. I stand in the stairwell for another minute with the phone in my hand and the particular knowledge of what just happened sitting in my chest like something that's been waiting a long time to come in from the cold. I called her because someone is asking questions. That's true. I also called her because she answered on the second ring and said Cole in the voice that means she was mid-task and making space for me in it, and because for the first time since I was 22 years old I have the specific experience of a person in my corner who I didn't have to manage or perform for or translate myself into a simpler version of before they could understand me. I called because she's the first thing I thought of. That's the truth. I go to practice. Chapter 15. Voss. Marin's POV. Amy from the front office knocked on my treatment room door at 2:15 on a Wednesday afternoon and said, in the pleasant, careful tone of someone delivering a message they didn't write, that Mr. Voss would like to see me at 3. Not could I come at 3 if it suited me. Not would I be available. Would like to see me. The language of a man who does not operate in the subjunctive tense. I said I'd be there. I finished the session I was in, left knee follow-up, Dimitri, straightforward, and logged the notes and washed my hands and stood at the sink for a moment looking at my own reflection in the small mirror above the basin. I looked the same as I always look. That was useful to confirm. Then I walked to Voss's office on the 3rd floor. His office is the kind of room that is designed to tell you something before a word is spoken. Large desk, glass walls overlooking the practice rinks, the franchise's 6 championship banners reproduced in framed photographs along the east wall in chronological order. The city visible through the north window like a prop. 2 chairs on the visitor side of the desk, both positioned slightly lower than his, not dramatically, just enough that you notice if you're looking for it. I was looking for it. He was behind the desk when I came in. He gestured to one of the chairs and I sat and put my hands in my lap and waited, because with a man like Voss, the person who speaks first is the person who has revealed they needed to. He opened a folder on his desk. He turned it toward me. My session logs. Printed. 12 pages, the documentation I filed in the organizational system for Jamie's treatment from week 1 through last week. Every entry accurate, every note precise, the clinical record that I had constructed with the specific care of someone who understood that the record was both a medical document and, potentially, a legal one. I looked at the folder. I looked at him. You've been reviewing the documentation, I said. Neutral. Not a question. Routine administrative review of active player files, he said. The same pleasant, empty language as Amy's message. Routine. Administrative. The vocabulary of a man wrapping a specific thing in general terms. Patient session logs are protected clinical records under the League's medical privacy framework. They are accessible to the chief medical officer and the treating clinician. They are not accessible to the general manager without the patient's written consent or a formal league investigation process. I did not say any of that. Not yet. What can I help you with? I asked. He settled back in his chair. He had the particular ease of a man who is very comfortable with power because he has been inside it for so long he can't feel the edges of it anymore. I want to understand the current picture on Captain Callahan's shoulder. I'm happy to provide a summary through the appropriate channels, I said. Peters as chief medical officer would be the correct. I'm asking you directly, he said. Still pleasant. As a practical matter. You're his treating therapist. I want to understand where we stand heading into the final. He paused. In your professional judgment, is Captain Callahan fit to play? I held his gaze. Yes. He's performing at his normal level. He's performing at an elite functional level with a managed shoulder condition that is within my clinical scope and documented accordingly. Managed, he repeated. Like he was tasting the word. That's an interesting choice of language. It's the accurate one. He looked at the folder. Tapped one page, I couldn't see which from where I sat, but the gesture was deliberate. Pointing at something without pointing at it. You've been conducting sessions outside standard staff hours. I said nothing. Late evenings, he said. Post-game. Not in the formal scheduling system. My hands were in my lap. I kept them still. I'm available to players within my clinical scope as needed. Post-game assessments following contact events are standard practice in playoff conditions. Documented in the organizational system. Documented in my clinical records. I'd like to see those records. You'd need Captain Callahan's written consent and a formal request through Peters, I said. I'm happy to facilitate that process. A pause. His expression didn't change. This was a man who had played organizational chess for 11 years and he was reading the board right now. My response, its speed, the specific way I'd redirected each point to the process rather than the substance. He was mapping the shape of what I knew and how firmly I was holding it. Ms. Cole. He leaned forward slightly. I want to be direct with you. Please. You came to this organization 8 weeks ago. You have an excellent professional record and I have no interest in making your position here difficult. He let that sit for exactly the right amount of time. Not a threat. Not quite. But I need to be confident that the medical decisions being made in my organization are informed purely by clinical judgment. Nothing else. He paused. Is your clinical judgment the only thing informing your assessment of Captain Callahan's fitness to play? The question had teeth. I felt every one of them. He had chosen the word only with precision. Not primarily. Not mainly. Only. The word that creates a binary, either your judgment is purely clinical, or it is something else, and if it is something else, what is that something else, and where does that something else live in the documentation that he has just shown me he has access to? The question was a door. Behind it was everything, the late sessions, the tunnel in Vancouver, the hotel corridor, the phone call in the stairwell, the hug at the end of a series. None of which had crossed a professional line. All of which, shaped by the right narrative, could be made to look like they had. He was telling me he had the narrative available to him. He was giving me the chance to respond before he used it. I looked at him the way I learned to look at rooms when I was 19 and the only woman in a group email that everyone else was copied on. Clear. Still. Like I belonged here and had always belonged here and there was no version of this conversation in which that changed. My clinical judgment is what informs my assessments of every patient in my care, I said. Captain Callahan's treatment protocol is documented accurately, follows established clinical standards, and reflects a condition that I have been managing effectively within my professional scope. I held his gaze. I'm confident in my work. He looked at me for a long moment. Good, he said. He closed the folder. That's what I needed to hear. He stood, which was the dismissal. Welcome to the organization, Ms. Cole. I hope the rest of the playoff run goes well for everyone. I stood. Thank you for your time. I walked out. Down the corridor, past the administrative wing, down one flight of stairs, through the medical suite corridor to my treatment room. I went in. Closed the door behind me. Stood with my back to it. My hands were shaking. Not much. Not visibly, probably, not the kind of shaking that shows on the surface. The kind that happens in the muscles underneath, the body's honest report of what it took to stay still in that chair for 8 minutes while a man told me without saying it that he had access to information he shouldn't have and was not above using it. I sat down at my desk. Opened my laptop. Opened the secure file. I added a new entry, time-stamped and specific. Meeting with Derek Voss, 3 p.m. His questions, verbatim, as close as I could reconstruct them. My answers, verbatim. His reference to the organizational session logs. The folder on his desk. The specific question about whether my judgment was the only thing informing my position. I documented it all. Accurate and complete the way I document everything, the way that has always been my only reliable armor. When I was done I sat at the desk and looked at the screen and let my hands shake for a minute. Just a minute. You're allowed 1 minute. Then you have to do the next thing. The next thing was, I was not going to run. I had done nothing wrong. My documentation was correct. My clinical decisions were defensible. If Voss wanted to build a story about my judgment, he would be building it on a foundation that I had been laying for 8 weeks with exactly this possibility in mind, and the foundation was solid. But he had the session logs. The official ones. And he had people watching, Sophia in a hotel corridor, questions to Lena, the folder on his desk that someone had pulled from the system and put in front of him. I picked up my phone. Did not call Jamie. Not yet. Not from inside this building on a Wednesday afternoon 3 days before the conference final with a GM who had just told me, in the most pleasant possible language, that he was watching. I stayed late. I finished my end-of-day documentation, prepared the Game 1 pre-game protocol, filed the Dimitri session note, reviewed the modified practice load recommendations for the week. I did all of it correctly. Every task complete. Nothing left open. At 7:40 I packed my bag and walked to the parking garage. I sat in my car. The garage was nearly empty at this hour, a few vehicles left from late staff, the overnight security car by the entrance ramp. My car was in the second row, back corner, where I always parked because corner spots don't get hit. I sat there in the dark with my hands on the wheel. I thought about the folder. About a man who had been in this building for 11 years and had learned to manage inconvenient information by positioning the people who carried it as the problem rather than the information itself. I thought about Kowalski's file. The photographs on my secure drive. The follow-up imaging that was never ordered. The pain ratings that went in as something smaller than they were. I thought about the moment I would have to decide what to do with all of it. The moment was coming. It had been coming since week 1. I had known it was coming since I photographed the first page of that file in the quiet of my treatment room with the building mostly empty around me. I sat in my car for 30 minutes. Then I drove home. Chapter 16. The Penthouse. Jamie's POV. I texted her on a Thursday morning with the specific awareness that what I was doing was not something I should think about too carefully before I did it, because thinking about it carefully would locate all the reasons to stop, and I had made a decision that the reasons to stop had been running my life for long enough. The text said, "My mother's tourtière recipe requires 2 people to get the pastry right." Saturday night. I know that's a thin excuse. I put the phone down and went to morning skate. She replied 4 hours later, after a noon session, while I was in the film room with Remy looking at defensive zone coverage for Game 1. My phone lit up on the table and I looked at it, and Remy looked at me looking at it and then looked back at the film with the expression of a man who had decided to find something very interesting in the left side defensive rotation. Her text said, "That is an extremely thin excuse. What time?" I texted back, 7. She replied, "I'll need the address." I sent the address. Remy said, without looking away from the screen, "The defensive coverage on their third line has a hole on the right side above the circle." "I see it," I said. "Good." A pause. 7 o'clock. I looked at him. "Your phone makes a specific sound when it's her," he said. Still watching the film. "It makes the default text sound. It makes the default text sound and you get a specific expression." I looked back at the screen. The hole on the right side above the circle. "How do we exploit it?" He smiled. I didn't see it, but I have known Remy for 7 years and I can hear a smile from the other side of a room. He pulled up the next frame. "Here's how we exploit it." She showed up at 7:03, which I learned later was the result of sitting in her car in my building's parking garage for 3 minutes convincing herself to come up, a detail she told me weeks after when we were past the stage of pretending that kind of thing didn't happen. She was in dark jeans and a green top I hadn't seen before, not dressed up, not dressed down, dressed like herself in a context that wasn't work, which was something I realized I'd been wanting to see for 2 months without admitting it. She stepped off the elevator, looked around the apartment, and said, "This is a lot of glass. I like the city. You can see 4 other buildings' kitchens from here. I like knowing what other people are cooking." She turned and looked at me with the almost smile that she produces in specific conditions, when I say something that is both slightly absurd and also technically true. It's the expression that starts in her eyes before it reaches her mouth and stays slightly contained the whole time, like it's being let out incrementally. "Come in," I said, which was unnecessary since she was already in, but she came further in anyway. I had the ingredients on the counter. My mother had emailed me the recipe 3 days ago when I'd called to ask for it, a call that required explaining I needed it this week and not for any particular reason, which my mother received in the warm, silent, knowing way of a woman who has been waiting a long time for her son to need a recipe for a reason. She'd sent it in a voice note, because my mother does not trust written recipes to hold the important details, and I'd listened to it 4 times and taken notes. The tourtière was a specific labor. Ground pork, game meat, onion, potato, a specific blend of cloves and allspice and cinnamon that my mother mixed by hand in a bowl and described in the voice note as you'll know when it smells right. The pastry was the complicated part, a lard pastry that required 2 people because, as my mother explained, one person handles the dough and the other one adds the fat slowly, and if you do both yourself you rush and it breaks apart. I explained this to Marin. She looked at the ingredients. Your mother knows you were going to use this as a reason to invite someone over. My mother is a very perceptive woman. Does she know about me? I met her eyes. She knows I've been sleeping better. A pause. Something moved across Marin's face, the careful kind of movement, the kind that means something was felt before it could be managed. She looked back at the ingredients. Show me the pastry, she said. We cooked. It took 2 hours. She handled the fat the way I handled the dough, carefully, with the specific focused attention she gives to everything that requires precision, and we stood shoulder to shoulder at the counter and worked through the recipe in the particular warm noise of a kitchen that's being used by 2 people who have learned each other's rhythms without meaning to. She asked questions about the recipe. Real questions, not conversation filler but genuine curiosity about the technique, the history of it, why lard instead of butter, what the spice combination was supposed to do to the meat over the cooking time. I told her everything my mother had told me and some things I'd looked up afterward, and she listened the way she listens to everything, completely, without the half-present quality of someone waiting for their turn. We talked about other things. Her grandmother's garden in Lagos, fig trees, bougainvillea, a specific type of pepper her grandmother dried on the windowsill that she had never found in any store in any country since. The summer I spent in Lisbon, which she asked follow-up questions about that Lena had never asked, about the specific fado songs and the particular flavor of the pastéis de nata from the place on Rua de Belém that she said she'd looked up after I mentioned them in the hotel corridor. She'd looked them up. After I mentioned them. 3 weeks ago. I didn't say that out loud. But I sat with it. The tourtière went into the oven at 8:45. We sat on opposite sides of the kitchen counter with the food between us and the city doing its glittering thing outside the north window, and I poured red wine and she took a glass and held it with both hands the way she holds warm things, containers, mugs, anything that radiates heat, and we sat in the quiet that the apartment gets at this hour. The quiet that I had been sitting in alone for years. I need to tell you something, I said. She looked up. About the file. I turned my wine glass once. I've been saying I suspected Voss was managing my medical history. That's true. But there's a more specific version of what I know and I've been sitting on it because I stopped. Because saying it out loud makes it something that has to be dealt with. And I've been very good at not dealing with things that require trusting someone inside this organization. She was still. Reeves told me in November, I said. Not directly. He called it a revised documentation strategy for my situation and told me it was in my interest to have my file reflect the strongest possible fitness picture heading into contract renewal discussions. I looked at my hands. My contract renewal was in the spring. If I went into it flagged as managing a shoulder injury, the numbers would have reflected that. I paused. He told me the strategy was coordinated with the front office. He said Voss had signed off on it. The kitchen was very quiet. I didn't agree to it, I said. I didn't disagree either. I sat there and I thought about Philadelphia and I thought about what this organization does with inconvenient medical information, and I made a decision that the path of least resistance was to say nothing and let them manage the story and keep my head down and play hockey. I looked at her. That was the wrong decision. I know that. I've known it since February when the shoulder got bad enough that I couldn't pretend the story matched the body anymore. She was holding her wine glass with both hands and looking at me with the real face. I have been the property of this organization for 7 years, I said. It came out quieter than I expected. Just the plain truth of it, said to the one person in this building who had treated me like neither the property nor the franchise since minute one. I've been managed and positioned and had my own medical information used as a contract tool. And I have let it happen because I didn't have proof and I didn't have someone I trusted, and I made the calculation that fighting it cost more than tolerating it. I paused. The only person in this building who has ever treated me like a human being is you. She looked at her wine glass. Jamie, she said. I know, I said. Before she could say the rest of it. I know what you're about to say. About the position you're in and the documentation and what this could become and why the timing is. I stopped. I'm not asking you for anything you can't give. I just needed you to know what you walked into when you came here. The full version, not the file version. I held her gaze. You've been giving me the full version of everything since day one. I owed you the same. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, your contract renewal. March. And the shoulder documentation was revised before the renewal. October through March. She nodded slowly. Working through it. Building the picture in the specific methodical way she builds everything, from the evidence out, no gaps, nothing assumed. That's what the altered file was for. Not just the playoff run. The contract. Yes. Reeves is implicated directly. He's the one who said the words. And you have no documentation of that conversation. No. She set her wine glass down. Sat for a moment with her hands flat on the counter, the posture she uses when she's thinking something through to its end without saying it out loud yet. The apartment hummed around us, the oven, the city, the particular presence of a space that has been filled by two people for the first time in a long time. I have the photographs, she said finally. I know. And my session documentation, which contradicts 6 months of Kowalski's notes. She looked up. If I move on this, formally, through the correct channels, it's not just a clinical discrepancy. It's evidence of coordinated falsification of a player's medical record for organizational benefit. She paused. That's a league matter. Yes. Voss will move first if he thinks I'm building toward that. I know. She was very still. He called me in on Wednesday. I went still. He had the session logs, she said. The ones in the organizational system. He asked whether my clinical judgment was the only thing informing my position on your fitness. She said it evenly, the clinical register voice she uses to keep her own reaction out of what she's reporting. He was telling me he was watching and that he had a narrative available to him if he needed it. The heat of the oven, the city lights, the food on the counter between us. Why didn't you tell me? I said. Because I was sitting in my car for 30 minutes afterward trying to get my hands to stop shaking, and then I went home and I decided I needed to think before I talked. She looked at me directly. I'm telling you now. I looked at her. She was sitting across from me in my kitchen on a Saturday night, and she had been carrying the weight of a general manager's implicit threat for 3 days on top of everything else she'd been carrying since week 1, and she'd done it with the same unbending precision she does everything, and she was telling me now because she had decided the time was right, not because she'd broken under it. I have never in my professional life been surrounded by this quality of person. We need to be careful, I said. Both of us. Until we know what he has and what he's planning to do with it. Her phone buzzed. She looked at it on the counter between us. The screen was face up. An unknown number. A text. I watched her face as she read it. Something went through her expression that she locked down so fast I would have missed it if I hadn't been looking directly at her. Cold. A flash of cold, gone in a second, replaced by the still surface. She turned the phone so I could see the screen. A photograph. The two of us, taken from a distance, grainy, low light, clearly from a phone camera. We were in the parking garage below her building. Last Thursday. I'd walked her to her car after she'd stopped by the facility for a late session, a 3-minute conversation in a parking garage, nothing that looked like anything, except it looked like something if you were looking for something. Below the photo, 2 words. Careful. I read it twice. I looked up at Marin. She was looking at me with the expression of someone who has been expecting a form of this and is absorbing the specific shape it has taken. Sophia, I said. Yes, she said. The oven timer went off. Neither of us moved for a full 3 seconds. Then Marin reached over and turned the timer off, and stood up, and took the mitts from the counter, and opened the oven and took out the tourtière like the last 30 seconds had not just happened, setting it on the rack with the careful, steady hands of a person who has decided that the next correct action is the one directly in front of you. She set the mitts down. Stood with her back to me for a moment. Then she turned around and her face was clear and decided. "I need to make a call," she said. "Okay. Not tonight. Tomorrow." She looked at the tourtière. "Tonight I need to eat something and think clearly." She met my eyes. "Can we do that?" "Yes," I said. "Good." She picked up her wine glass. "Tell me what your mother said about letting it rest before cutting." I told her what my mother said about letting it rest before cutting. We ate. Chapter 17. Leverage. Marin's POV. I spent Sunday morning at my kitchen table with a legal pad and my laptop and the specific calm of a person who has moved past the fear of something and into the operational phase of dealing with it. Fear is loud and shapeless. Operations are quiet and specific. I do better with quiet and specific. I wrote out what I knew. The photograph, its source, the text attached to it. Sofia Reyes. The questions she'd asked Lena. The hotel corridor in Vancouver. The way she'd been watching this situation for weeks with the patience of a reporter who understood that the story was still developing and that waiting was more valuable than publishing prematurely. She had a photograph of Jamie and me in a parking garage. It showed proximity. Duration unknown to her, we'd been there 3 minutes. It showed nothing clinical, nothing unprofessional. What it showed was a team captain and his athletic therapist in a parking garage at 9:30 at night, which could be read as ordinary and could be read as something else depending on what story you were trying to tell. She wanted an interview. A sit-down with Jamie before the final, the kind of access that networks pay significant money for and that Voss's communications team controls very tightly. She was using the photograph to negotiate for that access. It was leverage, not malice. That distinction mattered. I wrote that down. Then I wrote the other thing. The thing Sofia might or might not have, the file angle. The medical documentation story, which was larger and more dangerous and not something she could run on a parking garage photograph alone, but which she might be building toward. If she was holding two separate angles, the personal one and the clinical one, the photograph was a warning shot, not the full weapon. I wrote all of this down on the legal pad in the handwriting I use for things that need to be organized before they can be acted on. Then I sat back and looked at it. Then I called Jamie. He answered on the first ring, which meant he'd been awake and likely waiting. "Did you sleep?" I asked. "Some." A pause. "You." "Enough." I looked at the legal pad. The text is from Sofia. I'm confident of that. So am I. She wants something. That's what the careful is. It's not a threat to publish immediately, it's an opening position in a negotiation. I kept my voice level. She wants access. An interview with you before the final. She's trading the photograph for the sit-down. A pause. How do you know? Because she's a smart reporter and a smart reporter doesn't publish a parking garage photograph of a captain and his therapist 3 days before Game 1 of the conference final. The timing destroys the story's impact and earns her enemies in an organization she needs ongoing access to. I paused. She holds it. She uses it as a door opener. She gets the interview, she files the photograph away, and the story she actually wants to write is something bigger and longer and better sourced. The medical file, he said. Possibly. I don't know how much she has on that side. The photograph is what she's using because it's the thing that creates pressure on me specifically. I looked at the window. She knows I'm the more vulnerable party here. Silence. She's right, I said. It was true and I wasn't going to dress it up. You've been in this league for 7 years and you're the face of a franchise heading into the cup final. She can't do the kind of damage to your position with a parking garage photograph that she can do to mine. I paused. My position here is 8 weeks old and I'm a woman in a role that Voss is already watching. She knows that. The photograph is a threat directed at me, not at you. A longer silence. I'm going to reach out to her today, I said. I'm going to make contact and I'm not going to agree to anything, but I want her to know I received the message and that I'm a person she's in conversation with rather than one she can act on unilaterally. I looked at the legal pad. I need you to stay out of it for now. Don't contact her. Don't adjust your media availability. Act exactly as you would have acted if that text had never come. Marin. Jamie. She can print whatever she wants, he said. The voice was flat and controlled. Calm in the way that I had learned over the past 6 weeks to recognize as a specific kind of dangerous, not explosive, not impulsive. The stillness of a man who has made up his mind that something is not going to move him. I closed my eyes for 1 second. It's not your career that ends, I said. Silence. Real silence. The kind that happens when something lands in a place that wasn't defended. I waited. Say that again, he said. Quieter now. It's not your career that ends, I said. It's mine. If she publishes a story about a therapist whose clinical judgment was compromised by her relationship with her patient, and she doesn't need proof of anything inappropriate, she just needs the implication to be credible, I lose this position and I carry that narrative into every application I make for the next 3 years. I kept my voice steady. You are the face of a franchise heading into the cup final. You're untouchable in this context. I am not. A very long pause. I didn't think about it that way, he said. Low. Honest. The voice he uses when he's not performing anything. I know you didn't. He stopped. Marin, I didn't. I know, I said again. Gently. Because this was not a conversation where I wanted him to carry guilt. Guilt was not useful to either of us right now and there was nothing here that was his fault. I'm not saying it to make you feel responsible. I'm saying it because I need you to understand why I have to handle this carefully and on my own terms, and why you staying in your lane this week is the most important thing you can do. Another silence. Longer and different from the others, the quality of silence that belongs to a person who is feeling something large and doesn't know where to put it. I'm sorry, he said. Jamie. Not for the parking garage. Not for any of it. His voice was quiet and completely unguarded in the way it gets at 11:30 in the treatment room when the building is empty and he's just himself. I'm sorry that the fact of me, of what I am in this building and what that costs the people near me, I never thought carefully enough about what that costs the people near me. The kitchen was very still. I had not expected that. I had been prepared for him to argue or to insist on handling it himself or to say he didn't care what she printed. I had not been prepared for this, for the specific look of a man who has just understood something about himself that he is not happy to understand. It sat on his face without armor, which was the rarest thing I had seen him do in 6 weeks. You couldn't have known, I said. I should have thought about it. You were managing your own situation. That's not a good enough reason. A pause. What do you need from me? The same question. The one he asked in the second session, the one that unlocked something I'd been calling clinical observation for 6 weeks. What do you need from me? Stay in your lane this week, I said. Play your game. Let me handle Sophia. I looked at the legal pad. And trust that I know what I'm doing. I do trust that, he said immediately. No hesitation. I've trusted that since day one. I looked at the legal pad. At the notes I'd made. At the specific operational calm that I had built around myself this morning to replace the fear that had been sitting there since Thursday. I'm going to handle it, I said. I know. A beat. Can I? He stopped. What? Can I call you tonight? Not about Sophia. Not about the file. A pause. Just to talk. I sat with that for a moment. The legal pad with its neat operational notes. The kitchen table in my apartment where I had been alone since September. The specific weight of being asked for nothing more than the ordinary version of something. Yes, I said. Okay. The word came out with something underneath it, relief, or the thing that lives right next to relief when you've been carrying a question for a long time. Go handle it. I will. I picked up my pen. How's the shoulder this morning? 5. Good. Ice it before practice tomorrow. I paused. And Jamie? Yeah. What happened in Philadelphia wasn't your fault either. A long quiet. "I know," he said, in a voice that meant he was still learning it. "I texted Sophia at noon from my personal number. I received your message. I'm available to speak privately at a time that works for you. I'm not prepared to discuss any access arrangements on behalf of the organization or anyone in it. That conversation would need to go through official channels. But I'm happy to talk as one professional to another." She replied in 40 minutes. "Tomorrow, 4 p.m. coffee place on Ridgecrest Avenue, the one near the East Arena entrance. Not a negotiation. Just a conversation." I replied, "I'll be there." I put the phone down. Looked at the legal pad. Wrote one more line. She said not a negotiation. She means it's already decided. Know your position before you walk in. I underlined it. Closed the pad. In the afternoon I reorganized my secure file, reviewed the documentation, added the Saturday kitchen conversation with Jamie to the personal log I kept separately from any clinical record. I noted the Voss meeting again in full. I read through every photograph I had taken of Kowalski's file, every discrepancy, every time-stamped entry that told a different story from the official one. I had built something solid here. 8 weeks of solid work, documented correctly, every decision defensible. Sophia Reyes could have a photograph of 2 people in a parking garage. I had the truth. In this specific situation, I was prepared to find out which one was more useful. Chapter 18. The Honest Conversation. Jamie's POV. The treatment room at 1 in the morning looks different from every other hour. Same room. Same equipment, same counter, same hum of the building doing its overnight minimum. But the light is different at this hour, just the desk lamp on, everything else dark, and the building is empty enough that the silence has actual weight, and whatever the room is during the day, which is professional and functional and carefully managed, at 1 in the morning it becomes something else. It becomes honest. I'd come in after the team dinner, a late one, mandatory pre-game 1 meal, 20 men around a long table at a restaurant the organization booked, the particular forced easy noise of a group that is 3 days from the most important game of their year. I'd sat at the head of the table because I always sit at the head of the table, and I'd been present and steady and said the right things to the right people and eaten the food and laughed at the right moments. And the whole time, underneath all of it, I was thinking about a parking garage photograph and a GM who had called Marin into his office and a reporter who was sitting on leverage she hadn't deployed yet, and the specific feeling of a situation that had been building for 8 weeks and was now at the stage where something had to give. I'd texted her at 11, still in the building. She'd replied, "Treatment room. Finishing notes." I'd walked over. She was at her desk when I came in, laptop open, pen in hand, the organized late-night version of her work that I'd seen enough times to know it by now. She looked up. She didn't ask why I was there. "Sit down," she said. "Not clinically. Just sit down." I sat on the table. She finished the line she was writing. Closed the laptop. Turned her chair to face me and sat with her hands in her lap and looked at me the way she looks at things she's decided to deal with directly. The room held us. "I've been thinking about what you said on Sunday," I said. "About it not being my career that ends." "Jamie. Let me finish." I looked at my hands. "I've spent 7 years in this building managing the distance between what I am here and what I actually am. Not because I wanted to, because the distance was the price of operation. You keep certain things separate, you keep yourself separate, you do the job the way the job requires and you go home and you're a different version and the two don't meet." I looked up. I stopped expecting them to meet. I made peace with that a long time ago and I told myself it was enough. She was very still. "Then you walked into my treatment room 8 weeks ago and found a problem in 10 minutes that 4 other people missed for 6 months, I said. And you told me the truth. And you kept telling me the truth every session after that. And somewhere in the middle of all of it the distance I'd been maintaining for 7 years started closing without me deciding to close it, and I stopped. I need you to know that what I want has nothing to do with the shoulder. It has nothing to do with the file or Voss or the playoff run or any of the organizational context." I held her gaze. "I want you. Specifically. The person who sits on a hotel carpet at 1 in the morning and tells me what she's afraid of and listens to mine without managing it." I paused. "I needed you to hear that clearly, once, before whatever happens next. The room was very quiet. She looked at the desk. Not evasion, thinking. The specific bent head posture of Marin working through something at its full depth before she responds to it. I waited. I have learned how to wait for her, which is a skill I have never had with anyone else. I'm afraid of myself, she said finally. Quiet. Like the words were being lifted from somewhere they'd been stored for a long time. I didn't say anything. Not of you, she said. I want to be clear about that. She stopped. Looked at the window. You're honest and you're careful and you've never once put pressure on me in a way that made me feel like I was being managed toward a particular outcome, and I've been watching for that since week one because it's the thing I know how to defend against. She paused. I'm afraid of myself. Of what I become when I make choices for the wrong reasons. What are the wrong reasons? Wanting something enough that I stop seeing clearly. She looked at her hands. My mother stopped seeing clearly. She was brilliant and trained and genuinely good at something important, and she made a choice to set it down for a feeling that turned out to be temporary. Her voice was level and honest, and I could hear the specific effort of someone who has run this thought so many times the emotion has worn smooth on the outside but the center is still raw. I have spent my entire career making sure I never become that version of her. I have kept every professional line intact. I have never let what I wanted override what was correct. She stopped. You've been doing your job, I said. I've been doing my job. She looked up. And somewhere in the last 8 weeks I stopped being certain that every decision I was making was purely about the job. She held my gaze. That terrifies me. Not because I think the decisions were wrong. Because I can't fully separate the two threads anymore and I need to be able to separate them. Can I ask you something? She nodded. What would be the right reason? She went still. You said you're afraid of making choices for the wrong reasons, I said. What would the right reason look like? How would you know? She looked at me for a long time. The lamp threw a warm circle over the desk and the rest of the room was dark and the building was silent enough that I could hear the distant mechanical breath of the cooling system 2 floors down. We had been in this room together at this hour enough times now that the room itself felt like ours, like a space we'd built without building it, the way people build things when they're not paying attention to the construction. She opened her mouth. Her phone rang. The sound was loud in the quiet room, not her regular ringtone, the specific ringtone of a contact that wasn't in her frequent callers. She looked at the screen on reflex. Something crossed her face. Not quite recognition, something more complicated than that. Something old. I need to take this, she said. She stood. Moved to the door. Stepped into the corridor and pulled the door mostly closed behind her. I sat on the table. Through the door, muffled, I heard her voice. Not the words, just the quality of it. The careful register, the one she uses when she's managing a situation she didn't expect. A question. A long pause. Another question. Then silence. She came back in 2 minutes later. She looked like a person who had been pulled from one conversation into a completely different one and was trying to inhabit both places at once without fully landing in either. She sat in the chair. Put her phone face down on the desk. My father is in Ridgecrest, she said. I looked at her. He saw my name in the Wolves program. She said it with the flat tone of something she was reporting before she'd had time to feel it. He wants to meet. She had told me about her father in pieces, the way she tells most personal things, not in one full disclosure but in specific details that build a picture over time. Enough that I knew he was the minor leaguer who'd given everything to hockey and gotten very little back. Enough to know he'd left when she was 9. Enough to understand that the fear she'd just described, of making choices that cost you the thing you'd built, lived in the specific shadow he'd cast. When did he call? I asked. Just now. She looked at the desk. He says it's just a hello. He saw my name, he wanted to reach out. She paused. My father doesn't do anything that's just a hello. You don't have to see him. I know. She looked up. But I probably will. Because I'm the kind of person who walks toward things instead of away from them, and I have never fully decided whether that's a strength or a flaw. The room held that. The conversation we were having, she said. Carefully. I know. I did know. The phone had rung at the exact moment she was standing at the edge of something, and now the edge had moved. Not disappeared, moved. The phone call had reminded her of the exact thing she'd just described being afraid of, at the exact moment she was about to say something she hadn't said yet. The timing was brutal and neither of us had done anything to deserve it. "I'm not going anywhere," I said. "Whatever you need to work through, with the call, with what you said tonight, with all of it. I'm not going anywhere." She looked at me for a long moment. "I know," she said. And I knew she meant it, not as reassurance but as a statement of what she'd actually assessed. "Go home," I said. "Sleep." I looked at my hands. "I'll see you at 6. 6, she agreed. She picked up her bag. Moved to the door. Stopped, the pause at the door, the one that has been part of our pattern since nearly the beginning. She stood with her back to me for 1 second. Then she looked over her shoulder. "The right reason," she said, quietly, "is when you can look at the choice and know you're choosing the thing itself. Not running toward it because you're afraid of standing still and not running away from it because you're afraid of wanting too much." She held my gaze. "When I can say that clearly about this, I'll know." She left. I sat in the room for a long time after. I didn't have the answer she was looking for. But I knew, sitting in the treatment room at 1:15 in the morning with the lamp and the hum and the small warm space we'd built in the last 8 weeks, that I would wait for her to find it. That was the only thing I was certain of. It was enough. Chapter 19. Dale. Marin's POV. My father chose a coffee place near the waterfront, which told me he'd done some research on Ridgecrest before calling. The kind of research that means he'd been here longer than a day, which meant the story about seeing my name in the program and calling immediately was already a simplified version of whatever the actual sequence was. I got there 10 minutes early. Ordered black coffee. Sat facing the door. He came in at 11:02. He was smaller than I remembered. Not physically, he was still 6'1", still broad through the shoulders in the way that men who played professional sport in their 20s never fully lose regardless of what the years do after. But enormous in my memory. Enormous in the specific way of a person who left before you were old enough to scale them correctly. They stay at whatever size they were when the memory fixed them. The man who came through the coffee shop door was 61 and had gray at his temples and walked with the slight forward lean of someone whose knees had been repaired and were managing. He was wearing a good jacket and clean shoes. He had made an effort, which was something. He saw me and smiled. I know that smile. It lives in the specific geography of my own face because I inherited it, and every time someone says you have your father's smile I do the polite acknowledgement and file it in the same drawer where I keep the other complicated things. He sat down across from me. "Marin." He said my name the way my mother does, like it's complete in itself, like the whole sentence is in the word. "You look well." "So do you," I said. Neutral. Correct. Not a lie. He ordered coffee. We sat for a moment with the window between us and the waterfront doing its ordinary Friday morning thing outside. "I know this is a surprise," he said. "Yes. I should have called ahead." He wrapped his hands around his cup. Large hands, the hands of a man who handled a stick for 4 years and never stopped looking like a player even when the game stopped using him. "I wasn't sure you'd pick up." I almost didn't. He looked at me steadily. He had the quality that some people who have lived through enough mistakes develop, a directness born not from confidence but from having run out of patience with indirection. "I appreciate that you're here. What are you doing in Ridgecrest?" I asked. "I told you, I saw your name in the program and I wanted." "You've been here for more than a day," I said. "The program theory doesn't account for the advanced research on coffee shops." I held his gaze. "What are you doing in Ridgecrest, Dad?" Something shifted in his expression. A recalibration, the look of someone who had planned a particular version of the conversation and has just been asked to put it down and try a different one. He took a drink of coffee. "I have some business interests that brought me through. Minor consulting work, nothing formal." He paused. "When I realized you were with the Wolves, I thought it was an opportunity." "What kind of consulting work?" "Contract-adjacent things. Nothing that would affect your position." He said it the way people say things that are designed to preemptively close a line of questioning. "I know some people in the organization. Informal connections from the old days. I sat with that. I'm proud of you, he said. He said it quietly, directly, with the weight of a man who had been carrying the sentence for a long time and had finally decided to set it down in the correct place. I know I haven't earned the right to say that. I know what I took from you when I left. But I've been watching your career since you started and I want you to know what you've built, how you've done it. I'm proud. The coffee shop was warm and ordinary and the people at the next table were talking about something entirely unrelated to my life, and I sat across from the person who had made the essential wound that had shaped every professional decision I'd ever made, and I received the sentence he'd just given me without knowing what to do with it. Thank you, I said. Because it was real and I wasn't going to refuse something real even when it came from a complicated source. I know you're treating Callahan, he said. Something cold moved through me. He said it casually. The way you mention a shared acquaintance. Small world. I know you're treating Callahan like it was a pleasant coincidence, like it was the natural next thing after I'm proud of you, like the two sentences belonged in the same breath. I looked at him. How do you know that? I asked. He picked up his cup. The program lists the medical staff. Callahan's a franchise player, his care team is generally known within organizational. The program lists the medical staff, I said. It doesn't list which therapist is assigned to which player. That's not public information. I kept my voice level. How do you know I'm treating Callahan? He put the cup down. I watched him decide. I have spent enough years reading clinical situations, the moment a patient decides between the truth and the version they prepared, to recognize it in other contexts. I had a meeting, he said. With someone from the organization. A few weeks ago. Just a handshake conversation, nothing formal. Who? A pause. Who? I said again. Derek Voss. He said it with the particular care of a man who knows the name is going to land badly and has accepted that. He reached out. Said he'd come across my connection to you when reviewing staff backgrounds and thought it would be worth a conversation. The coffee shop noise continued around us. Unremarkable. The world doing its ordinary thing while mine reorganized itself around a new piece of information. Voss had found my father. Had identified the estrangement, the hockey background, the specific biographical detail that connected Dale Cole to the Ridgecrest Wolves organization through his daughter. Had reached out. Had met with him. A handshake meeting, my father was saying. Nothing formal. Nothing to worry about. Everything to worry about. What did you talk about? I asked. General things. My career, my current work, the organization's history. He looked at the table. He asked about you. Whether I was in contact, what our relationship was like. And what did you tell him? The truth. That we'd been out of contact for a while and that I was hoping to change that. He met my eyes. He suggested Ridgecrest might be a good opportunity to reconnect. He offered some consulting work as a reason to be in the city. He paused. I know how that sounds. It sounds like you were used as an approach vector, I said. Flat. Specific. The clinical voice applied to a non-clinical situation, which is what I do when I need to manage my own reaction while I process what I'm hearing. He brought you here so you would contact me. He wanted to know what you'd tell me about the meeting and what I would tell you in response. I looked at my father. He's building a picture of my personal situation to supplement whatever he has from the professional context. My father looked at his coffee. He had the expression of a man who had understood approximately half of what he'd walked into and was realizing, in real time, that the half he hadn't understood was the important half. Marin, he said. I didn't know he was. I know you didn't. I was already past the part where his intentions mattered. His intentions were irrelevant. The mechanism was the same regardless. Did you tell him anything about me? Anything I'd said to you? We've barely spoken in 3 years. I didn't have anything to tell him. He looked up. I told him you were good at your work. That you'd always been good at your work. He paused. I told him you were like your mother, that you didn't compromise on things that mattered. I sat with that. I thought about Voss in his office with the folder of session logs. The question about whether my clinical judgment was the only thing informing my position. The way he'd chosen the word only with precision. He'd been building this for weeks, the approach to my father, the question in the office, the session logs obtained through someone in the system. He was circling. Getting closer. Tightening the picture. And now he had something new. A father who had said his daughter didn't compromise on things that mattered. That sentence, in Voss's hands, was not a compliment. It was a profile. It told him exactly what he was dealing with and exactly how far I would go if pushed. "I need you to do something for me," I said. My father looked at me. "I need you to have no further contact with Derek Voss," I said. "No meetings, no calls, no consulting work, nothing. If he reaches out, you tell him you've had a scheduling conflict and you're no longer available." I held his gaze. "I know you don't understand the full context. I'm asking you to trust me anyway." He was quiet for a moment. Looking at me the way you look at someone when you're trying to figure out who they've become in the years you weren't watching. "All right," he said. "All right. You asked me to trust you." He said it simply. "That's not something I've earned the right to ask back from you. I know that. But I can give it to you." He paused. "Whatever is happening in that building, whatever he's trying to do, I didn't know I was part of it. I want you to know that." "I know," I said. We sat for another 20 minutes. We talked about his knees, which needed a second surgery he was putting off. About the minor consulting work that was real and separate from Voss and mostly involved contract evaluation for a junior league operation in Alberta. About the fact that he'd been following my career, specifically, tracking the papers I'd co-written and the conference presentations and the 2 award nominations that I'd never told him about and that he'd found anyway. He was smaller than my memory. He was also real in a way that memories of people aren't, specific and fallible and genuinely trying in the way that people who left and came back are sometimes trying, because the leaving took something from them too that they haven't finished reckoning with. I didn't forgive him. That wasn't the work of one coffee. But I shook his hand when I left, which was further than I'd been in 3 years. I walked to my car. Sat in it. Called Jamie. He answered on the first ring. "How was it?" "Complicated." I looked at the waterfront through the windshield. "Voss brought him here." Silence. "He met with Voss a few weeks ago," I said. "Voss found him through the staff background review. Brought him to Ridgecrest under the cover of consulting work and used him to build a profile of my personal situation." A longer silence. The specific silence that means Jamie is thinking fast and carefully and choosing what comes out. "He's thorough," Jamie said finally. "He's been doing this for 11 years, I said. He knows how to build pressure from multiple angles without any single point being actionable on its own." I paused. "He's patient. That's the most dangerous thing about him." "What do we do?" I looked at the water. A Friday morning, ordinary and blue, the city going about its business in the large space outside my windshield. "I go in on Monday and I do my job," I said. "And I wait for him to make a move." I paused. "And when he makes one, I'm ready. And game 2 is Tuesday." "I know." A pause. "Marin." "Yeah. I meant what I said last night," he said. "Whatever happens next." I meant it. I sat in my car and felt the specific weight of a person who has been carrying something alone for a long time and has been offered, genuinely offered, a hand. Not to take the weight. Just to stand beside it. "I know," I said. "Are you okay?" "I'm better than I was an hour ago," I said. "Ask me again Tuesday." "I will," he said. I drove home through the ordinary city and thought about a smaller version of my father and a patient general manager and a Tuesday game that was coming fast, and the particular truth that when you've been careful all your life the hardest thing isn't the danger. It's recognizing the moment when careful stops being protection and starts being the wall you've built between yourself and the life you were building toward. I drove home. I wasn't sure yet which side of the wall I was on. Chapter 20. The leak. Jamie's POV. We lose game 1 by 1 goal on a deflection that nobody could have predicted or prevented and that will haunt 3 of our guys until game 2 regardless of what anyone says in the film room. That's hockey. The random cruelty of it. The deflection comes off a skate blade at an angle that even the goalie's muscle memory couldn't account for, and the red light goes on with 4 minutes left and we lose 2-1 and the series starts at 0-1 and I stand at the blue line for the handshake and I say the correct things to the correct people and I walk off the ice with my face doing what it does. The shoulder held. A 5 all night, present but stable, managed by the pre-game protocol and the specific movement pattern I've been drilling with Marin for 3 weeks. She was in the tunnel when we came off. She looked at me and I gave her a small nod and she gave one back and we both filed it and moved on. That was the whole exchange. That was what we had developed, an entire language of small looks and nods and the specific quality of silence that means I see you and you're okay. I would have given a lot to have that language 3 years ago. I did the press. I was honest about the deflection, that's one where honesty costs you nothing because everyone saw it, and I was measured about the series and I gave them enough. Then I went back to the locker room and I sat with the room the way a captain sits with a room after a Game 1 loss, which means you are fully present and you take the temperature and you know who needs a word and who needs quiet and you provide both without anyone asking. Theo needed a word. The deflection had come off his skate. I sat next to him for 4 minutes and said a few specific things about luck and volume and the particular reality of playoff hockey, and by the end of it he had the expression of someone who has been given back a proportion of what he'd lost in the previous hour. That's the job. That's been the job since I was 22. We flew home that night. I sat next to Remy on the plane and we talked through nothing important for 2 hours and then I slept for the last 45 minutes and when I woke up we were landing and the city was below us in its grid of light and I felt, in the way I always feel coming back from away games, the particular straightness of something resettling into its correct position. Game 2 was Tuesday. 3 minutes into the second period. We're tied 1-1 and the building is the loudest I've heard it all season, the particular fever of a crowd that needs a win to believe in the series again, 50,000 people channeling something close to desperation into volume, and I'm on the ice in the offensive zone cycling the puck along the wall. Their defenseman is Kovalev, big, heavy, physical, the kind of player who has been making his living for 9 years by arriving at the boards a half second before you expect him. I know this. I have watched his film 4 times in the last 5 days and I know his timing and his angle and I move correctly, exactly correctly, and it doesn't matter. He catches me wrong. Not illegal. Not even notably violent by playoff standards. He arrives at the boards a half second before I've fully moved my weight, left shoulder leading, right side compressed against the glass, and the impact drives through the padding and into the AC joint with a force that is different from every other contact of the season. Different in the specific way that bodies know difference. Not the managed ache of a familiar injury. Something else. Something with a sharper report. I don't go down. I am not going to go down in the second period of Game 2 of the conference final in front of 50,000 people and every camera in the building. I push off the boards and I skate to the bench and I sit and I breathe and I run the internal assessment the way Marin taught me to run it, not the old way, where I'd search for the smallest number I could justify, but the real way. The real way says, 8. Climbing. The real way says, something is different. I play the rest of the period. I don't know how. I know how in the way that bodies know things they've been trained to do long enough that the training takes over when the conscious mind is occupied with other calculations. I shift load. I protect the site. I make every play I need to make and I don't show a single thing on my face and the bench doesn't know and the crowd doesn't know and the cameras don't know. Marin knows. She's in the tunnel that leads from the medical station to the ice-level corridor, and I know she's there because I know where she positions herself during games now, not consciously, not as surveillance, just the background awareness of a person whose location has become a fixed point in my operating field. I know she's there the same way I know where Remy is on the ice, because it matters to me where they are. When the period ends and the teams come off, I go down the tunnel toward the locker room and she comes around the corner from the medical station direction and she walks with me. Not to me. With me. Side by side, same pace, like we planned it, which we didn't. It's just where we both ended up. We turn into the equipment corridor before the locker room. She looks at my arm. I'm holding it against my body. I haven't been doing it consciously, the body made that decision on its own, the automatic protective response of a structure under serious stress, but she sees it the way she always sees the things I don't perform, and something crosses her face that she doesn't lock down in time. Fear. Real, specific, personal fear. The same thing I saw in the Vancouver tunnel and had filed away because there was Northwest safe place to put it. She looks from my arm to my face. How bad, she says. Quiet. Just for us. Different, I say. Different how? Different from before. Sharper. She puts one hand on the shoulder, outside the jersey, fast and specific, reading through the fabric the way she reads everything. I watch her face during it. She is a person who manages her expression with precision, but she cannot manage everything, and what lives at the edges of her eyes right now is not clinical neutrality. She steps back. Her face is very controlled and her hands are not. She puts them flat at her sides. Grade 3, she says. It comes out low. I know what grade 3 means. She told me in week 1, at the beginning of all of this, on the evening she laid out the honest version of what we were managing. Grade 3 means the ligament is fully disrupted. Grade 3 means surgery is no longer a worst-case possibility. Grade 3 means the calculation has changed. Tell me, I say. The AC ligament is likely fully disrupted, she says. I need imaging to confirm, but the presentation under palpation is different from everything before tonight. She looks at me directly. If you continue and take any further contact to that site, at any force, you risk the distal clavicle riding permanently out of position. That's a structural problem that doesn't resolve without surgery and has a recovery timeline that goes past this season and into the next. She pauses. You can damage it permanently. Not probably. Possibly. And I can't give you a better number than that in this corridor. The locker room noise is coming from behind the door at the end of the corridor. The intermission clock is running. 15 minutes. We're one win from the final, I say. She looks at me. Not we're one win from the final, therefore I'll accept the risk. Not a full sentence. Just the fact, said plainly, standing in a corridor under the arena with the crowd noise coming from above and my shoulder telling its honest story and the woman in front of me holding the weight of a decision that I know she's already working through. And I'm one ethics violation from losing everything I built, she says. It's not what I expected her to say. I don't know what I expected, something clinical, something about the protocol, something that stayed in the professional register. Not that. Not the thing that lives underneath the professional register. She's looking at me. Her face is not managed. It's the real face, the one I've been cataloging since week 1, the face that lives under everything else and comes out at 1 in the morning in an empty treatment room and in a corridor in Vancouver and in a tunnel after a series win. It's the face that's afraid. Not of the situation. Of what the situation is going to cost her. And she's telling me. I stand in the corridor and I feel the shoulder reporting its grade 3 story and I feel something else, something larger and quieter, sitting right next to the pain. She has been protecting me for 8 weeks. The documentation, the secure files, the carefully defended decisions, the 30 minutes in a parking garage with shaking hands that she didn't tell me about for 3 days. She has been holding this situation at significant personal cost because she does her job correctly and she doesn't compromise on things that matter. The least I can do is let her do it. Tell me what you need to do, I say. She goes very still. I mean it, I say. Whatever the right move is. Tell me what you need to do and then do it. I'll follow your lead. She looks at me for a long moment. Something is happening in her expression that I can't entirely read, relief and something harder than relief, the particular look of a person who has been carrying a weight alone and has just been given permission to set it down. I need to go to Hartley, she says. Okay. I'm going to disclose the injury. All of it, the current presentation, the full timeline, the prior documentation discrepancy. She pauses. And Vasa's role in the file management. Okay, I say. You understand what that means for the organization? Yes. And for Vas specifically? Yes. And you're? Marin. I hold her gaze. Go. She nods. One clear, decided nod. She turns. Hey. She stops. Looks back. You're doing the right thing, I say. You've been doing the right thing since week 1. Tonight is just the part where it gets to be official. She looks at me for one more second. Then she walks down the corridor toward Hartley's office, and I watch her go with the particular feeling of a man who understands, for the first time in 7 years, what it looks like when someone does a hard thing without flinching. I go into the locker room. I sit at my stall. Remy sits next to me 60 seconds later without being asked. He looks at my arm. He looks at my face. He looks at the door to the corridor. He doesn't say anything. He puts his hand on my left shoulder, deliberately my left one, same as always, and leaves it there for a moment. She went to Hartley, he asks. Low. Yeah. Good. He takes his hand away. Sits back. It's time. Down the corridor, in the coach's office, something is beginning that has been building since October. Since a radiologist wrote a recommendation that went unanswered. Since a pain rating went into a file as a number it wasn't. Since a woman walked into a treatment room on a Monday morning and found a problem in 10 minutes that 7 people missed for 6 months. I sit in the locker room and I wait and I let it happen. The intermission runs its last 5 minutes. The door opens. Peters comes in first. Then Hartley, with the expression of a man who has just received a large amount of information and has decided very quickly what to do with it. He looks at me across the room. I look back. He nods. I won't be going back out for the third period. The locker room goes quiet in the specific way of a room that has just understood something has changed. 20 men reading the coach's face the way players read everything, fast and instinctive and accurate. Someone turns the music down. Someone else says nothing at all. Remy looks at me one more time. I've got the third, he says. I know, I say. You've always had it. He stands up. Pulls on his helmet. Leads the room back out to the ice. I sit at the stall with my arm held carefully in the shoulder doing its honest, relentless reporting, and I think about a woman walking down a corridor toward a hard conversation she'd been ready for since week 1. I think about what it costs to do the right thing in an organization that has made a practice of doing the wrong one. I think about how she walked. Like she knew exactly what she was doing. Chapter 20. 1. The room. Marin's POV. Hartley's office smelled like old coffee and dry erase markers and the particular staleness of a room where hard conversations happen regularly enough that the air has absorbed them. I sat across from him at 11:47 p.m. and I laid everything out. Not in the careful, oblique way I'd been approaching it for 8 weeks. Not the managed version, calibrated for the right audience at the right moment. All of it, start to finish, in the plain sequential order of a clinical disclosure, because that's what it was, that's what I decided it was going to be the moment I turned and walked down that corridor, and framing it as anything other than a clinical disclosure would undermine everything the documentation was built to support. I told him about the initial assessment in week 1. The imaging results. The radiologist's recommendation that was never followed up. Kowalski's notes and the specific discrepancies between what I found on palpation and what had been written in the file. Reeves. The conversation Jamie had told me about in November, the revised documentation strategy, the phrase that was going to become relevant very shortly in a process that was larger than this room. I told him about tonight. Grade 3 presentation on palpation. The specific clinical reasoning for my recommendation that Jamie not return to the ice. The risk of permanent structural damage that I had communicated clearly, patient first, before anything else. And then I told him about Voss. The meeting in his office. The session logs he shouldn't have had. The only question with its specific teeth. My father in the consulting arrangement that had brought him to Ridgecrest for reasons that weren't consulting. Hartley listened to all of it without interrupting. He was a 22-year coaching veteran who had sat in more difficult rooms than this one, and he had the particular quality of attention that comes from having learned, over a long career, that the most important thing you can do when someone is telling you something true is to stay absolutely still and let them finish. When I was done, he looked at the desk for a moment. The file discrepancy, he said. How long have you known? Since week 1. I've been building secondary documentation since the first session. Complete. Time-stamped, sourced, and photographed. Yes. He nodded slowly. Reeves signed off on the original filing. Yes. And Kowalski's notes align with Reeves' framing consistently from October through February, in a pattern that suggests coordination rather than independent agreement. He was quiet. I've had a sense for 2 years, he said, that something in the medical reporting wasn't right. I didn't have specifics. I had instinct. He looked up. I should have pushed harder. You couldn't have pushed without what I have, I said. Documentation is the difference between instinct and evidence. He looked at me for a long moment. You put yourself in a significant position doing this. I did my job, I said. Correctly. Everything I did is defensible on its clinical merits. I held his gaze. The position I'm in is not the result of doing something wrong. It's the result of doing something right in an organization where the right thing was inconvenient. He nodded. I'm going to call Peters in and then we're going to make some calls tonight. He stood. You should know, whatever happens next, this disclosure was the correct action. I'm going on record saying that. Thank you, I said. I need that in writing. He almost smiled. I'll have it to you by morning. Voss arrived at the facility at 8:15 the next morning. I know because Lena texted me, he's here. 3rd floor. Not happy. I was in my treatment room finishing the documentation addendum I'd been writing since 6 a.m., the complete formal version of everything I'd told Hartley, structured for league submission, every source cited, every date verified. The kind of document that takes a long time to build and that I had been building, in pieces, since the Monday of my first week. It was ready. It had been ready for 2 weeks. I'd been waiting for the right moment to file it and the right moment had arrived last night in a corridor with Jamie holding his arm against his side and the grade 3 presenting under my hands. Peters came to my door at 8:40. Voss is requesting your immediate removal from active staff, he said. He said it the way Peters says difficult things, directly and without editorializing, which I'd come to understand was his form of respect. He reported what was true and let the truth be what it was. On what grounds? I asked. He's citing a pattern of undisclosed after-hours patient contact and, he stopped. His language is compromised clinical judgment affecting player availability decisions. I looked at him. Hartley has declined to action the request, Peters said. He's also contacted the league's medical oversight office this morning. They're sending a compliance officer by end of week. He paused. You're on administrative suspension pending review. Paid. Effective today. I absorbed that. My documentation is complete and available for the review. I know. He met my eyes. Marin. For what it's worth, your clinical record here is correct. Every decision documented is defensible. He paused. I should have been watching the file more carefully. That's on me. It's on the people who altered it, I said. Yes, he said. It is. He left. I sat in the treatment room for a moment. The room I'd reorganized on day 1. The counter where I'd first read Callahan's file and found the radiologist's note sitting at the bottom of a page like something that had hoped to be overlooked. The table where 8 weeks of sessions had happened, each one documented, each one building the record that was about to matter very much. I started packing my things. Lena was in the corridor when I came out with my bag. She didn't say anything. She just fell into step beside me the way she'd been falling into step beside me for 3 years, without being asked, without making it a moment, just present and solid and there. The wall I hadn't known I needed until it was next to me. We walked to the staff locker room. I cleaned out my things, not much, I'd only been here 8 weeks, but the specific small accumulation of a person who had started to belong somewhere. The good mug I'd brought from home. The research papers pinned to the inside of my locker door. The photo of Lena and me at the Chicago conference, stuck up with a piece of athletic tape because I hadn't brought proper magnets. I took it down carefully. The tape left a small square mark on the metal. You should know, Lena said, watching me pack, that Sophia's piece went up 40 minutes ago. I looked at her. Not the parking garage photograph, she said. She ran the medical records story. She held out her phone. I took it. The headline read, NHL investigation opened into Ridgecrest Wolves medical record falsification, Captain Callahan's injury history allegedly suppressed for contract benefit. Sophia Reyes, byline. Published at 8:02 a.m. I read the first 4 paragraphs. They were specific, sourced, and carefully structured in the way of a journalist who has been sitting on a story long enough to build it correctly. She named Reeves. She described the documentation pattern without naming her source. She mentioned league medical privacy frameworks and their application. She had spoken to 2 former Wolves medical staff, names redacted, who corroborated the existence of a culture of top-down influence over player medical reporting. She did not mention me. She did not publish the parking garage photograph. She had chosen the larger story over the leverage. The reporting over the negotiation. Whatever calculus she'd run in the days since she'd sent that text, she had landed on the version that was true rather than the version that was useful to her personally. I handed the phone back to Lena. "She's a good reporter," I said. "She's a great reporter," Lena said. "And she's been sitting on the medical records angle for longer than she let on. I think the photograph was never the real leverage, I think it was a test. She wanted to see how you'd respond." "She got the story without me," I said. "She got a better story without you." Lena put the phone away. "You gave her something when you disclosed to Hartley last night. The league investigation makes her story official. Without that, she had sources and documents. With it, she has a confirmed league response." She paused. "You gave her the ending." I hadn't thought about it that way. I picked up my bag. Looked at the locker, the empty square where the photo had been, the small remaining residue of 8 weeks. "Voss overplayed," I said. It wasn't satisfaction. It was just the observation. A man who had been running the same play for 11 years, find the inconvenient person, build pressure from multiple angles, wait for them to break, had run it once too many times with too many people watching. The session logs he shouldn't have had. My father. The question with only in it. He had been thorough and patient, and he had also been doing it to someone who had been documenting everything since day one, and to a player who had been waiting for proof for 2 years, and to a reporter who had been building the real story while he was focused on managing the smaller one. He had managed against the wrong threat. "Come on," Lena said. She put a hand on my back. "I'll walk you out." We walked out together through the facility, through the corridor that smelled like rubber and antiseptic and the particular cold of professional hockey, past the treatment rooms and the equipment area and the rink access doors. Past everything I'd been building in for 8 weeks. At the exit, Lena stopped me. "You did the right thing," she said. "I know. I need you to actually know it," she said. "Not just say it." She looked at me with the direct, specific attention of a person who has been watching closely enough to know the difference. "You walked into this building on a Monday and you found a problem and you documented it correctly and you protected your patient and you disclosed when disclosure was required. You did not cut a single corner. You did not make a single decision you can't defend." She paused. "The suspension is administrative. It's the process working the way it's supposed to work. It's not punishment. It's not judgment." She held my gaze. "You know who you are. Don't let the next few weeks make you forget it." I looked at her. She was 5'2" in bright yellow running shoes in a parking lot at 8:50 in the morning, and she was the most solid thing in my immediate field of vision, and I was grateful for her in the specific way you're grateful for people who tell you true things without softening them. "I know who I am," I said. "Good." She pulled me into a brief, firm hug. Lena's hugs are always brief and firm, like she's making a structural argument. "Call me tonight." "I will." I walked to my car. I sat in it. I did not shake. My hands were on the wheel and they were steady, and I sat with that for a moment because it was true and it mattered. 8 weeks ago I had sat in the same parking lot before my first day and told myself, "You know what you're doing, walk like it." I had known what I was doing. I had walked like it. That wasn't nothing. That was, in fact, everything. I started the car and drove home through the ordinary morning city and thought about the empty square on the inside of a locker and a league compliance officer arriving by end of week and a team that was going to have to find a way to the cup final without its captain. I thought about what Lena had said. "You did the right thing." Not "you survived." Not "you got through it." The right thing. Which is different. Which is the thing that lets you look at your own reflection and not see someone you don't recognize. I drove home. I made tea. I opened my laptop and filed the complete formal disclosure documentation with the League Medical Oversight Office. Then I sat at my kitchen table and waited for whatever came next. Chapter 20. 2. The ice at 4 a.m. Jamie's POV. The arena is dark except for the emergency lighting and I am in section 108, row C, seat 12, watching the Zamboni finish its post-game 3-pass on the ice below. We lost 3-2 in overtime. Remy scored in the second and set up our first period goal and played the kind of game I have watched him build toward for 7 years, the game that proves, to anyone who has been paying close enough attention, that he was always capable of being the man this team leaned on. He just hadn't needed to be yet. He needed to be tonight. He was. The building is almost empty. Staff clearing out, the last of the media heading for the exits, the particular wind down of an arena after a close loss where the crowd leaves slowly because leaving feels like giving up. I've been sitting in this seat since the final buzzer. I didn't go to the locker room. I sent Peters a text saying I'd be in the building and I've been here in my civilian clothes with the sling on my right arm and the shoulder reporting its post-surgical pending story, watching my team play the most important games of the year without me. The sling is wrong. Not medically wrong, it's exactly where it should be, the correct position for the grade 3 injury while the pre-surgical inflammation settles. It's wrong because I have played 7 playoff runs in this building and I have never, not once, watched from the stands. The seat doesn't fit the way the bench fits. The view from up here is too wide. You see too much of the shape of the game from up here and not enough of the inside of it, and the inside is where I live. I look at my phone. There are 27 messages I haven't answered. The team group chat, which has been running since the game ended. Remy, twice, short ones, the kind he sends when he's checking a coordinate without asking the full question. My mother, who texted at the start of the third when she saw from the broadcast that I wasn't on the ice. My agent. And one from Marin. It came in at 9:42, before the third period ended. I've read it 4 times since and I'm reading it again now in the dim light of an empty arena at 11:15. I'd do it again. For the record. 6 words. I stare at them. She is on administrative suspension in an investigation she caused by doing her job correctly. She has been removed from the building, from the work she'd been building since week 1, from the position that represents everything she put into herself for 10 years. She is sitting somewhere in this city, her apartment, probably, with tea and a laptop and the specific organized calm she maintains even when the situation around her isn't organized, and she has sent me 6 words that contain, in exactly the way Marin contains everything, the complete picture. I'd do it again. Not I had to do it. Not I'm sorry it came to this. Not any version that asks for credit or reassurance or acknowledgement of the cost. Just, I'd do it again. For the record. The Zamboni finishes its last pass. The driver guides it off the ice through the gate at the far end and the surface is left clean and unmarked in the emergency lighting, the same dull orange I've been looking at since the prologue of all of this, 4 months ago, when I stood alone at the center of it at 4 in the morning and told myself I just needed someone to be honest with me. I look at the ice for a long time. I think about what she walked into when she walked into this organization. What she found in week 1 and the decision she made, before she knew me, before 45 minutes in a hotel corridor and cooking on a Saturday night and the conversation at 1 in the morning that her phone interrupted at the worst possible moment. She made the decision to document correctly before any of the rest of it. She made it because it was right. And then when the moment came she walked down that corridor without looking back, and what she built held, and the person who had been running the play for 11 years ran it against someone who had been ready for it since day 1. I look at my phone. Then I do something I have not done in 7 years of professional hockey. I find Dr. Reeves' contact in my phone. I look at it for a moment. Then I open a new message to Peters instead, because Peters is the correct channel, because Marin taught me, specifically, that things done correctly require using the correct channels, and I type, I want a full medical evaluation. Complete, unredacted, every finding documented. Not the organizational version. The real one. On the record, my name on it. Monday morning. I hit send. I look at the ice. Remy texts me 3 minutes later. Saw the Peters message. Good. Then, after a pause, come home. I'll drive. I text back, give me 5 minutes. He sends a thumbs up. I sit in section 108 for 5 more minutes. I think about 7 years of performing invincibility in this building. The specific cost of it, not the shoulder, that's just the physical ledger, the one you can read in an imaging report. The other cost. The way you close yourself down when the distance becomes the method. The way the performance of fine gets so automatic you can't always find the place where performance ends and person begins. I think about Marin standing at the counter with her back to me in the second session, writing in the log with the careful handwriting. No complications. A lie she wrote every time until she stopped writing it. A lie in the direction of the correct thing, because she was trying to manage the distance before she understood that the distance was already closed. I think about what it took for her to close it. Not toward me. Toward herself, toward the recognition that being careful and being honest are not always the same thing, and sometimes the bravest version of correct is the one that costs you the most. I stand up. Put my phone in my pocket. Take one more look at the empty ice. I just needed someone to be honest with me. I found her. Now I need to be worth what it cost her. I go find Remy. The Monday morning evaluation with the independent physician Peters arranged takes 4 hours. It is, as I requested, complete. Every structure examined. Every finding documented in full clinical language without the softening that organizational interest requires. The radiologist is not the team's radiologist. The physician has no relationship with the Wolves front office. Peters arranged it through the league's independent medical assessment program, which exists specifically for situations where organizational conflict of interest in medical reporting is under investigation. Marin would have known about that program. I'd looked it up after I sent the text to Peters. It's exactly the kind of thing she would have found in week 1 and filed away for when it was needed. I sit in the examination room at the end of the 4 hours and the physician, Dr. Okafor, 60, the particular steady competence of someone who has been doing this for decades and has no patience for anything but accuracy, sits across from me with the results. The AC joint requires surgical repair, she says. We already knew that. The imaging confirms full disruption of the AC ligament and partial disruption of the corticoclavicular complex. Surgical reconstruction with a return-to-play timeline of 4 to 5 months minimum. She sets the imaging down. The prior documentation, the file from October through February, describes a presentation that is inconsistent with the current findings by a significant margin. I know, I say. The progression from the October injury to the current state is consistent with unmanaged grade 2 pathology over a 6-month period, she continues. The treatment you received from your current therapist, she checks the name. Cole. The treatment protocol from Cole is accurate, appropriately conservative, and directly responsible for the fact that you played at elite level through 2 playoff rounds on a significantly compromised shoulder without permanent structural damage. She pauses. The injury you have tonight is the result of a single high-force contact event, not the result of mismanagement. I want to be clear about that. I sit with that for a moment. Can I have that in writing? I say. I'll have the full report to Peters by end of day, she says. It will be submitted to the league compliance investigation as part of the standard process. She looks at me over the assessment file. Captain Callahan. This report is going to matter. In the investigation, in the league process, for the individuals whose decisions are being reviewed. She pauses. Are you prepared for that? Yes, I say. It implicates people in this organization directly. I know. And you're? I've been waiting 2 years, I say. I'm ready. She nods. Makes a note. Surgery consult Thursday. We'll discuss the timeline and the reconstruction options. She closes the file. You should know, the management of this injury over the past 8 weeks was genuinely good clinical work. Whoever built that protocol knew what they were doing. She did, I say. She looks at me for a moment. Then she nods again, stands, and leaves. I sit in the examination room alone. I take out my phone. I open Marin's text, I do it again. For the record, and I read it one more time. Then I type, the real evaluation is done. Everything on the record. Your protocol is documented as the reason the shoulder survived 2 playoff rounds. I wanted you to know. I hit send. I put the phone in my pocket and sit in the quiet room and wait for whatever the next thing is. The next thing is going to be hard. The investigation, the surgery, the season ending without me in the final regardless of how the series goes. The organizational chaos of a GM on administrative leave and a medical file under league review and everything that follows from a story that's been printed and cannot be unprinted. Hard, and right. Both at the same time. I can live with both at the same time. I've learned that from someone. Chapter 20. 3. The resolution. Marin's POV. The league compliance investigator's name was Dr. Patricia Owens, and she wore reading glasses on a beaded chain and had the unhurried, thorough manner of a woman who had seen every variety of organizational misconduct in professional sport and had stopped being surprised by any of it. She interviewed me on a Wednesday morning in a neutral conference room that the league had arranged at a hotel 2 miles from the arena, neutral ground, the investigation's preference, because the building itself was a party to what was being examined. She had my documentation in front of her. All of it, the photographs, the session files, the formal disclosure I'd submitted to the league office, the time-stamped addendum from the night I went to Hartley. She asked me 37 questions. I had the answers to all of them. Not because I'd prepared the answers, because the answers were the truth, and the truth was completely documented, and I had been doing accurate work since day one, and accurate work doesn't require preparation. It just requires the records to exist. Mine existed. At the end of the 37 questions, she took her reading glasses off and looked at me over the table. "Your documentation is meticulous," she said. "In 20 years of this work I've reviewed a lot of clinical records under investigation circumstances. Yours are among the most thorough I've seen." "I document everything accurately," I said. "It's not a strategy. It's just how I do the work." "I know," she said. "That's what makes it so effective." She put the glasses back on. "The investigation timeline is approximately 3 weeks. I'll be interviewing Reeves, Kowalski, who is cooperating voluntarily, I'll tell you that, Peters, and Voss." She paused. "We're also taking statements from 2 former medical staff who spoke to the press." I saw the article. "Ms. Reyes's piece was actually useful to us," she said, with the neutral tone of someone acknowledging a fact they hadn't planned on. "It corroborated the documentation timeline before we'd completed our own review." She stood. "You'll hear from us within 3 weeks. In the meantime, the administrative suspension is standard process, it reflects nothing about the substance of the investigation." "I know," I said. "Do you have any questions for me?" 2. I looked at her. "First, is the standard process for reinstatement automatic upon clearance, or does it require organizational approval?" "Upon league clearance, reinstatement is automatic and cannot be withheld by the organization." She held my gaze. "That's a good question to ask. Second, is there a mechanism for the investigation findings to address systemic issues rather than just individual conduct?" She looked at me for a moment. "There is. If the investigation determines that organizational practices created conditions for the conduct, the league can require structural remediation." She paused. "Another good question. Thank you for your time," I said. I walked out of the hotel into the ordinary afternoon and sat on a bench outside and let the sun do something to my face while the city went around me. 3 weeks. The 3 weeks looked like this. Lena brought food on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which I told her wasn't necessary and she ignored entirely. She also sent me the game scores when I was disciplined enough not to check them myself, which was not always. The Wolves won Game 4 on Remy's overtime goal. Won Game 5 in the third period on a Dimitri tap-in that the whole building apparently saw coming except the opposing goalie. Advanced to the Stanley Cup final. I watched the Game 5 series clincher on my laptop in my kitchen. When the buzzer went and the bench cleared and the ice filled and Remy found his guys the way Remy always finds his guys, I sat at my kitchen table and felt something that took me a moment to identify because it wasn't the thing I'd expected to feel. It wasn't complicated. It was just proud. Clean and specific, proud of a team that had found out who they were without their captain and had not been diminished by the finding. Proud of Remy, who had carried 20 men on the back of everything I knew about him and proven that the things I knew were real. Proud of Theo, who had scored in Game 4 with the expression of a man discovering for the first time that he was actually as good as everyone had been telling him. Proud of Jamie, who was watching from somewhere in the city with a sling on his arm and the knowledge that his disclosure, his decision to call Peters, to ask for the real evaluation, to put his name on the record, had been part of why the building the team was now walking into was standing on solid ground. Jamie texted me after the game, they did it. I replied, they're your team. You built this. He replied, Remy built it. I just gave him the blueprint. I looked at that for a while. Then I put the phone down and went to bed and slept better than I had in 3 weeks. The clearance letter came on a Friday morning. Dr. Owen's office, formal letterhead, 3 pages of findings that I read twice sitting at my kitchen table. The summary was clear, no evidence of professional misconduct. All clinical decisions documented and consistent with applicable standards. Disclosure to supervising coach conducted appropriately and by protocol. Supplementary documentation maintained outside organizational system consistent with established whistleblower protections. 3 more pages of findings related to the broader investigation. Derek Voss, placed on administrative leave pending board review. Dr. Reeves, named in the findings as the primary actor in the documentation falsification, referred to the relevant medical licensing board. Kowalski, who had cooperated and whose culpability the investigation characterized as compliance under organizational pressure rather than independent misconduct, a distinction that was fair, I thought. Kowalski had been a good man doing the job he'd been given. That wasn't the same as being the person who gave it. Structural remediation recommended. Independent oversight of all player medical documentation to be implemented organizational-wide by start of next season. I set the letter down. Picked up my phone. Called Peters. I got the clearance, I said. I know, he said. I received our copy this morning. A pause. Your position is reinstated effective Monday. I'd like you in for a full handoff meeting at 9. There are active cases that need your attention before the finals rotation. Another pause. And Marin. I want to say something before Monday. Okay. I should have looked harder at the file, he said. I knew something was off and I didn't push because pushing meant pushing against Voss and I made the calculation that it wasn't my fight. He was quiet for a moment. It was my fight. It was the job. I didn't do it. Another pause. You did. I want you to know I'm aware of that. Thank you, I said. I'll see you Monday. I hung up. Looked out the window. The city was doing its Friday morning thing, unremarkable and ordinary and completely indifferent to the specific shape of the last 3 weeks in my life. That's one of the useful things about cities. They keep going. The scale of them puts your situation in perspective without making it smaller. It's still the size it is. The city is just also the size it is. I texted Jamie, clearance came through. Monday. He replied in 40 seconds, I know. Can you come in today? I looked at the phone. The suite is technically accessible. I called Peters. He said it was fine. I sat with that for a moment. I'm not your patient, I typed. I know, he replied. Come anyway. He was sitting on the table when I walked in. T-shirt, track pants, the sling gone. He'd had the surgery 10 days ago and the post-surgical protocol had advanced enough that the sling was now intermittent rather than constant, which I knew because Peters had been copying me on the active case notes out of professional courtesy. The shoulder was strapped, a clean white support bandaging over the surgical site, the right arm resting in his lap with the careful deliberateness of someone who has learned to inhabit the recovery process rather than fight it. He looked up when I came through the door. He looked like a man who had made a decision and had been waiting for the moment to say it out loud. I'm not your patient anymore, he said. I set my bag down on the counter. Looked at the room. The room I'd organized on day 1, the counter and the table and the desk and the lamp and the specific smell of the space that I'd been missing for 3 weeks in the way you miss things that have become part of the texture of your days. No, I said. You're not. The room was quiet. I requested a transfer to Dr. Okafor's practice, he said. She'll manage the surgical recovery. It's already in the system. He looked at me. I did it the day after the surgery. So there's no question about the clinical relationship. A pause. I wanted you to know it was handled before we had this conversation. I looked at him. What conversation? I asked. He looked at his hands. Then at me. The one where I tell you that I'm not going anywhere. And that I've known that since approximately the 3rd week of treatment and I've been waiting for the right circumstances to say it without the organizational context making it something it isn't. He paused. The circumstances are about as clean as they're going to get. The room held that. I pulled the chair from the desk and sat down. Not at the counter, not at the treatment position, not anywhere in the room that was functionally professional. Just the chair, pulled out, facing him. 2 people in a room. I told you what I was afraid of, I said. I remember. I'm still a little afraid of it, I said. Honestly. Not of you. Of the version of me that stops being careful in the ways that matter. I know, he said. I've been thinking about that. He looked at me steadily. The version of you that walked into this building on a Monday and found a problem in 10 minutes and built a file that held up under a league investigation and disclosed when disclosure was required and didn't flinch when Voss put a folder on a desk and asked you a question with teeth in it, he paused. That person doesn't stop being careful. That's not caution you perform. That's who you are. I sat with that. The fear, he said, is about your mother. I understand why it's there. I'm not asking you to stop having it. He leaned forward slightly, right arm careful, the weight on his left side. I'm asking you to look at the last 8 weeks and tell me, honestly, the way you're honest about everything, whether the choices you made were made because of me or because of who you are. I looked at him. I thought about the photographs I'd taken of Kowalski's file on day 4. The secondary documentation I'd started building before I knew Jamie's name. The decision I'd made in a hotel room at 3 in the morning about the incident report, made on clinical grounds, documented fully, defensible on its own merits before any other consideration entered the room. The choice in the corridor before Game 2, which had been the clearest choice I'd made in years, tell me what you need to do. I thought about what Dr. Owens had put in the clearance letter. All clinical decisions consistent with applicable standards. Not consistent with personal interest. With standards. The choices were mine, I said. All of them. Based on what was right. I paused. You weren't the reason. You were, I stopped. Looked for the right word. The person in the room, he said quietly. When you were doing it. Yes. I looked at him. The person in the room when I was doing it. That's different. Very different, he said. The room was very quiet. I thought about my mother saying careful is just a slower kind of loss sometimes. I thought about sitting on a hotel carpet at 1 in the morning and talking about Lisbon and the neighborhood in Montreal and my grandmother's fig trees and feeling, for the first time in a professional context, like a full person rather than a professional with personal details. I thought about the treatment room at 1 in the morning with the real face across from me and what would be the right reason sitting in the air between us, unanswered. I knew the answer now. I'd known it for 3 weeks, sitting at my kitchen table with the city outside the window, but knowing something alone is different from saying it in the room where it matters. The right reason, I said, is that I look at you and I see a person I want to know. Not the captain, not the patient, not the situation, you. I met his gaze. I want to know what your mother says on Sundays and what Remy looked like when he scored that overtime goal and whether the Fado bar in Lisbon is still there and what you're like when you're not carrying 20 people's fear. I paused. I want to know all of it. Because I've been given pieces of it for 8 weeks and the pieces are better than anything I've had access to in a long time and I stopped. I'm done being afraid of wanting the rest. He looked at me. Not the assessment look. Not the patient look. The other one, the one that has been sitting in the room since week 1, being patient, waiting for the moment it was allowed to be what it was. Okay, he said. Simple. The same word he'd been using since the first session every time he meant something completely. Just, okay. Okay, I said. He reached out his left hand, carefully, slow enough that it was an offer rather than a movement, and I reached back and took it, and we sat in the treatment room on a Friday afternoon with the city doing its ordinary thing outside and the building around us in the quiet aftermath of everything that had happened in it. His hand was warm. I had noticed that before. The first time, in a hotel corridor, when he pulled me up from the floor and I'd let go immediately because the warmth was the problem. I didn't let go this time. What happens now? He asked. I looked around the room. The counter I'd rearranged on day 1. The desk with the lamp. The table with the paper still on it. The room that had been, for 8 weeks, in the dark and the late hours and the honest parts of everything, ours. You recover, I said. I go back to work Monday. The league process runs its course. I looked at him. And we figure out the rest. That's a good plan, he said. It's a beginning, I said. He squeezed my hand once. I squeezed back. Outside the window, the city went on being exactly what it was, large and ordinary and indifferent to the specific size of the things that mattered most inside it. We sat in the room together. For the first time in 8 weeks, there was nothing between us that needed to be managed. Just this. Just us. Just the beginning of whatever came next. That was enough. That was, in fact, everything. Chapter 20. 4. Game 7. Dual POV, alternating. Marin. The clearance came on a Thursday. Not from the league investigation that had already closed. This clearance came from Dr. Okafor's office, 2 lines in a formal report that Peters forwarded to the full medical staff at 7:40 a.m. on a Thursday morning 12 days before Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. Patient demonstrates full surgical healing with AC joint reconstruction stable and load tested. Return to full contact activity approved. No restrictions. I read it at my desk with my coffee going cold beside me and the morning light coming through the window I'd asked for when I renegotiated my contract. The window I'd gotten because I asked for it and they said yes. Small thing. Completely specific. Mine. I read the clearance twice. Then I texted Jamie, I saw. He replied in 30 seconds, I know you did. Jamie. I found out at 7:15 when Okafor called me directly. She said, the reconstruction is stable. Load testing is complete and within normal parameters. You're cleared for full contact return to play. A pause. Captain Callahan, your shoulder is healthy. The real version. I sat on the edge of my bed in my apartment with the city outside the window still doing its early morning thing, and I held the phone and felt the specific weight of a sentence I had been waiting for, not just since the surgery, not just since October when the original injury started, but since Philadelphia in my 3rd season when I first understood that my body's truth and the organization's version of it were 2 different documents. My shoulder is healthy. The real version. I texted Marin at 7:16. She replied before I'd put the phone down. Marin. He came to the therapy suite at 9. Not for treatment, Dr. Okafor owned the post-surgical management and that was correct, that was how it was supposed to work, clean lines, no ambiguity. He came to the suite the way he'd been coming for 3 weeks since the Friday afternoon when I'd sat down in the chair and taken his hand and said I'm done being afraid of wanting the rest. He came because the suite was ours in a way that didn't have a clinical category and we'd both stopped pretending it needed one. He walked in and sat on the table. I looked at him from the desk. He looked back. Game 7, he said. Game 7, I agreed. He was dressed for practice, the full kit, pre-skate, the particular assembled quality of a man who had been away from the ice for 3 weeks and was about to walk back into it, and the walking back meant something that showed on his face in the specific way that only shows when something is genuinely real. How does it feel? I asked. Not clinically. Just, how does it feel? Like I'm about to do the thing I was built to do, he said. Simple. Completely honest. And like I'm aware, for the first time in a long time, that I want to do it. He looked at his hands. Not because I have to. Not because the contract says so or the organization needs it or the banner spot is empty. He looked up. Because I want to play this game. I held that for a moment. That's new, I said. Yeah, he said. It is. Jamie. The morning skate felt different from every morning skate I have done in 7 years of this. Not better mechanically, I was careful, measured, the rebuilt shoulder running the first contact protocols Okafor had given me, everything loaded progressively and deliberately. Mechanically it was conservative. Technically it was controlled. But something else was different. I skated the first lap and felt the ice the way I felt it at 4 in the morning in the prologue of all of this, honest. Direct. The thing itself, without the performance layer on top of it. I was not managing the building's perception of my body. I was not performing capability for the coaching staff. I was on the ice because I wanted to be on the ice and my shoulder was healthy, the real version, and those 2 things were true at the same time for the first time in 8 months. Remy skated alongside me for the first few minutes. He didn't say anything. He just matched my pace and skated beside me the way he has skated beside me for 7 years, the right shoulder, the correct side, close enough to be there without being in the way. When we came off at the first break he said, "How's it feel?" "Good," I said. He looked at me, reading the answer the way he reads everything. "Good like you always say good, or good like it actually is?" I looked at him. "Good like it actually is." He nodded. Slow, satisfied, the nod of a man who has been waiting for a true thing and has finally received it. He grabbed the back of my neck, my left one, always my left one, out of the habit of 7 years of protecting the right side, and said into the top of my helmet, "Let's go get it, Marin." I taped his shoulder before Game 7. Not because I was his treating clinician, I wasn't. Not because it was part of any formal protocol, it wasn't. He had asked me the day before, quietly, in the suite with the door closed, "Would you tape me before the game?" Not for treatment. Just, "I want it to be you." I had said yes before he finished the sentence. So at 4:15 p.m., 3 hours before puck drop, Jamie sat on the table in the therapy suite and I stood behind him with the pre-wrap and the athletic tape in my hands that did not shake. The room was quiet. The building was beginning its game night filling, distant sounds of early arrivals, the music starting in the concourse, the particular low-grade electricity that runs through an arena 4 hours before a cup final. But the suite was separate from all of it. The suite is always separate from all of it. That's been true from the beginning. I worked the way I have always worked, methodical, precise, each layer with a purpose. Pre-wrap first. Then the stabilizing strips along the AC joint in the sequence I built 8 months ago for his specific anatomy, because I know his shoulder now the way you know things you've spent significant time learning. The mechanics of it. Where it's strong, where it compensates, what it needs. He sat still. Not the performed stillness, the real kind. Comfortable. Present. The stillness of a person who is exactly where they are supposed to be. I smoothed the final strip and let my hands rest on the shoulder for 1 extra second. The same extra second I'd been giving at the end of session since week 3, the one that started as habit and became intention somewhere in between. He put his left hand over mine. For 3 seconds. Then he let go. "Thank you," he said. "Play well," I said. He smiled. The real one. The one that starts at the corner of his mouth and isn't for anyone but the room it's in. He put his jersey on. He left. I stood in the empty suite for a moment and looked at the counter and the table and the desk with the lamp and the room that had held everything these last 8 months, the honesty and the careful, the fear and the setting it down, the beginning and all the ordinary extraordinary time since. Then I picked up my bag and went to find my spot in the tunnel. Jamie. The warm-up tells you everything. Not what's going to happen, warm-up never tells you that. But it tells you who your team is tonight. The pace, the passes, the way the room communicated in the specific wordless language of 20 men who have been playing together long enough to speak it fluently. Tonight they were sharp. Tonight they were tight. Tonight they were exactly the team that Remy had been building through 5 games without me, and something additionally, something that I recognized from the way it felt in my chest when I skated to the blue line and looked at the banner spot and knew that tonight was the night it filled or the night it stayed empty for another year. My shoulder answered warm-up with a clean, honest report. Not a 4, not a 6, not a number I was shaving down for the benefit of whoever was listening. The actual answer, 2. Surgical healing with appropriate residual sensitivity. Well inside the operational range. Exactly where Okafor said it would be. The real version. I did the wrist shot at the end of warm-up, the same shot I've been doing since I was 12, the one my dad stood behind me to teach at the outdoor rink in Montreal, the one that I scored within game 1 of the first round and that my body does without asking my brain. I let it go toward the top shelf and it went exactly where it was supposed to go and the goalie didn't get it and Remy, skating behind me, said, "There he is." I put my hand up without turning around. There he is. Marin. The tunnel at the edge of the ice is the best place in the building to watch a game. Not the box, not the press level, not anywhere else. The tunnel. You can feel the ice from here, the specific cold that radiates from a fresh surface, and you can hear the game the way the players hear it, close and real and without the broadcast layer that turns everything into performance. You can see things from the tunnel that cameras don't catch. The way a player skates to the bench after a hard shift with something still left in him. The specific look between two teammates at a face-off that means they've already decided what happens next. I stood in the tunnel for the full third period with one hand pressed flat against the cold tunnel wall and I watched. Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final is not a game you describe accurately. It is a thing you are present for and carry forward. The crowd noise was something past loud, it had moved into a register that was less sound than pressure, the building full to its edges with 50,000 people who were feeling one thing at a time and feeling it completely. I have been in this building for one season and I understood, in a way I hadn't fully understood before, what Jamie had been talking about when he said the banner spot. The Wolves were down by 1 with 4 minutes left. I stood in the tunnel and I did not look at the scoreboard. I watched the ice. I watched Jamie. He had been on the ice for 31 minutes and the shoulder was holding. I could see it in his movement pattern, the specific economy of motion that meant he was managing well, loading correctly, moving in the mechanics we had built together over months of sessions and protocol and the particular honesty of a room at 11:30 at night when there's nothing left to perform. He took the ice for the shift with 2 minutes and 14 seconds left in regulation. Remy to his left, Dimitri at the point. I knew from 3 weeks of watching film with the team that this was the line configuration Hartley had been saving, the full strength combination for exactly this moment. I pressed my hand flat against the wall. Jamie. I have played in a lot of big moments. In none of them have I been this calm. Not the flat calm of someone performing it. The actual kind, the kind that comes from having nothing left to hide. No organizational story to maintain. No distance between who I am on the ice and who I am in the rest of my life. Just, the game, the ice, the puck, the shift. Remy won the face-off. The puck came to me at the left circle and I didn't think about it, the thinking had already happened, on the ice this morning and in 7 years of muscle memory and in the specific mechanics of a rebuilt shoulder that was exactly where it was supposed to be. I moved into the space the way I'd read the space, 2 steps, weight transfer, the defender a half step behind, and I released the shot from the right circle at an angle I've been hitting since I was 17 years old. The building stopped. In the specific fraction of a second between the puck leaving my stick and the red light going on, everything stopped. The noise, the movement, the held breath of 50,000 people and a woman in the tunnel with her hand flat against the wall. Then the red light went on. Then it started again. Marin. The noise when the red light went on was not a sound. It was an event. 50,000 people releasing something they had been holding for the entire third period, the entire series, the entire season, and it came out of them all at once and the building handled it the way buildings handle things that are too large to be contained, it just let it be what it was and shook slightly at the edges. I pressed my hand flat against the wall and I felt it through my palm. Jamie was in the middle of the ice and his team was on him and the building was doing the thing it does and the clock was running to 0 and we were going to overtime and the whole thing was still in front of us, but in that moment, in the tunnel with the cold air and my hand against the wall, I understood something I had not let myself understand in 8 months of careful. I was not afraid. Not of any of it. Not of what came next, not of the cost, not of the version of myself I might become. The fear that I had been carrying since I was 9 years old watching my father leave, the fear that I had organized my entire professional life around, the fear that I had spent 8 months being so careful about, it was gone. Not gone the way things go when you're not looking. Gone the way things go when you put them down on purpose and walk away from them. I stood in the tunnel and I felt the specific lightness of a fear you finally set down. Overtime lasted 11 minutes. Remy scored it. A wrister from the circle, top shelf, the exact shot he'd been missing all series, and the building became something past a building, it became a sound and a light and 50,000 people being one thing at exactly the same time. The Wolves won the Stanley Cup Final. Jamie. I have lifted the cup 3 times. Each time is different in the specific way that moments you've had before are different when you're a different person having them. The first time I was 23 and cried and didn't care who saw. The second time I felt peace. The third time I felt the weight of the next one before I'd set it down. This time I felt the weight of it and then I felt it lift. The commissioner presented it in the center of the ice, the ceremony, the names, the particular formal moment before the chaos takes over. I heard my name and I skated to receive it and I took it in both hands, both, the repaired right and the uninjured left, both of them on the cup for the first time because the right one is actually healthy and I can actually use it, and I lifted it over my head and the building did the thing that buildings do. I held it up for the cameras. I held it for the crowd. I held it for the 20 men behind me who had won 2 games without me and 3 with me and who deserved this in the specific individual and collective ways that you can only understand from inside a locker room. I held it for Remy, who skated to me when I came down and put his forehead against mine with the cup between us, and we stood there for a moment in the middle of everything without saying anything because we didn't need to. Then I turned. I skated toward the tunnel. Marin. He was skating toward me before I fully understood he was doing it. Through the ice and the crowd and the ceremony and the chaos, through 20 men celebrating and 50,000 people making a sound that was past sound, he was skating directly toward the tunnel with the cup in his arms and his eyes on me, and the expression on his face was the real one. The one from the room. The one that has been waiting since week 1 for the moment it was allowed to be what it was in a space larger than the 2 of us. I stood in the mouth of the tunnel. He stopped at the gate. He held the cup out to me. I heard the crowd. The cameras were everywhere. I was aware of them in the abstract, the broadcast, the footage that would run for years. The awareness was there and it was small. It was smaller than the cup in my hands. I took it. It was heavier than I expected and exactly as heavy as I expected, and it smelled like metal and old wood in 100 different hands, and it was real, specifically and completely real, in the way that only things you have worked toward are real when you finally hold them. I laughed. Not the careful kind. Not the managed kind. The kind that comes from somewhere that doesn't ask permission, sudden and genuine and free in the specific way of something that has been waiting a long time for the exact right moment to happen. I laughed and Jamie watched me laugh, and his face did the thing it does when he's seeing something he wants to keep seeing, open and still and entirely present. 3 seconds. I handed it back. He took it with both hands and held it, and the building roared again and the cameras caught all of it, and neither of us looked at the cameras. That's what it smells like, I said. That's what it smells like, he said. He smiled. The real one. The one that's only ever for the room. The tunnel was the room. We were in it together. Jamie and Marin. The night ran until 4 in the morning. The celebration, the ceremony, the locker room, the 1,000 specific rituals of a franchise that has just won what it spent a season working toward. I, Jamie, was in every moment of it the way a captain is supposed to be, which is fully and without reservation, and the shoulder held through all of it, and the real version of fine was fine without quotation marks for the first time in 8 months. I, Marin, stood in the tunnel until the ice was full of people, and then stood in the corridor, and then sat in the therapy suite with the lamp on while the building celebrated around me, not because I was outside the celebration but because the suite was where I went when I needed to be, exactly where I was. He found me there at 2:15. He came in still in his jersey, cup sweat and champagne and the residue of 4 hours of being the face of something enormous, and he sat on the table and looked at me at the desk, and neither of us said anything for a moment. "Hi," he said finally. "Hi," I said. Just that. Just the ordinary word in the ordinary exchange between 2 people who have been through something that was anything but ordinary and have come out the other side with the same word every person uses when they're simply glad to be in the same room as someone else. Hi. He reached out his left hand. I reached back. We sat in the quiet room while the building celebrated and the city did its city thing outside, and the banner went up in the arena with the year on it and the name of the team that had worked toward it and won it. His shoulder was warm under my other hand. Fine. Actually, genuinely, honestly fine. The real version. Epilogue. 1 year later. Marin's POV. My office has a window. It faces the practice rink, not the main ice, the secondary one, where the early morning skaters do their work before the team comes in. I can see the rink from my desk when I look up from the files, and sometimes I do look up just to watch, which is something I didn't do in the first year because the first year I was always too busy proving I was worth the position to spend time simply being in it. The nameplate on the door says Senior Athletic Therapist, Ridgecrest Wolves. I asked for the title when I renegotiated the contract in September. I asked for the window at the same time. Hartley, who had taken over as interim operations lead while the board sorted out the post-VOS structure, said yes to both without a pause. He said a lot of things without pausing in those first few months, things that involved the words "we got this wrong and this is how we fix it," and the fixing had been slow and specific and mostly unglamorous, the way real repairs are. Reeves had surrendered his medical license in July. The licensing board's process had been thorough and the outcome had been clean. Kowalski had cooperated fully with the investigation and been allowed to retire with his record intact, which I thought was the correct outcome and which I suspected Kowalski spent some nights still reckoning with. I hope he does. Not out of cruelty. Because reckoning is how you don't do it again. Voss had resigned before the board could complete their review. He was consulting now, somewhere in the league's adjacent industries, because men like Voss always land somewhere. I had learned, in the year since, to be at peace with the imperfection of outcomes. Doing the right thing doesn't always mean the world rearranges itself cleanly around the doing of it. Sometimes the right thing is just the right thing and the rest is what it is. I had written that in my journal in November and felt immediately embarrassed about how much it sounded like a fortune cookie. I had kept it anyway because it was true. My mother called on a Tuesday morning in October. I was at my desk with coffee and the early rotation files, the building still quiet, and she called with the specific warm static background of her kitchen and I answered and she said, "I have news." "Tell me." "I enrolled," she said. "In the residency program." I put the coffee down. "They have a re-entry program," she said. "For physicians who left training. It's accelerated and it's hard and Dr. Mensah, who runs it, is about 27 years old and extremely confident." A pause. I could hear the smile in it. "I start in January." "Mama," I said. "Don't make it large," she said, which is what she says when she is feeling something she doesn't want to cry about. "I just wanted you to know." "I know," I said. I stopped. Looked at the window, at the ice visible through it, at the particular quality of the morning light on a fresh surface. "I'm proud of you." "You said that once before," she said. "I've been keeping it." We talked for 20 minutes. She told me about the program and the other re-entry candidates and the specific challenge of being 54 in a room designed for 30-year-olds, which she described with the dry, specific humor that is the thing I love most about her and that I have spent my whole life trying to inherit. When she hung up, I sat at my desk for a moment with the phone in my hand and thought about the woman who had given up something enormous and built a different life and was now, at 54, starting the first life again. Not the second chance, the first chance, finally arrived at through the long way around. People change. It's allowed. It might be the most important true thing. The day is almost done when I hear his footsteps. I know them. I will always know them, the specific weight and rhythm of the walk I learned in corridors and tunnels and treatment rooms before I learned it in apartments and ordinary streets, and the particular Sunday mornings in Montreal when his mother makes the cardamom butter thing and the whole kitchen fills with it. He comes through the door of the office with his jacket on and his bag over the left shoulder, the habit he still keeps, weight distribution, old protective instinct that his body maintained past the need for it. His shoulder is fully healed. Has been for months. The bag goes over the left shoulder because it went over the left shoulder for a year and bodies remember what minds decide to move on from. He looks at the nameplate. He looks at me. "Shoulder check," he says. It's a joke. It has been a joke since August, since the first time he came to my new office for a reason that had nothing to do with clinical purpose and said it to make me laugh, which it did. It still does. It does something specific to me, a warmth that lives in the chest, not dramatic, just present and steady and real. I look at him with the precision of a professional. He is healthy. The surgical site is stable, the reconstruction is holding, the joint has integrated correctly, the range is full and the strength is back. I know this not from examination, he is Dr. Okafor's patient, cleanly and correctly, but because I have watched him play for 3 months of the new season and the shoulder moves like a shoulder that was treated correctly when it needed treating. "You're fine," I say. He smiles. "You're actually fine," I say, softer. Meaning it the full way. Not the organizational version, not the number someone wrote in a file. The actual thing. He sits on the edge of my desk. This is the specific thing he does that I have not asked him to stop doing and will not ask him to stop doing, sits on the edge of my desk in the last light of the day with the rink visible through the window and his jacket on and the easy, settled look of a man who is exactly where he's supposed to be. "I know," he says. "You fixed me." I shake my head. The same shake I've been giving that sentence since August, when he first said it in this office in almost exactly the same position, and I understood from the way he said it that he didn't just mean the shoulder. He meant the 7 years of performing fine. The distance. The organization's version versus the real one. The 2 years of suspecting something was wrong and not having anyone to tell it to. The Drayson story, carried alone for 6 years. He meant all of it. You let me, I say. He holds my gaze. The office is quiet. Outside the window the rink has the particular blue-white color of late afternoon ice before the lights come fully up, and somewhere in the building the evening session is starting, and the year is moving forward the way years move, in the ordinary time between the extraordinary moments, building something without announcing itself. Ready, he says. We have plans tonight, Remy and his girlfriend in the restaurant on 5th Street that does the thing with the short ribs, a standing Tuesday arrangement that started in September and has become the specific comfortable rhythm of a life that is larger than work. Give me 5 minutes, I say. He stays on the edge of the desk. He picks up the small framed photo I have in the corner, the one from the Chicago conference, Lena and me, the photo that was on the inside of a staff locker for 8 weeks before I brought it here where it belongs. He sets it back down carefully in exactly the same position. I close the files. Shut down the laptop. Pick up my bag. I stand up and he stands up from the desk and we walk out of the office together. I pull the door behind me and the nameplate catches the corridor light, senior athletic therapist, and I feel it the way I felt it on the first day I saw it. Like a starting line. Like the beginning of something that is already well underway. We walk down the corridor. His bag is on his left shoulder. My hand finds his right one. We walk out of the building together into the ordinary evening that is also, because we are in it, something better than ordinary. The season is ahead of us. All of it is ahead of us. That's enough. That's everything. Author's note. Dear reader. Thank you for spending your time with this story. When I first imagined these characters, I wanted to write about people who understand pressure, the kind that comes from the outside, from family, from expectations, and what happens when the walls they've built start cracking open. This story is about the courage it takes to be seen. Not the curated version. The real one. The messy, imperfect, terrified one. I hope that resonated with you. If this book made you feel something, I'd be grateful if you left a review. Reviews help readers find stories like this, and every one means the world to me. With gratitude. Sailor Bennett. Acknowledgements. Every book begins with a quiet question. I'm grateful to everyone who helped me find the answer. To my readers, you took a chance on this story, and I couldn't be more thankful. Your messages, your reviews, your enthusiasm, they fuel every late-night writing session. To anyone who has ever built something from nothing, a career, a relationship, a second chance, this one's for you. And to the cold coffee that got me through every draft, you were terrible, and I wouldn't change a thing. About the author. Sailor Bennett writes emotionally charged contemporary romance that lives in the space between heartbreak and hope. She believes the best love stories start with two people who are certain they want nothing to do with each other. When not writing, she can be found drinking coffee that went cold hours ago and arguing about sports with strangers on the internet. She lives with 2 cats who judge her word count daily.